Chapter 1, in which she was out of luck. Money is where luck is, her father used to say. Aurora has a negative amount of both. Oh, come on. You can't just fire me like that. I did nothing wrong. She gritted her teeth. It wasn't her fault. She didn't tell that bald-headed customer to wink at her. I can do whatever I want. I'm the boss, the voice in the phone cackled coldly. Fine. There was no point in arguing with a blockhead. Aurora needed the tension between her tight brows. Give me the rest of my pay. I'll leave. The voice cracked up like a heartless hyena. That was one of my VIPs. She spends thousands of dollars each time she visits, and she has vowed never to set foot in here again because of the sluts I hired. Once she talks, I'll lose all my clients and my reputation. How dare you ask for your pay? Why don't you compensate for my loss? No, she breathed silently as terror closed in on her. It's happening again. If the train hadn't been late, she would be on time for her shift. That lazy B*TCH Veronica wouldn't have had the excuse to leave early and would still be around when the customer came in with his wife. Then he'd have winked at the bustier one and she'd be fired, not Aurora. Arg. Why didn't she see it coming? The past months had been too smooth sailing. Life has never been this nice to her, and it never will. Memories of bottles crashing on the wall, blood-soaked limbs and face, a venomous, hoarse voice sprouting threats of harm and nasty texts seized her mind. A chill streaked up her spine. She must find a new job before her day job starts in a few hours, or there won't be enough money ready at the end of the month. They promised to go for her family's limbs next. For God's sake, Rory. Get out of there. Just take my D*MN money, girl. The scream in her ear brought her back to the empty street. Aurora rolled her eyes at the pavement covered in the thickest grime and the ugliest cracks as forsaken as her. Stop that or I'll move out. Her tenor voice warned. The cute voice in her ear rattled on like an orchestra flute hooting an EDM beat. It's a shady business. Do you know what that is? Trafficking. All kinds of it. Drugs, women. It's just fortune-telling, Trish. Immediately, Trish went up an octave. You're in the meanest side of the city, babe. You're gonna be kidnapped and turned into a sex slave, and I'll never hear from you again. You want that? Aurora cast a flat expression at her own reflection in a dusty old window. Don't give me that dead fish face. The lovely face instantly lit up as a knowing grin appeared on her full cherry lips. You know I love you. A defeated sigh of helpless worry came through and Aurora softened her smile. Fine. That's the last time I'm ever gonna watch your A*S. Sure, Aurora chuckled softly. They'll definitely go through this again next week. Her best friend has the memory of Dory. Trish gave another one of her I don't give a *T anymore sighs, then finally addressed the sole purpose of Aurora's call. You're at the right place as far as this D*MN's concerned. A single doorway covered with a heavy, black curtain stared back in an eerie silence. The ginger-hair beauty knitted her slim brows in puzzlement. This can't be it, can it? Trish was yodeling in her ear now. I'm still here. Oh look. Madame Zoya is waving at me. Gotta go. Catch you later, Trish. She hastily removed the phone from her ear and silenced Trish's next word. A mix of relief and apprehension escaped Aurora's lips. The only thing waving at her was the loose corner of a forlorn closing down sale banner. Ignoring the discarded flyers swirling like ghosts around the empty street, she tightened her fist and stepped towards the black curtain, now frowning at her like a black cat. Her luck was already below zero. Nothing could be worse. After a struggle, her petite frame went through the dead weight of curtain and a purplish-pink lit space welcomed her. A wave of artificially cool air overcame her, and she was surrounded with an aroma of fresh vanilla beans and the sound of romantic strumming of a guitar. Somehow the sight of a crystal ball calmed her. Miss Aurora? A scratchy voice asked and a shadow entered with a choir of shells tinkling against each other. The long, beautiful lashes battered anxiously as the shadow stepped into the warm light, revealing a woman in a heavy, flower print dress draped excessively with all sorts of accessories. Yes, that's me. Are you Madame Zoya? Sit down, please. Bells chorused incessantly as the woman shuffled towards the crystal ball. Aurora inhaled quietly to calm her nerves and strode forward. Sitting in front of the mysterious lady, she quickly scanned for distinctive features and memorized them in case this was a scam, as Trish predicted. It's not a scam, Mississippi. The voice spoke with a Russian accent from behind the red translucent veil. Aurora couldn't hide her surprise. How did you? I do not tell how I know, I just know. The sharp nose lifted slightly. So you're Madame Zoya? You're hired. Wait, what? Her emerald eyes blinked furiously. What? She got the job? Just like that? This sounded too good to be true. Her luck can't be changing. Don't be fooled by this, Aurora. It's a trick. Take in a deep breath and think. The woman seemed to have heard her thoughts. You heard me, yes. She lowered her voice. I know what I'm doing. The question is, do you? Aurora felt slighted. What do you mean? She blurted. Of course, she knew what she was doing, pay the family debts and keep them safe. The woman swept her dull red sleeve over the crystal ball. You start tonight's? Yes. Yes. Aurora answered quickly before Madame Zoya changed her mind. Another sleeve waved at her in dismissal. As Aurora faced the black curtain again, she halted and turned back. You didn't ask me if I could psychic read. The woman was still in her seat like a wax figure. Her blank gaze never left Aurora. You wouldn't be here if you didn't know. Yes. Aurora could almost feel a smile behind the red veil, and a pang of guilt nudged at her. She opened her mouth to tell the truth when the woman spoke again. You're going to be late, Mississippi. Aurora's round eyes bulged in a shock realization. She hastily checked her phone. The woman's right. Her day job starts in an hour. She bolted through the curtains. The new Madame Zoya is as exceptional as the previous. A woman exclaimed to her head-bobbing friend. If it weren't for her, you'd still think that your husband has a mistress. I'll call Patrick now. To thank him for the necklace. Aurora waited until the voices behind the black curtain faded into silence, then let out a long exhale. She glanced at the clock. There's 2 hours before the next appointment. She'll take a short break, then read up on cold reading. Psychic readings may be a myth to her, but not relationship advice. She had tons of experience, including Trish's. It would be enough to last her for a few more weeks until she learned the techniques properly. Aurora checked her phone. Still nothing from Madame Zoya. She hasn't seen or heard from her boss ever since that night of induction. With a sigh, Aurora put the phone away. Silence means all is good then. But Aurora was still bothered. Madame Zoya had agreed too quickly. What if she found out that her new employee is a liar who never believed in fortune-telling until she took this job? What if she found a better candidate? What if a customer complained behind her back? She squeezed her eyes tightly and prayed in desperation. This better not be a scam. Stop it, Aurora. She stared at her reflection. Just make this work, at least until the end of the month. With a deep inhale and exhale, she flipped her luscious, fiery curls in Trish's sassy attitude, and smiled in encouragement back at herself. Let's go tell some fortunes. She spun around and stepped out of the changing room. Throwing the curtain of shells aside, she strode into the purplish-pink space as if she owned it, and the most electrifying gaze met her eyes. She froze as a striking face entered her view. Her eyes drank in his thick, masculine brows, perfectly shaped lips, and strong, chiseled jaw. He's exactly her type. Aurora swallowed hard. Chapter 2, in which he was in luck. Natural redheads are rare. You travel the world and the chance of meeting one is only 2%. To meet a natural redhead so beautiful that moves your heart and misplaces your senses is even rarer. But today Theo is in luck. This one literally took his breath away. He had seen and been with plenty of beautiful women, models, actresses, Audrey, but none of them shook him as hard. Even in the dim lighting, her skin glowed like the finest of pearls. Her doll-like features would blow any man off his seat. And those green eyes. Hell, they sparkled with a mysterious charm. He was instantly lost. How can I help you? He inhaled sharply. That low voice was unexpected. It's sexy as hell, he thought. His Adam's apple bobbed silently. Sir. He's here for a reading, Madame Zoya. A woman appeared suddenly. Almost the same height as the gorgeous man in dark navy suit. She was in a curve-hugging, short dress, from the latest season of Aurora's favorite high-end brand, and looked like a runway model. She watched her boyfriend closely with those cat-like eyes, as if he would run, and upon discovering the object of his attention, hastily wove her tanned arm around his thick bicep, and hugged his elbow tightly. At her touch, the man tightened his jaw but kept a straight face ahead. Aurora noted the tension and a brow raised. He didn't enjoy the skinship with his girlfriend, and yet he didn't object to it. The woman now glared at the man and shook his arm in a princess fit to repossess his attention. You promised me, Theo? Theo cleared his throat again and turned to the beautiful creature in front of him, who had been quietly observing. Yes. I'm here for a reading. His gaze deepened and Aurora's heart skipped a beat. She should look away, but those dangerously attractive eyes were drawing her in. We, Theo. We. This is our reading. The high-pitched cry broke their eye contact. Theo squinted his eyes in annoyance to his side. Aurora blinked and returned to the female customer just as she turned back with a smile so bright that Aurora found it condescending. The man exhaled in defeat. Straightening his back, he parroted, "We are doing a reading." His eyes were back on the psychic. Aurora looked away. "But you have no appointment?" "No," he replied in a gruff, masculine voice that tickled her skin. She inhaled carefully and waved her sleeves across the crystal ball. "It will cost more." A raspy chuckle escaped his throat. "Of course. Please proceed." "Very well. Please register on our website to confirm payment." Aurora directed the couple's focus to the relevant information on the wall behind them. Keeping her view on the female customer, Aurora swept her sleeves across the crystal ball and the beautiful couple took their seats. Aurora sat opposite them, then closed her eyes, lifted her chin and drew in a deep breath. Fresh scent of his musky cologne filled her nose. Her brows dived slightly, then quickly relaxed. She quietly opened her eyes again and fixed her view on the woman. She will not make the same mistake twice. "I see 2 proposals." Aurora breathed. Bewildered and also pleased with the attention she was receiving, an enormous smile spread across the woman's fluorescent pink lips. Aurora took the hint and continued. "One in business, one in marriage." "Yes." The woman pulled Theo closer and beamed at Aurora. "See what I told you, Theo, she's different." A soft chuckle drifted from the man. Aurora wanted to look over at him but resisted the urge. "Stay still," she reminded herself silently. Clearing her throat, she leaned towards the woman. "Marriage first?" "Yes." "Oh my God, you're really good. It's like you're reading my mind." Aurora recalled the script and shook her head. "I don't read minds, Mississippi. I read palms." Of course, of course." The woman released Theo's arm and leaned closer to Aurora. "Tell me more. What would you like to know? Will it be a happy marriage?" "You will be happy." The smile instantly retracted. "Only me? What about him?" She pushed her grinning partner towards the psychic. Aurora refused to look at the man. She closed her eyes briefly, exhaled lightly and shook her head. When she opened her eyes again, the woman was shooting dagger eyes at her boyfriend that seemed to say, "We'll settle this later." Without taking her eyes off the man, the woman snapped, "When will it happen then?" Aurora breathed in cautiously and waved her hand in his direction. "It depends on him." The woman swung around and threw him a death stare. This time it seemed to say, "See, I was right. You are stalling it. When are you going to propose, you'd asterisk heckhead?" A giggle rose in Aurora's chest. She quickly pressed her lips to keep it down. Unconsciously, her view switched between the couple until his intense gaze grabbed her eyes and held onto them. A swarm of heat rushed up her back and hot anticipation flooded her cheeks. She realized what was happening and swiftly diverted her attention to his elegant tie. Despite her efforts, Theo noticed the blush and it got under his skin and halted his breathing. Without thinking, he uttered the first thing that jumped to his mind. "What about the business proposal?" She finally looked at him in the eye. "What would you like to know?" He leaned forward. "Shall I proceed with it?" Aurora caught a glint of mischief in his eyes and frowned inside. Is he testing her? Irritated, she raised her nose, closed her eyes and exhaled. "It depends on your expectations." Theo wanted to laugh. Not to mock the silliness of this entire affair, but to applaud the clever response. How many men had she enthralled with her wits, he wondered. At the thought, he felt a hint of jealousy. He inched closer. "I don't understand." Her brows creased slightly and he smiled with amusement. After a light inhale, her husky voice answered calmly. "I do not know about your business, sir, but I do know that success is defined by one's expectations. Manage the latter well and you'll move towards success." Aurora finished with confidence. Secretly, she was mind-blown. Thank God for her father's preaching. It really came in handy. "So I should take it then?" He pressed on, grinning. Aurora was annoyed. Is he asking her to make a decision for him so he can blame her when his business fails? She wouldn't fall for that trick. If you wanted fortune, I suggest you seek your financial advisor. If you wanted something else, then by all means take it. Theo's eyes widened at the brilliant response. He was completely smitten. That was bold, he laughed. But the lovely creature was the least impressed. Theo sniffed back a chuckle. "Sorry, that was rude. Madam. Zoya." "Madam Zoya," Theo smiled warmly. "If I agreed to the proposal and failed, what happens next?" Then Madam Zoya breathed as her stern emerald eyes bore into his. "You make an appointment for another reading because time is up." "Yes, Theo, let's go." A familiar grasp circled his biceps and tugged at them, pulling him away from the mystically beautiful and utterly smart psychic. Aurora watched on as the woman dragged her large boyfriend towards the black curtain and disappeared behind it. She marveled at the display of great strength while secretly thanking the woman for doing so. That boyfriend of hers was about to wreck her poor life, just as that slimy bald-headed customer did. Amend those questions. What the hell is wrong with him? Is he trying to expose her? She understood his mockery. She used to feel the same towards fortune-telling, but that was still disrespectful. You couldn't take your eyes off her. What the hell was that, Theo? The scream pierced into the reading hall. Aurora froze. Her limbs instantly numbed. Not again. Chapter 3, in which she told his fortune. Why do you always look at other women? Am I not enough? Aurora clasped her trembling hands and fearfully eyed at the black curtain as the arguing voices outside continued. The woman was loud and clear while the man sounded like he was speaking through a goldfish bowl. Aurora felt like she was listening to a madwoman in hysteria. Do you love me at all? You've said that 1,000,000 times, Theo. You can't tell me what to do. This is not about you. This is about us. You'd keckhead. To think that I sacrificed so much for you. We're through. The pair of high heels stormed off. Then it was silence. Suddenly, Aurora jumped. Her phone was buzzing. She glanced at the screen and her heart fell sharply. The name Madame Zoya showed up on the flickering screen. A massive wave of grief washed over her eyes. That woman just left and immediately her boss is calling. Could she be more efficient? Aurora grumbled silently. Taking in a deep, shuddering breath, she picked up the phone and her quivering fingers pressed the green button. Swallowing hard, she placed the phone to her ear. Madame Zoya? Her voice croaked. Miss Aurora? What happened to your eyes? Are you not well? The Russian accent and unexpected concern tugged at her tears. Her view grew misty. I'm good, madam. She sniffed. Miss Aurora, you don't lie to me. This will be good news then. News? Oh no. Aurora knew what the news was. She squeezed her eyes to prepare for the worst. It's definitely happening again. You're fired. The appointment later is cancelled. Aurora sighed. All right, I'll leave. You should. Have a good rest. We have many appointments tomorrow. Aurora's eyes flared open. Tomorrow? Appointments? Yes. She jolted upright in her seat. I'm coming back tomorrow? You cannot. No. I mean yes. I can. Of course I can. I'm not fired. A sigh came through and then Madame Zoya spoke again in a steady, low whisper. Miss Aurora, I did not fire you. I am not your other bosses. You work here until you don't want to. The giant rock in her chest instantly lifted. Thank you, Madame Zoya. Aurora sniffed as she hastily wiped the wetness at the corner of her eyes. Then she chuckled. I'll definitely do my best. As I was saying until you got crazy, the appointment later is cancelled. We close early and you go home and rest. We open again tomorrow. The voice added in a Russian tune. Got it. Aurora heaved a heavy sigh at the phone as Theo came through the black curtain. What do you want now? The voice in her head groaned. But she forced a polite smile and asked, Mr. Theo. You are back. I hope everything is all right. I heard screaming. Your girlfriend. We broke up. Oh. Aurora was speechless. Then her eyes widened in realization. She shot up from her seat. Oh. Guessing her thoughts correctly, he held up both hands and explained. It's not your fault. Aurora threw him a suspicious glance. Are you sure, Mr. Theo? 'Cause the last thing I want is your girlfriend complaining to my boss and getting me fired for looking at you. He stepped forward and smiled warmly. Look, Madame Zoya. Aurora grabbed her phone. If he made an inappropriate move, she'll whack his head with it and head for the exit. I just want another reading. Aurora looked at him in disbelief. Another reading? Yes. Theo inched closer. I thought you had some good insights. Gave me a lot to think about. So you could help my other problem. Madame Zoya looked hard at him and he quickly added, I heard you have an appointment. I can wait. Sit. She waved a hand to a stool. Theo strode over with a grin. He watched her eyes closed, her chin raised, and abruptly he cleared his throat. Do you do other types of readings? Her eyes opened with a blank look that he found cute and smiled in amusement as she instantly regained her composure. What are you thinking of? She was reciting from a script. He smirked at the thought. With a sharp inhale, he opened both palms at her. How about palm reading? Aurora cursed the man inwardly but cast him an emotionless look. She glanced at his open hands, hesitant to touch them. It's your job, Rory. Just do it. Get the embarrassment over with so you can close early and go home and rest. Aurora reached out and pulled the giant hands closer. Theo watched her as she hovered over his palms and traced her fingers over the lines. The kiss of her skin took his breath. D*mn, he cursed silently. He didn't know palm reading could be so invigorating. His heart was thumping his chest so hard she might have heard it. But she was completely immersed in studying the crisscrosses on his palms as if they truly meant something. Her brows dipped when she was stuck, then relaxed again when she had it sorted. Then her cherry lips spread into an innocent smile. F***ck. Mr. Theo? He blinked. She was half frowning and half puzzled. Realizing how idiotic he must have appeared to her, he chuckled at his lap then returned to her sweet face. Sorry about that. I was thinking of what to ask. Have you decided then? Why don't you tell me anything that comes to your mind? Aurora closed her eyes and counted to 10. This man must be out to expose her. Well, she glared at his palm. Two can play that game. I can do so. But it will cost more. Yes. He smiled gallantly. Sure. Please proceed. There will be a big change. She traced a line across his palm. You can choose whether to follow what is laid out for you or make your own choices. What is the change? She looked up with a flat expression. I can only reveal so much. The rest is up to you. He chuckled lightly. What else is there? Aurora pressed around the edges of his palm and was silent for a moment. Then she muttered, the sun is the core of the universe. Nothing can escape its light. It sees everything it wants to see. Theo grew still. Chapter 4, in which sparks flew. Aurora smiled with a satisfied nod. She released the masculine palms and straightened her back again. This should help him enough. They could end the session now. She checked the clock. It's almost 7. But her customer didn't look pleased. His solemn expression disturbed her. Oh God. Did she say something wrong? It couldn't be. She followed the book strictly. Look, Mr. Theo, if you're not happy about anything I said, ... He broke into the same magnetic smile and retrieved his hands. Audrey's right. You are good. A hint of sadness skimmed across his features like a shooting star. Then it was gone. But Aurora managed to catch it. It seemed that she's not the only one who had it tough. Feeling that she should do something to help, Aurora suggested I could do another reading if it helps. For free this time? The mischievous charm was back. For some reason, Aurora didn't feel annoyed as she did previously. Instead, she found it funny. Maybe it was the end of the day, or perhaps she had just received the best news in 5 years. She suddenly threw her head back and had a good laugh. Theo burst out as well. As the giggles faded, Aurora answered, I'm sorry, Mr. Theo, I can't afford that. A dinner then? Those twinkling green eyes studied him with a renewed curiosity. I can't even give you a free reading. What makes you think I can afford to buy you dinner? Theo laughed. That's an unusual way to reject a man. As the waves of laughter died down, his striking gaze fixed on her. You are truly a magical woman. His whisper glided across her skin like soft silk. That tender gaze electrified her senses, stirring her insides. Aurora drew in a quivering breath and exhaled carefully. He cannot know that he has an effect on her. She is still aware of her circumstances as well as his. Well, Mr. Theo. Theo. Just call me Theo. She bit her lower lip in hesitation and it was D*mn arousing. He swallowed hard and added with a strained voice, I insist. Aurora glanced at him. Theo. I need to close up now. How about I buy you dinner then? It's against the rules to go out with a client and I don't want to be fired. She finished inspecting the display case and moved on to the cleaning. With both hands in his pockets, Theo strolled leisurely to the display case and pretended to be interested in the crystals. A red one shone gracefully at him. How much is this? Aurora squinted at him, then put down the broom and walked over. She saw what he was pointing at, then smiled at him. I can't tell if you picked this by fate or from knowledge. It has the color of your hair. Theo knitted his brows at the red stone, then folded his arms and rubbed his chin as if he was pondering over a serious issue. If we can't have dinner, then I'll get this as a souvenir. To keep me company whenever I think of you. She burst out in helpless chuckles. If you must, it's $200. We take cash for gift purchases. His voice lowered into a whisper. I want to see you again. She was lured to his dark brown eyes. Suddenly aware of how close they were, she felt the heat radiating from his strong, muscular build. Make another appointment. She whispered back with a mischievous gleam in her eyes. What's your name? Madame Zoya. The other one. Aurora laughed. You're one persistent man, Theo. I like hearing your voice say my name. He paused and tilted his head slightly with an alluring smile. I like it more that you see me as a man. She tore her gaze away and giggled. Theo inched closer, the tip of his fingers a hair's breadth from hers. So your name is? Her lashes lifted like a blooming flower as she smiled. Aurora. Then she moved away. The name fit her perfectly. Grinning like a schoolboy who had just gotten the number of the most popular girl, Theo turned around and strolled to her. I'm serious about that red crystal. Aurora paused her sweeping and looked up. Of course you are. It's made for you. I'll wrap it up for you right away. He folded his thick arms across his broad chest as the ginger-hair beauty marched past him to the display case and back, holding the red crystal with a cloth. After slotting it into a box, she handed it over. $200, please. She took the cash and flashed the brightest smile. Thank you for your purchase. Theo reached out and grabbed the box in her hands, squeezing it gently. I'm sure you need a lift home. I already have one. A brow raised. His heart dropped a level. She's taken. Why wouldn't she? He wondered who the lucky man was when a sinful thought barged into his mind. If they aren't married, he still stands a chance, doesn't he? Theo casually asked, is it your husband? I'm not married, she snapped. The frown came and vanished in the blink of an eye. Startled, Theo pulled away and searched her face. Sensing an uncharted territory, he changed the subject. Boyfriend then. Aurora tapped a slender finger to her chin in a serious ponder. He's 40. Theo groaned. Wears a black hat, a badge and an orange vest. She grinned at him like a Cheshire cat. He laughed. He has a long ride then. Aurora giggled as a willowy brunette in high-heel boots, but hugging mini skirt and white tube came through the black curtain. What the F***ck is this place? D***mn, this curtain's heavy. Theo looked over his shoulder as Aurora exclaimed, Trish, you made it. I sure did. This place is like a hellhole, whoa. The sassy best friend bulged her eyes at Theo, then pulled Aurora close and whispered into her ear. Did I interrupt something? Aurora whispered back. We're done. I'm closing now. Theo laughed silently. Women like to whisper, but they never do it discreetly. It was a sign for him to leave. There'll be plenty of chances for them to meet again, he'll make sure of it. He held up the box and gave Aurora a purposeful gaze. I'll look at this until my next appointment. With a tiny smirk, he left. Trish spun around and thrust a thumb at the black curtain with a meaningful look. Who's that gorgeous, sexy man? Is he a boxer or some rich dude? Aurora shrugged and picked up the broom and swept the remaining area of the floor. Oh no. No way are you leaving me out on this. There's definitely something. I can feel it in my boobs. Aurora laughed. He's just a customer. I'll change out of this and we can go. But Trish wasn't letting go and chased her around the shop, questioning her like a PI. He asked you out? And you said no? Are you crazy? You must be. All that working has finally gotten to you. Oh no, wait. You're playing hard to get, aren't you? No, Trish. You know what kind of situation I'm in. No romance. Only money for now. Aurora removed the dress and slipped into her t-shirt and jeans. Nonsense. A little romance won't kill anyone. Trish flicked her long black hair, then leaned into Aurora. Your luck is changing. Aurora grinned helplessly at her squealing friend. I'm sorry, Aurora. The nice lady with the rainbow-colored ponytail smiled apologetically. But you said that I'm the best hairstylist you ever had, Gwen. Just yesterday. I don't understand. Why am I fired? What have I done? Everyone in the salon was staring, but Aurora didn't care. She wants an explanation and she will get one. You have to leave now, Aurora. I have customers. Gwen pushed her towards the exit. Aurora refused to let this go. Chapter 5, in which he offers a deal of attachment. Once outside the salon, Aurora clasped tightly onto the door handle and glared at the plump woman who was once her lucky star. At least tell me why, Gwen. Gwen sighed and stepped out. The door snapped shut behind her and her mask came off. She folded her arms and tapped her toes impatiently. Audrey Walters. Aurora's eyes widened at the name. That tall woman who was with Theo. **T. Yeah, I thought so. I didn't believe it at first. I thought you were decent, Aurora. Why did you snatch her boyfriend? Of all the men out there, why hers? She's our biggest investor. Aurora felt her throat thickening as hotness stung the back of her eyes. Gwen shook her head with a look of disgust. You are truly the best around here. I do admire your passion and diligence. For that, I'll give you the rest of your pay. But you will not step into my salon ever again. A thin white envelope was flung at her chest. Aurora caught it and clutched onto the crushed envelope. Her family's life depended on the money inside. She couldn't decide whether to be upset or angry or disappointed. Her luck was drowning in the darkest depths of the negative range now. Just 2 more weeks till the collection date and she's down to only one job. There's no way she can get the money in time. She sniffed back the tears. Crying doesn't solve anything. It only makes you weak, Aurora reminded herself. When life throws you lemons, you just make some F**king lemonade and sell them to buy rubies. Aurora answered her buzzing phone and Trish was yelling into her ear. What the F**k did you do, Rory? Sam just texted me. Gwen fired you. I didn't do anything. You should know, Trish. It's the same story every time. A brief pause and Trish roared. Again? Then she blasted a train of blasphemy. You can't let this one go, girl. You're right, and I'm not. What are you gonna do? Look for Theo. She maneuvered through the morning crowd and slid past a newsstand when something caught the corner of her eye and halted her footsteps. T, that rich guy? No wait, he's a boxer. Yes, him. Aurora stood rooted to the ground in front of Theo's picture blown up under the headline cancelled, Barone and Walter's merger. But he's definitely not a boxer. Aurora breathed. The receptionist refused to let her through and told her to wait. Aurora slammed a fist on the marble top and demanded to speak to her CEO, Theo Barone. You tell Mr. Theo Barone that Madame Zoya wishes to speak to him, or I'll tell the whole King world about his illegitimate son. And it will be on you, Aurora growled. The snarky 20-year-old nymph scrambled to make a phone call and Aurora was immediately led into the lift to the highest floor. The door opened to an ocean of space, floored with sleek, black marble and walled with the clearest and thickest glass. Aurora stepped in and the CEO was seated at the desk. When he saw her, a large grin spread across his handsome face. Pushing his chair back, he stood and moved with a confident elegance towards her. My receptionist said a certain Madame Zoya wanted to see me about an illegitimate son. He chuckled. I don't remember us going that far, Aurora. You did reject me twice. Aurora smelled his fresh cologne and tightened her hold on her bag. Against the background of his neat office, he looked even more sexy with his strong jaw, high nose and powerful gaze. And those thick brows were really sucking her in. No, Aurora. Stay focused. Remember what you are here for. He stood before her and lowered his voice with a warm smile. I wanted to thank you for the read. Slap. Theo widened his gaze at the shiny floor. Something had stung his left cheek and left a burning sensation. Then, something blunt stamped onto his right shoe and jabbed at his toes inside. He winced, lifting his leg slightly and hobbled around in pain. Are you crazy? What was that for? His redhead enchantress was fuming. Her green eyes seemed to have fire in them. Theo released his leg and straightened slowly. Don't hit on me when you still have a girlfriend. Aurora glowered at the quizzical face and snarled, I do not want to see you again, do you hear me? Jerk. She shot him one last glare and turned on her heel. Wait. Aurora. It's Madame Zoya. She gritted her teeth and tapped like a furious woodpecker on the button to call for the lift. He grabbed her elbow and swung her around. What happened? Aurora pulled her arm out of his grasp and returned to pecking on the button. Tell me. He stood beside her, his chest heaving slightly. Ask your girlfriend. I told you she's not my girlfriend. The door opened with a tinkle and Aurora stepped in. Theo followed her, but she pushed him out. It doesn't matter if she is or isn't. She pressed her palm onto the hard plane of his muscled chest. I do not want to see either of you ever again. Goodbye, Mr. Theo. Aurora jammed a finger on the button and the door closed on his grim expression. Aurora sighed at her phone. Another rejection for her job application. Desperate, she sent out a few more in the past 2 days and heard from none. She knew they would take time to get back to her, but she was trying her luck. She scoffed at the crystal ball. What a joke, Aurora. Luck? You think you have even a tiny bit of it? A sharp inhale and her forehead landed on the table with a dull thud. Madame Zoya had agreed to give her 2 months' pay in advance, and even so, she's still short of $3,000. Where can one get $3,000 in 12 days? Trish would surely stuff wads of cash into her bag when she's not looking. Aurora hates it when she does that because that money didn't come easily. In fact, Trish had it worse than her. She must buck up. Come on, Aurora. She inhaled deeply and bolted upright with a renewed strength. A familiar face came into her view. She held her breath. I told you not to come here again. Theo rushed forward to stop the ravishing beauty from leaving. I'm not here to apologize. His words infuriated her. Not that she expected his apology. But if it weren't for her loony girlfriend, she'd still have a job at the hair salon. Her cheeks pinked with rage. You're not here for a reading too, I'm sure. He breathed. No. Then what do you want? She cast a distasteful eye in his direction. As irresistibly charming as he is, he has created enough problems for her. She needed to stay as far away from him as possible. You. Her eyes grew twice as large. I'm here to offer you a business deal. Theo paused briefly and then added in his deep, firm voice. Be my girl. Chapter 6, in which he brought her home. Girlfriend. Aurora's eyes grew twice as large. Are you asking me to cheat? She held her forehead and backed away from him. Oh God, this is not happening to me again. Aurora. Madame Zoya. She flared back. Theo exhaled heavily and took a step back. Fine. Madam Zoya. I need a girlfriend to get Audrey off my back. The newspaper headline popped into her mind and Aurora slanted her eyes at the man towering over her. This is about the merger, isn't it? Be my girlfriend until Audrey leaves and you'll be compensated for your time, Theo repeated. Like an escort. Aurora's face fell flat. Great, she laughed silently. He has just officially made her the slut that everyone's been talking about. Theo straightened to his full height, barreled his chest and gave a dignified look at the woman before him. I'm attracted to you, Aurora. The abrupt admission halted her breath. But this is strictly business, Theo continued steadily. State your terms. I don't intend to cheat you on anything. Her eyes narrowed with fury. You know my situation and you come here with this business deal. How is this not cheating me? I have only one request, that you give me your time when I need it. The terms of this deal are all yours to decide, Theo stated quietly. All of them? Aurora repeated under her breath, casting a doubtful glance. Theo nodded. As long as you give me your time when I need it. Aurora turned from him, the wheels of her mind churning furiously. It's a blank check, she thought, staring at the crystal ball. This is the solution to all her problems. She could ask for anything. I can give you time to think about it. Theo looked purposefully at her back. The bewitching goddess whirled around. I'll do it. Her eyes sparkled with a newfound determination. I have 3 conditions. Theo remained silent, his strong gaze fixed on the feisty goddess. I want $3,000. I can give you more, you know that. You're not the only one with money and I earn my keep. I want to work at your company. She looked directly at him. Theo studied her features and nodded. That can be arranged. The impish grin was back. But not as your secretary. Theo stepped forward. Why not? That's a perfectly good position. You need a pretend girlfriend and I need a permanent job with good pay. That's what this deal is about. So my 3rd condition is we keep things simple and professional. Aurora stretched out her hand. Deal? The CEO looked down at the delicate, fair hand then gazed up at the ravishing seductress before him. The moment he laid his eyes on her, he wanted her. Keeping things simple is the last thing on his mind. He took her hand. Deal. Aurora shook the huge hand with a bright smile. She was finally able to catch a breath. Trish might have been right after all, her luck was changing. The contract starts now. Aurora paused with startled eyes. Now? If we want to be convincing, we have to start as soon as possible. Theo pulled her forward and smiled pleasingly when she landed on his chest with a soft gasp. We'll need to get to know each other quickly. He whispered just loud enough for her ears as his intense gaze captured her emerald eyes. Initially shocked by the sudden change in him, she recovered in a fraction of a second and returned a smile with the same tease. Circling both arms around his hips, she whispered back in her low, raspy voice, when? That seductive voice thickened his throat instantly. What a little temptress, he smiled affectionately, then lifted a thumb to stroke her smooth cheek and felt a tremor as she shuddered under his touch. A satisfied grin appeared on his lips. Dinner? Tonight. Aurora muttered. I'll be done at 8. The lights came on and a breathtaking view of the living room filled her eyes. Aurora stood in the middle of an enormous amount of space. Aside from the gold picture frames, the bronze lampstands and the wooden furniture legs, everything else was in white, from the marble floor to the ceiling. I thought you liked dark blue. She moved around leisurely, her eyes fleeting across the paintings and sculptures. Theo took off his jacket and uncuffed his sleeves. I wear dark suits. But that means nothing. He disappeared behind a door then re-emerged shortly in a white t-shirt and faded blue jeans. So what are you making for us? Aurora was looking at a photo of young Theo grinning freely at her, with an arm across the shoulder of a much older man. She smiled warmly at the striking resemblance then casually lifted her gaze and saw Theo and went still. He does have a boxer's body, she thought as her eyes drank in the contours of his well-defined muscles, from his hard waist to his vast chest, to his huge arms. She met his gaze and his arrogant smirk appeared. Like what you're seeing? Her cheeks flamed up instantly. She spun away from him. D***M in it, Aurora. Stop acting like you've never seen a man. God, this is embarrassing. Swiftly, she blurted the first thing that came to her. I'm hungry. Aurora squeezed her eyes tightly. Nice, Aurora, good move. Why don't you just tell him that you want him for dinner? He chuckled softly. What did you say? I mean, what's for dinner? She repeated in a hoarse voice. Theo took her elbow and turned her around and then saw her blushing furiously. He wanted to take her then and there. Instead, he leaned in and lowered his voice. What would you like to have? You, Aurora thought, and her eyes widened in great shock. She hastily switched her focus to the grand piano and replied in a dull tone, pasta. He chuckled. Pasta it is. The kitchen came alive as he shuffled about, opening doors and closing them, and then moving things around. Within minutes, the CEO was chopping up vegetables with the swiftness and precision of a chef. Have you worked in a Michelin star restaurant? Where did you learn to cook like that? She sat in front of him at the island. Knitting his brows at the tossing pasta, he replied, "My dad? He loved to cook." "Was it him in that photo? The one you were looking at?" "Yes." Theo turned off the heat and divided the contents into 2 plates. Aurora leaned over and grinned with delight. "Carbonara. Italian style." He placed her plate in front of her. After a brief disappearance, he returned with a bottle of white wine and 2 glasses. Aurora filled her lungs with the rich aroma. It has been 5 years since someone cooked for her. She took a bite and shrieked in excitement. "Oh my God! This is delicious." She took another mouthful when he placed his plate next to hers and sat beside her. After a sip of wine, she turned to him as he was sipping from his glass. "How many women have you dated before?" He choked. Wiping the wine off his shirt, he shot a confused frown. A minute, Aurora, where was that from? "Hey, if I'm your girlfriend, I'd be curious." Theo narrowed his eyes at her. She was moving the pasta around with her fork, trying to appear nonchalant. He couldn't tell if she was truly unconcerned, but her reaction piqued his interest. "Fair enough." "A lot." Aurora shot an annoying glance at the burly man beside her. "A lot? What kind of answer is that? If someone asks, how do you expect me to answer?" "Tell them exactly what I said." Aurora rolled her eyes. Men are such insensitive blockheads. "Okay, then what about you and Audrey?" "What about it?" Theo returned a blank look, but he was actually having a great time watching her reactions. "Oh my F*** King Lord," Aurora groaned inwardly. "How far did you go? Did you sleep with her?" He stared at her quietly, then a playful grin surfaced. "Are you jealous?" Those beautiful eyes widened with shock. "What? Are you crazy? Why would I be jealous? I'm just a fake girlfriend." She hastily took a large mouthful of pasta. This is D*MN good." Theo watched as she licked the sauce off her lips. Without a warning, he lifted his fingers to her chin. Aurora was rooted in her spot as his thumb grazed slowly across her mouth, wiping the luscious sauce off her lips. She sucked in the air sharply when he placed the thumb at his lips. With a devilish grin, Theo held her gaze intensely as he sucked the sauce off his thumb. His eyes fell back on her lips, now glowing in an inviting red, plump and juicy, ready for his taking. He leaned in. Chapter 7, in which she had to attend a wedding. His warm breath tickled the tip of her nose. A wave of goosebumps washed across her limbs and her fingers started to numb. "Move away, Aurora. Keep things professional." But his face inched closer. She stopped thinking. Her insides fluttered like crazy, her breasts rose slowly until she finally stopped breathing. His lips were a hair's breadth from hers. Just the slightest movement and they will dive into a valley of honey bliss. Clang! Aurora looked down and realized she had dropped her fork. Theo was as startled but swiftly recovered and glared down at the dumb fork. "What the hell?" He inhaled slowly to steady his racing heart. "Great job, fork. That was a perfectly good chance and you ruined it." "So what's your favorite food?" she asked breathlessly. He blinked twice at her sudden change of topic, then chuckled lightly when he noted her flushed cheeks. "Hell," he growled silently, her blushing is driving him crazy. He gripped his fingers tightly to stop them from reaching out to touch her. "Churros." "Darn." He groaned silently. It was the first thing that came to him and it sounded like the silliest thing ever. "But that's a dessert." Aurora was confused. Theo shrugged. "I like sweet things." Aurora saw the glint in his eyes and leaned forward. "Were all those women sweet then?" Suddenly, loud music blared in the background and snapped them back into the kitchen. "I'll be right back." Theo smiled and left. Aurora observed her hot and sexy boyfriend standing near the couch, phone attached to his ear. Startled, she fished out her phone and a string of texts greeted her. Trish texted, "Hey girl, holler if you need anything." Madame Zoya texted, "Audrey Walters. Tomorrow, 6 p.m. That woman made a last-minute appointment for tomorrow? Aurora read the text again and pondered why. Theo returned with an answer to her question. "I forgot to tell you." He sat beside her again and smiled a pleasing smile at her. "There's an event I need to attend. The Gil Slate and Kate Wilkinson wedding." Aurora straightened with an alert look. "The Gil Slate?" Theo nodded. "You're coming with me. It's tomorrow, isn't it?" Theo nodded again. He was impressed with her again. "What else does she not know?" 6 p.m. He added quietly. Then she looked nervous. Theo stepped toward her. "Is there a problem? Can I skip this? Since Audrey won't be there." Theo was puzzled. "She'll be there. She's the maid of honor." "But she made an appointment at Madame Zoya for tomorrow?" Aurora waved her phone at Theo, who squinted back, equally confused. "Just go for the wedding." Aurora looked doubtful at Trish. "But I have to work." Trish rolled her eyes. "Girl, you promised that man to help him. Then on the first date, you bailed out on him. Doesn't that sound a little bit mean to you?" Aurora was speechless again. Her phone buzzed and she glanced at it. That's the 10th time it buzzed. "Seriously, just go. Tell Madame Zoya to stand in for you." "Tell the boss to stand in for me?" Aurora looked horrified. No, I can't do it. Trish snatched over her phone. Oh God, girl, you need a new phone. D*MN, these scratches are going to tear my skin off. Okay, Madam Zoya. She tapped on the name, then cast an irritated look at her ginger hair friend and added, I'm going to pretend to be you and tell her that I'm sick. Aurora lunged over. No. She grabbed her phone and slotted it into her pocket. Madam Zoya's my savior. I can't do that. Trish exhaled heavily at the ceiling. Oh my King Lord. God MN it, Rory. Seriously. Why can't you just take a day off? You've already gotten the money for this month, although I have no idea how you did it. Madam Zoya gave me 3 months' pay in advance, I told you. Aurora retorted, and then the guilt surfaced in her chest. She had lied to her best friend. Aurora didn't want to, but she had no choice. What would Trish think? She'd be upset, of course. Her best friend had refused to take her money but gladly accepted it from a stranger. Worse, the money was for an escort service, the one job that Trish made her swore never to take. Trish mouthed an oh and sighed. Then tell the man you can't go. Aurora inhaled deeply and frowned in vex. I just have to do that. I mean, there'll be other chances, right? But this is the event of the century. The marriage between a tech tycoon and a princess. It's going to go on every print in the city and every website all over the world. Trish crossed her legs, hugged her pillow and attended to an imaginary scratch. If I'm not wrong, your boy wants everyone to know that he's taken by you. Aurora swallowed hard. Thank you, Madam Zoya. Thank you. I will do as you say. Aurora nodded solemnly. Get a makeover, show more care for yourself, and he will notice you. Follow the signs. The 18-year-old customer with the thickest black rim specs and an oversized gray sweatshirt and baggy woolen pants bowed profusely and disappeared behind the black curtain. Once her footsteps faded into the distance, Aurora exhaled with a contented smile. Then she glanced down and frowned at her phone. What excuse can she give Madam Zoya if she wants to go for the wedding ceremony? It was all Audrey's fault. What the hell is she up to? Why did she make the appointment? Clearly she can't make it. She'd be at the ceremony. You have to tell me what's going on, Aurora. Aurora jumped at Theo's voice. He stepped in and Aurora couldn't help but notice how dangerously attractive he looked in a tux. His hair was loosely raked to the back and he was showing his forehead today. She noted a loose strand that had fallen over his handsome forehead and reached up to push it back over his head. You look dashing today. Theo took her hand into his and repeated his question. She pulled her hand out of his grasp and turned from him. I told you I have work. I've settled it on your behalf. Aurora spun around. What? What did you do? I called Madam Zoya and explained that you needed to attend a wedding with me. She completely understood and is on her way. Her eyes grew with indignance. You can't do that. We have a deal, Aurora. In case you've forgotten. That was a harsh reminder of her circumstances. A wake-up call from reality. Why did she think she has a choice? She stared at the handsome giant before her. He's not your boyfriend, Aurora. He's your boss. He hired you for a job and you do it. You have no choice. She would have to find a way to make up to her savior, Madam Zoya. You're right, she breathed in densely. I'm sorry. Theo reached for her hand again. Let's go then. But Aurora backed away once more. Wait. There's something else you need to know. She looked nervous again. Chapter 8, in which they went shopping. Aurora stared into Theo's dark brown eyes and muttered under her breath. I don't have a dress. Theo was dumbfounded. He thought that his little temptress had changed her mind about the deal and got a little worried. She looked distraught when she left his place. Was that all because of a styling issue? He chuckled silently in relief. You're all talk, Theo mocked silently. A little worried was an understatement. He hardly slept a wink last night, coming up with a few hundred plans in case she backed out. A replacement is definitely not an issue. There are plenty of women out there, pretty and eager. But he only wants Aurora. I have a solution. He tugged at her hand and pulled her out of the shop. Wait, Theo. I need to get out of these first. Aurora was referring to her costume and tried fruitlessly to pull out of his strong grasp. Her belongings were still in the changing room and there was no one in the shop. But her protests were ignored. She was frantically pushed into the front seat of a black sports car. Theo got in beside her and immediately Aurora fired at him. You dumb bear. My things are still in there. Those charming eyes shone with amusement. A dumb bear? You can't come up with a better name. I said my things are in there. She was glaring at him when he leaned over, his broad chest sweeping over the ruffles at her breasts. Startled, Aurora sucked in a deep breath and flattened against the leather seat. What the F***ck is he? Then he pulled the seatbelt over her and buckled it with a clipping sound. Madam Zoya will take care of it. He relaxed in his seat, buckled up and turned on the engine. The car sped off into the streets with a smooth, deep roar. Aurora scoffed and turned to glare at him. Then we should have waited for her. There's no one attending the shop, Theo. Theo grinned at the road. She entered the shop while you were getting into the car. Those green eyes widened in surprise. Her pretty mouth opened and then closed. Finally, she slumped against the seat in a grumpy silence. You have any other concerns? He finally looked at her with his impish grin. When she said nothing, he nodded with a victorious smile and returned to the road. I thought so. She needs to be ready by 6:30, Zia. Theo had both hands in the pockets of his midnight blue tuxedo pants as he gave his request to the fashion designer. I know. For der wet ing, a polished voice murmured absent-mindedly. A pair of stern eyes scanned Aurora thoughtfully from head to toe. Aurora stared speechless at the white hair in a neat, bob cut and the black, high-collar shirt tucked into a white pencil skirt. It is Liv Accardi, one of the top designers in the world behind her favorite high-end luxury label, and Theo just called her Aunt. Breathe, Aurora. You have to get used to this, starting now. You're dating AF * King billionaire, you can't expect to meet any Tom, Dick or Harry. She inhaled carefully, then raised her chin slightly and looked sharply at the famous designer. With a firm nod, she uttered a few Italian phrases and her assistant scattered off and then returned with racks of clothes and heels. Tack your pick, didn't we do your hair? The designer waved her hand in a royal dismissal and strutted off in her striking green heels. Theo noted Aurora's hesitance. You don't like these? I love them, she breathed in awe, running her fingers across the gorgeous designs. Then she sighed and stepped back. I can't wear them. Theo grinned. Is she playing hard to get? He could tell that she was dying to try them. He exhaled lightly and said quietly, my girlfriend will not wear anything less than the best. He picked out a large, white fluffy gown that resembled a cloud. Here, try this. Aurora pushed it back to her boyfriend, then turned to an assistant nearest to them and smiled politely. I'll take that champagne pink sheath gown from the last spring collection. The uniformed girl with a tight, braided ponytail gave a look of surprise before scurrying off for the dress. The designer will be upset that you rejected her choices. I'd rather not upset Gilslate. Theo was suddenly alert. Is that pretty little brain of hers working a way out of the deal? He felt jealousy surged inside him. Why wouldn't you want to upset him? What are you planning? Aurora's eyes grew with shock. What the hell? She glowered at his frowning face. Realizing that they had drawn curious glances from the assistants, she leaned closer and hissed in a low voice. What do you take me for? I'm not one of those blood-sucking bimbos you went out with. I was thinking on your behalf, you * Shoal. His frown was instantly replaced with a proud grin. You were thinking for me? Of course. She growled. Didn't we have a deal? You reminded me very well earlier on. Theo cleared his throat at the memory. He got desperate at that moment and had blurted the first thing in his mind. He didn't regret it. Aurora followed him, didn't she? He looked over her head and muttered, I was rude. I apologize. Then he looked meaningfully at her face again. I get it, you want to stay low. Kate probably dislikes me, since Audrey's her best friend. I don't want to make things worse between us. If she's upset, Gil will be upset with you. Theo took her hands into his and kissed her fingertips. I appreciate your thoughtfulness. She snatched her hands away, cast a half-serious scowl and strode off with the assistant who just returned with the dress. When Aurora emerged from the VIP room, Theo groaned inwardly. The dress was a killer. The velvety fabric snuggled perfectly to her body, revealing in all the right places, hinting at her sexy curves, driving his imagination wild. He swallowed hard at the top swell of her breast, peering gracefully from the flattering square neckline. *MN, he swallowed hard and gripped his hands tightly until his knuckles turned white. He would have a hard time fighting the strong urge to tear the F** King dress off and roamed his hands all over her soft skin. Is it bad? You looked like you wanted to strangle someone. Theo dropped his head and chuckled lightly at the floor. He then looked back at her and smiled. You look exquisite. She stared directly into his eyes as he walked towards her, his gaze darkening with each step. He lifted his hand and she waited with a halted breath as he tucked her orange-red hair behind her ear. Goosebumps trailed down her neck from where his fingers had lightly brushed. Shall we? He whispered in a rough voice. Aurora nodded and took his arm. The sports car swerved into a reserved space. The engine was turned off and Theo slid suavely out of the car and gave his jacket a cool tug before closing his door. Habitually, he went over to the passenger side to get the door for Aurora when he saw her standing there, waiting patiently for him. What? She gave him a puzzled look. Nothing. He offered his arm and she gladly took it. Are you okay? He glanced at her then back ahead. She shot at him. Why? Do I look not okay? You look nervous. He noticed her shallow breathing and shortened his stride. You look absolutely stunning, so you don't have to worry. She scoffed. Well, I don't talk with my looks, do I? You're a hot topic these days, God knows what they'll ask. Her emerald eyes twinkled at him. If I embarrass the both of us, Audrey will know and expose us and I'll lose my job. We don't want that, do we? Theo threw his head back and laughed, pulling her closer to him. I thought so. Aurora Aurora whispered triumphantly under her breath as she smiled ahead at the incoming wave of reporters and their blinding flashlights. Her lips drew in a deep, steady breath. Let's do Chapter 9, in which she faces the X. Stay close to me, Theo's warm breath caressed her ear. She turned sideways to him and nodded nervously. Do your thing, girl, Trish's voice rang in her head, and Aurora responded to it with a bright smile. Flash. Mr. Barone, is that your new girlfriend? Theo glanced to his side and put an arm across Aurora's shoulders. Those dogs would portray him as an overprotective boyfriend, but he didn't care. Mr. Barone, smile for us please. A string of flashes followed the question tightly, then there was incessant clicking of cameras. Is that your new squeeze? Aurora kept walking. These dogs would pounce on her if she paused even for a moment. Ignoring the sting in her ankles, she marched on to keep up with Theo's long strides. More flashes and clicking of cameras. Miss, may we have your name? Lady, give us a smile, will ya? Over here. Mr. Barone, over here. Theo's hand on her shoulder squeezed harder as they moved past the last few reporters and through the gates into a vast garden. As they breezed down the slight slope, the bustling and shouting quickly faded and light orchestra music from a distance took over. Aurora stepped out of Theo's hold and let out a large sigh. Theo noticed the large grin plastered on Aurora's face and not a hint of distress in sight. Her cheeks were flushed again. He smiled proudly as she looked over her shoulder at the mess they had survived with bewilderment. That was really something. The next time I see someone going through a swarm of reporters like that, I'm going to salute them. She chuckled hard at him. You're such a sport, do you know that? He stroked her cheeks and pressed his lips lightly on her forehead as if it was the most natural thing to do. A soft gasp escaped her lips. When he pulled away, she wondered how can a man be assuring and look dangerous at the same time. Light-headed, she motioned for him to come closer with a curl of her finger. He did, and she whispered in a dull tone, I need a drink. Theo laughed and led her down the slope to an enormous gazebo made entirely of glass, illuminating brilliantly from inside. From afar, it glistened like a giant crystal ball in the blackening atmosphere. It's so beautiful. Aurora marveled at the sight. Theo was transfixed on her instead. Yeah. Trish would love to see this. She whipped out her phone. Halfway through recording, she heard sniggers from the other guests and suddenly felt self-conscious. Reluctantly, she put her phone away. You're done so soon? Did you catch everything? Theo took her hand and led her forward. Aurora nodded with an embarrassed smile. Once indoors, Theo took 2 glasses of wine from a waiter passing by and handed one over to Aurora. They cheered with a soft clink of their glasses and took a sip, and then an elderly couple sauntered up to them. So this is the woman, my dear boy, the man bellowed through his potbelly while patting hardly on Theo's tough back. He stretched out his hand to Aurora, Oscar Strong. And you are? Call me Aurora. Aurora shook his hand firmly and then said, something good must have happened recently, Mr. Strong. Yes, indeed. Mr. Strong beamed at his wife, a plump lady with kind eyes who was as thrilled. He roared with laughter. Our first grandchild arrived just this morning. A baby girl. Congratulations. Theo hugged the old man briefly. You've waited quite long for this. We really did. Mr. Strong chuckled hard. The old woman turned to Aurora with a puzzled look. I'm curious. How did you know? We haven't said anything and no one has asked us about it. Aurora's in the fortune-telling business. Theo's arm went naturally around Aurora's shoulder. She's really good at it. Mrs. Strong pulled back with a loud gasp that attracted the eyes of a curious crowd near them. Is she really? Can she tell mine then? Aurora glanced at Theo, who gave her an affirming nod, and then back at the nice old lady. Let me take a look at your palm. A hand stretched out into her view and Aurora held it carefully. She tilted it slightly, left and right, and then pressed her fingers lightly around the edges. Then she looked at Mrs. Strong with a dreaded expression. The woman's face fell. Is there a problem? You might be angry at me for saying this, but you have to listen to your child, Mrs. Stone. It's a matter of life and death. She's referring to your checkup. Old woman, Mr. Stone hugged his wife's shoulders. Daisy's been trying to get you to the doctor for weeks. See, even the signs are telling you to do it. You're right. I should. Mrs. Stone exhaled heavily with reddening eyes and thanked Aurora profusely. When they were alone again, Theo removed the empty glass from Aurora's hand and gave her a new one. How did you know about Mrs. Stone's checkup? Palmistry is not medical science. What a smart man you are, Mr. Barone. But I do not tell how I know, I just know. Aurora chuckled silently. She did sounded a bit like Madame Zoya. I'll take it that it's a lucky guess. As you wish. Aurora shrugged. Another couple came forward and Theo quickly did the introductions. Aurora, this is Mr. and Mrs. Edwards. Jeff and Sophia, this is Ms. Aurora. Nice to meet you, Mr. and Mrs. Edwards. Aurora smiled at the couple. The man was lanky with a trimmed beard and a pompadour, and the small woman was in a short black dress that seemed too tight for her and the highest yellow platform heels that Aurora has ever seen. Call me Jeff. The man went straight to the point. I just heard from the Strongs that you're good with fortune-telling, Aurora. Can you give me some advice too? Aurora studied his palms briefly, then his face, and then muttered, every action or no action has its consequences. Jeff Edwards, who dabbled in the stock market recently, looked appalled. You're so right, he mumbled. I should just sell it. It has been stagnant for quite a while. He took a nervous gulp from his glass while the small woman beside him rolled her eyes wearily as she emptied the glass in a second. When the couple left, Aurora was alone. Scanning the room for Theo, she spotted Audrey sashaying over, wearing her arrogant smirk that made Aurora want to step on her toes. Madame Zoya. I'm surprised to see you here. That was the fakest smile Aurora has ever seen. Wait till Trish hears about this. She would grab this B*TCH's hair and pull out some strands. Aurora grinned at the thought when an image of Audrey bowing in pain and squealing for mercy popped up in her mind. Aurora sniggered helplessly. What are you laughing at? She sneered. None of your concern. Aurora wiped the tears of laughter at the corner of her eyes. Audrey scowled down at her. We didn't hire a fortune teller, Madame Zoya. This is a private event. You need to leave or I'll call the security. I'm here with Theo. Aurora battered her lashes innocently. Inside, she was fuming. Did she lose a perfectly good job because of this marshmallow candy? How unfair can the world get? Audrey was annoyed, but then she gave a derisive laugh. What a scheming little slut you are. I'll make sure everyone knows about your little plots. I learned it from you. Ha! I was just weeding out tramps. Audrey gave a princess wave of her hand. You'll never know who they'll be after next. For all we know, one of these men could be your next target, married or not. Then she stepped towards Aurora and lowered her voice in a snarl. You may have fooled Theo, but I know you and your kind. You're just out to find a good catch. I knew it the moment we entered your shop. You couldn't take your eyes off him, boyfriend stealer. I did not steal him. Aurora sipped lazily on the cool wine. You lost him on your way out of the shop. I just picked him up. Audrey burst out like a spoiled and pampered adult with a rich daddy. We were supposed to be engaged, you whore. I told you that it depends on him, Aurora retorted calmly and then shrugged. Apparently he changed his mind. Why you? Audrey raised her hand high, preparing to strike Aurora's cheek like a sore loser. Aurora lifted her chin in defiance. I wouldn't do that if I were you. You'll upset Kate's wedding. Those cat-like eyes widened with shock. How dare you say her name as if she means anything to you? You are a nobody. Aurora felt something cold splashed onto her. Chapter 10, in which he threatened to kiss her. Aurora gaped at the ugly red splatter on her dress. That dumb B*TCH had just thrown red wine on her. Aurora flew into a rage. She's had enough of this vile woman and her petty tricks. This time she would get even, an eye for an eye. Her eyes quickly located a glass of wine and she was about to reach for it when someone came up behind her and chided her attacker in a low, deep whisper. That's enough, Audrey. Aurora lifted her gaze and met Theo's eyes. He took one look at the angry red patch on her dress and her damp face and knew what happened. Without another word, he took off his jacket and draped it over her. But Aurora tried to pull the jacket off. I'm all right. You're not, Theo muttered angrily. He replaced the jacket on Aurora and wrapped an arm around her. In a whisper meant only for her, he said, let's get you out of here first. As they turned from the nasty scene, Audrey rushed forward and grabbed Theo's arm. You don't have to leave, Theo. I'm sure Madame Zoya can take care of herself. She looked at Aurora with her usual smirk. Right, Madame Zoya? Keeping a firm grasp on Aurora, who was trying to nudge away, Theo cast a disapproving glance at Audrey's hand and then at her face. Her name is Aurora. She's my guest, Audrey. And you're being rude. Audrey shook her head in denial, her eyes turning red and moist. She started it. She's gonna start a tantrum, Theo thought wearily. His ears caught the rising murmurs in the gathering crowd and he said in a harsh whisper, You make a scene now, Audrey, you're going to ruin Kate's big day. So stop it. Go. Pursing her lips in resentment, Audrey shot an angry look at Aurora that said this is not over and stormed off. As Oscar helped to disperse the crowd, Theo pulled Aurora towards the restroom. Stop. Aurora halted and spun around. Just stop. I can handle this. She untangled out of Theo's arms and stepped towards the restroom. But Theo wouldn't have it. He shouldn't have left her alone. He thought she'd be safe with the Edwards and left briefly to congratulate Gil. On his way back, he saw Audrey looming over Aurora like the jealous lioness she'd always been and hastened his footsteps. He grabbed Aurora's elbow and turned her around. You're not leaving me out of this, Aurora. Let me help. I'm fine. Theo's gaze fell into a dark glare. If you won't let me help you, I'll kiss you right now. What? Aurora was in shock. Is he kidding? She backed away. But Theo was faster. Swiftly, his arm went around Aurora's tiny waist and he pulled her forward. The feel of her soft breasts against the hard muscles of his chest and her soft gasp sent his heart pounding like a madman. He was mad for her. Staring into her enchanting eyes, he whispered, What will it be, Aurora? He lowered his lips slowly. D*MN, he was serious. Aurora cursed and panicked. She tried to move her limbs but couldn't feel them. D*MN it. Couldn't he pick a better time and place for this? His lips came dangerously close when she found her senses again. Squeezing her eyes tight, she surrendered. I'll let you help. Theo paused and pulled back slightly, then chuckled. She looked like she was about to get kissed by a dirty old man. I'm not going to kiss you. He sighed and released her as she slowly opened her eyes. And frankly, I'm quite hurt by your reaction. You startled me. For a good cause. Theo shoved both hands into his pockets and beamed proudly. You need to let the ones who care for you help you out once in a while. He cared for her? Aurora furrowed her brows in a thoughtful expression. Did he just say that he cares for her? She wanted to ask, but Theo was making a call to someone, and it caught her attention. Who are you calling? He glanced at her. Zia. To get you a new dress. Aurora snatched his phone. No. We can save it. Just get me a rag, detergent, and baking soda. Theo stared at her as if she had gone crazy. Trust me. I'll clean this up. It won't be like before, but it can survive the rest of the ceremony. All right. Theo laughed hastily. I'll call Zia to bring over a new dress. It'll be done in a jiffy. Theo's voice boomed into the ladies' toilet from outside. Aurora wasn't sure if she should laugh or cry. She wanted to laugh because Theo was guarding the women's restroom like a concerned but helpless teenage boyfriend. Then she felt the tears welling up in her eyes because some idiot had just ruined a Livacardi design. Pressing the rag soaked with detergent and baking soda onto the red spot, she was relieved when the redness started fading. Now is the time to count your blessings, Aurora mocked silently at her reflection. Is everything all right in there? Talk to me, Aurora. Aurora stiffened, suddenly aware that she was only in her bra and underwear. Why, yes, everything's under control. Aurora winced. Under control? Are you a cop? Theo chuckled. Roger that. Soon the blasting of the hand dryer echoed from the toilet and Theo chuckled at the carpeted floor. Aurora didn't whine or cry. Instead, she was cool and collected. She treated that unfortunate splash of red wine as a problem and proceeded to solve it. When Aurora emerged from the toilet, she looked just as before except for the extra light pink spot on her chest. She had let her hair down and the orange-red waves now cascaded off shoulders like a waterfall of fire. Hell, Theo groaned silently, clutching his fists once more. God help him. Here's your jacket. Theo took it and put it on again. Are you sure you don't need it? He pulled on the sleeves of his white shirt to straighten it. Aurora shook her head innocently. I'm not cold. Theo laughed at her timely sarcasm. Did we miss the ceremony? Aurora suddenly looked concerned. Theo flashed one his grins as he offered his arm again. Just in time. And they were. Once they sat, the doors opened and the bride entered with an impressive rendition of the Canon D played by the live orchestra. The rich and famous do things differently indeed, Aurora thought as her eyes sailed across the room, taking in the audience seated in colorful clothes amidst the magnificent fairy tale setting. The aisle was lined with columns covered with white ranunculus and sweet peas. Stretching her neck, she watched the bride step towards the groom, and then her eyes met Audrey's fuming gaze. Aurora looked to her side just as Theo looked away. Why is he staring at my face? Was there something? Theo looked at her again and saw her feeling her face aimlessly. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Yes. Aurora was frantic. What? Beauty. The impish grin was back. Aurora shot him a joking glare and nudged at his arm. The couple was exchanging rings. Aurora smiled weakly at the sight as pain from the past rose in her chest. She turned from the loving scene to blink away her tears. When she looked back, the couple was already sharing a kiss. Audrey was at the side, still staring at her. This time, she had a new smug on her face. Just you wait, it warned. The hall roared with applause and the orchestra sounded with greater enthusiasm. I have something to tell you. Theo bowed and whispered in her ear. Aurora looked up, half expecting another flirtatious remark from the master of charm. What? She felt a giggle surfacing. I'll tell you later. I'm starving. Habitually, Aurora fished out her phone and checked for messages as she tailed Theo. There were a few from Trish, asking about the wedding ceremony, and then one from Madame Zoya, giving her the instructions for tomorrow. Then she saw the text from an unknown number. Could it be a job interview? Aurora grinned with nervous anticipation as she opened the text. She might not need a job from Theo after all. The text read, "Why didn't you tell them your last name?" Aurora stared at it, dumbstruck. Chapter 11, in which she was blackmailed. Aurora groaned wearily. Audrey must have sent that text. She was sure of it. Aurora let out a dry chuckle and ignored the text. She's not going to entertain any more of her juvenile tricks. Her phone buzzed again as if it read her mind. Her irritation grew. Ignore it, Aurora, you know it's nonsense. But she couldn't ignore it. The itch of curiosity was gnawing her insides. She opened the text with an annoyed sigh and a chill crept up her neck. Unknown sender. I know what you did. I know your family's shame. Aurora looked around. She was alone. The guests had gone outdoors for the next part of the celebration. Anger flooded her chest. This has gone too far. That woman had actually snooped into her private matters. Aurora stomped towards the exit. She was going to find Audrey and settle this with her once and for all. Her phone buzzed again. Aurora halted and glared down at the screen. It was another text from the same person. Aurora lost it. That's it, she roared. She's going to find Audrey and have a one-on-one with her, Trish's style. What is losing a few locks of hair compared to giving that princess a piece of her mind? Tapping angrily, Aurora opened up the text, read it, and stiffened. Unknown sender. $10,000 for my silence. It's blackmail. Aurora's eyes widened in disbelief. She turned away from the exit as a mix of dread and anger seeped in. Squeezing her eyes, she clutched her phone tightly, then gripped both hands together and pushed it against her forehead. She bowed and screamed a loud silent scream. It's F***king blackmail. Hot tears washed down her cheeks. She straightened and covered her face, sobbing hard. What more do you want from me? I have repented. Is it not enough? I did the best I could. The tears can't seem to stop. Aurora lifted her face and stared ahead, feeling useless and utterly exhausted with life. When will this nightmare end? Why can't it end? There you are. Aurora froze. Her mind went frantic. Theo must not see the texts. I thought you were right behind me, babe. His footsteps got louder as he came closer. Jeff has another question for you, but I think you should ignore him. Grab a bite first. He's getting all cranky from the wine. In one fluid motion, she sniffed back her tears of anguish as she turned off her phone screen and slipped it into her purse. Theo heard her sniffle and stopped a few steps behind her. Then he noted that her shoulders were heaving. Is she crying? He strode forward and turned her around. Her face was raw and wet. She looked so hurt that he couldn't think straight. His hands flew to the sides of her face and he cradled her cheeks and wiped the tears with his thumbs. Hey, it's all right. His voice was in a whisper so tender that Aurora found it strange. But she liked it nonetheless. What happened? He lifted her face and studied it closely. She has been putting up an act all this while, you idiot, Theo scolded himself. She sniffed. I'm good. You don't look good. I'm hungry. Let's go. Aurora removed herself from his touch and headed for the exit. Wait. Theo stopped her and slowly pulled her into his embrace and wrapped his arms around her. He was surprised that she didn't resist him this time and flashed a proud grin as he rested his chin on the top of her head. You're doing a great job. They like you. You suck at comforting people, she mumbled with a sniff. I'm not a kid who got bullied during recess. But you got bullied. I just had poor reflexes, that's all. It won't happen again, Aurora stubbornly insisted. I'm sure, Theo chuckled. She flipped her head and rested her cheek on chest and closed her eyes to savor the peace she felt inside. You don't have to be this nice. She whispered. I want to. His lips brushed across her soft, orange-red hair and he inhaled lightly. Why do you smell so nice? I use shampoo. He sniggered first, then she chuckled back. Tension was leaving her. Enveloped in his warmth, she felt so safe and comfortable she didn't want to let go. She felt the urge to tell him about the strange texts. But can she trust him? She had trusted someone before and ended up in this continuous loop of misery. Reality slammed into her like an incoming train. Aurora's eyes flared open and frantically pushed Theo away. His startled expression compelled her to explain. I'm thirsty. Let's join the others. He stopped her again. You sure? We could leave if you want. He tipped her chin and searched her eyes. Aurora gave a relaxed smile. Nah, I'm all good. My stomach's growling actually. A deal is a deal. She took his money, she must finish the job. Taking Theo's arm, she followed him outdoors. She'll settle the text later. After Jeff, Aurora spoke to a few more people who were well acquainted with Theo. They were fascinated with Aurora's fortune-telling and asked for their palms to be read. She couldn't help but notice the women eyeing at Theo with interest. Some even went up to chat with him when Aurora was occupied, and he laughed along with them. The ease that they shared made her feel out of place. What do you expect, girl? She could hear Trish remind her that this wasn't her world. These women had wealth, status, power, and connections, while Aurora had debts and an unknown person blackmailing her. The strange texts pounced onto her again. With a full stomach, she was much clearer-headed and realized that Audrey couldn't have sent those texts. That marshmallow candy wouldn't ask for money, she already had loads of it. Then, who could it be? Her ex-boyfriend's face flashed in her mind. Instantly, she shook her head and pushed it away. She hasn't heard from him since that incident, it couldn't have been him. Instinctively, Aurora searched the crowd. Then she dropped her gaze with a mocking chuckle. Are you serious, Aurora? You think they blackmail you? Were you looking for me, babe? Aurora turned to her side and Theo was giving her one of his mischievous grins. Since when am I your babe? He took her hand and drew her close. Since you became my girlfriend. It seemed natural to run her fingers through his fringe and push it back to their rightful place. Well, you seem to be having a good time, ladies' man. I'm just one ladies' man. To him, she laughed nonchalantly, but on the inside, butterflies were fluttering. You're on a job. You're on a job. You're on a job. Aurora tried to brainwash herself. But Theo wasn't helping. He had slipped his fingers through hers and was leading her to the dance floor. As they swayed to a love song playing in the background, her arms around his neck, his hands on her waist, they looked at each other's faces like an artist going over every shape and contour of each other's features. Is there something on my face? Theo asked with a devilish grin. She burst out in giggles at the memory of her question from earlier. Yes. What is it? He widened his grin knowingly. Your eyes, nose and mouth. She battered her lashes innocently. Ah, come on. That's not the right answer. Aurora laughed. I bet a lot of women have told you. I want to hear it from you. But I've already told you before we came here. I want to hear it again. His voice fell into an alluring whisper that made her shudder with anticipation. What was it you wanted to tell me? She seemed to recall something and shot him a puzzled glance. Chapter 12, in which he wants more. Theo blinked at his lovely enchantress smiling innocently back at him. Earlier after the ceremony you wanted to tell me something. What is it? Neat, he thought as he chuckled over her head. That was some impressive move. She had cleverly avoided his advancements. When he looked back, the corner of his eyes was wrinkled up with crow's feet. We're going on a retreat this weekend. A retreat? Theo nodded. Gil's invitation. I guess he wanted to extend his celebration. I see. Aurora started to panic. She wouldn't be able to work this weekend. How will she get enough money to pay for everyone? There's another King $10,000 on her back. What if the pay-up is soon? If she couldn't pay up in time, that sicko would spill everything in Theo, what would he think of her? She had that look again, the vacant expression of a person carrying the weight of the world on her shoulders. Theo frowned. What the hell is going on in that sweet little mind? He wanted to know. Hell, he wanted to know everything about her. Aurora. Her eyes snapped back to consciousness. She looked up at him with a rehearsed smile. Something's wrong, isn't it? Her voice came out in a wary drawl. No, why do you think so? Something's wrong. It's all over your face. He gently held her chin to capture her full attention and whispered with concern in his eyes, tell me. Don't do this. I want to help you. Why? The outline of her eyes reddened. Because I want to. He sounded determined. His eyes were boring into hers, imploring her to trust him. Aurora tore her gaze away and replied curtly, it's none of your business. She unwound her arms and stepped back. For some reason, she was aggrieved at his open concern. Aurora, he breathed, his voice took on a pleading tone. Look around us, Theo. I don't belong here. We both know why I'm here and how I got here. In a toned-down voice, she concluded, we're just business partners. Nothing more. I want us to be more. Theo. Aurora sighed wearily. You're not being fair. The word triggered her innermost frustrations. Her gaze hardened instantly. Fair? Look at us. She pointed from the front of his clean shirt to the pink ring in her chest. We're from two different worlds. How fair can this be? With a deep inhale, Theo stalked off the dance floor. He strode towards the nearest table, grabbed a glass of red wine, raised it over his head and emptied the contents on him. An observing group reacted instantly. Aurora heard a sharp, shocked intake of breath in the crowd and turned around, just in time to see Theo dripping with red wine. What the hell? Instinctively, she rushed forward, grabbed a napkin on the table and wiped his face. What the hell are you doing, Theo? She hissed as she pressed the cloth on his wine-soaked shirt. Are you crazy? The devilish grin was back firmly on his face. Theo gazed through his damped fringe at his little temptress, her pretty features coiled up in shock and worry. He gently took her chin and forced her to look at him. I'm going into your world, babe. He removed the napkin from her and handed it to a baffled waiter standing near them. Theo, you idiot. You need to wipe. He put a finger to his lips. SSH, it's all right. You took it well and so will I. Aurora felt a growing warmth in her eyes as she stared into his. Give him a chance, a tiny voice in her mind said. Heeding it, she welcomed the fuzzy feeling swelling inside her and tiptoed to brush his damp fringe away from his adorable forehead. He was a wet mess, but she thought he looked beautiful. They left hastily to avoid stealing the happy couple's thunder. You ready to tell me what's wrong? Aurora gave a half-serious glare at the sickeningly handsome man in the driver's seat, then stared ahead again. There was a brief moment of silence as she struggled with what to say. With an exhale she conceded. I need to work on weekends. His mouth formed a grim line. And you can't take leave. Aurora nodded. Perhaps he could tell those debtors to cut her some slack. Then he slapped himself mentally. Real sweet of you, Theo. She will throw herself at you and call you her knight in shining armor. If she knew that you've been snooping around, she wouldn't let you near her again, you idiot. Are you alright? You look like you want to punch someone's face. Theo turned to her. I'm just thinking about what you just said. Aurora looked at the road in front of them. I'll keep my end of the deal. You've already done a lot for me, actually. I'll settle this with Madame Zoya. The car came to a stop and he faced her directly. You'll start work tomorrow. Aurora almost jumped out of her seatbelt. You mean at your company? Tomorrow. Clearly she couldn't hide her relief. Thank God. Her insides did a somersault. This would help a lot. He nodded quietly. 8 a.m. Give your name to the receptionist and look for Rose. At the sound of a woman's name, a twinge of jealousy hit her gut. Aurora cleared her throat and repeated Rose. Theo straightened. A twinkle of amusement flashed across his eyes. Yes, Rose. Is there a problem? Aurora shrugged. Nope. Everything's good. Register at the receptionist and ask for Rose. I got it. You're not going to tell me what you're thinking, are you? She forced a bright smile. Nope. What will I be doing? Theo leaned back and smiled. You'll know tomorrow. Don't be late. Rose was the CEO's executive assistant, otherwise known as Theo's secretary. When the elderly woman greeted her with a warm smile, Aurora had thought that she was a lawyer. In addition to her black suit and pants, her gray hair was pulled into a tight ponytail without a single loose strand, and her thin almond eyes were framed with stern-looking, red-rimmed specs. I've read all your particulars and discussed with Mr. Barone. We have found a position for you. Thank you, Rose. I really appreciate the opportunity. Aurora breathed carefully to steady her frenzy nerves. She was more mindful than usual. It's always good to start with a good impression in a new workplace. They stepped into the elevator and Rose pressed the button for the highest floor. Are we going to meet the CEO first? No. We're going to your desk. Rose tipped the corner of her specs and stared ahead. But I thought the highest floor is the CEO's office. Strange anxiety stirred inside Aurora. She has heard of CEOs having 2 secretaries, but what can a college dropout do? Besides, she had stated her conditions clearly. Yes, it is, Rose replied calmly, oblivious to the thunderstorm brewing inside the new staff. I don't understand. Why are we going to the CEO's office? The soft tinkle answered her and the elevator door opened to a familiar setting. Only it was empty now. Aurora swallowed hard at the memory of gifting her new boss a tight slap. Suddenly she felt awkward. Why didn't she think it through when she asked for a job? Because you don't have king choice. Aurora nodded mentally. Right. Stay focused, Aurora. You're here to work. They strode into a separate room, half the size of the CEO's office, and stopped in front of a quaint wooden table laid with a dark silver laptop and a nice gray phone. Here's your desk. You will report to me. I'll be over there. She pointed to a desk much larger than Aurora's, topped with thick ring files and 2 enormous desktops and surrounded by 3 high shelves. Aurora exhaled with respect. That's a lot of work you're doing. Rose's eyes widened briefly as if she never heard that comment, and then she gave a warm smile. I do my best. What will I be doing? Rose blinked and hastily added. Theo didn't tell you? Aurora shook her head with a sheepish smile. You'll be assisting me. Aurora could imagine Theo looking at her with his impish grin. Chapter 13, in which he helps her secretly. Theo was in the best of mood. How many years has it been since he felt this burst of sunshine in his chest? Hell, who remembers such things anyway? He was actually looking forward to the day. Fixing his tie, he couldn't stop smiling at his reflection. Rose, as always, knows what he wants and has the solution for all his needs. What will he do without her? As he strolled to his car, he pictured in his mind Aurora standing sweetly in his office, waiting patiently for him, and when she saw him, she would greet him with her big smile. His plan was flawless. He would pull some strings here and there to help her earn as much as she can, so she wouldn't feel guilty about going away for the weekend. Selfish B****. You just wanted Aurora for yourself. He grinned at his reflection in the elevator door. Hell yeah. Aurora wasn't waiting sweetly at his desk. She entered his office with Rose trailing behind her, and Theo forgot to breathe. How can a woman be ravishing and sexy as hell at the same time? The white shirt was the plainest he'd seen and obviously a size too big, but it showed off her perfect collarbone and revealed a good amount of her silky fair skin. And that skirt, hell, he could see her full hips with it. As Rose breezed through his schedule for the day, Aurora kept her eyes on the ground with a straight face. Theo was bothered. He couldn't tell if she was happy or upset. When Rose was done and he thought that he'd finally have a private moment with his redhead goddess, Aurora scurried off. Rose saw the disappointment on her boss's face and tilted the corner of her specs. Aurora will get you your coffee. Theo grinned widely and waited. Sure enough, 10 minutes after Rose disappeared into the secretary room, Aurora entered with his cup of steaming black, sugarless coffee and placed it on his desk. She was about to leave when Theo said, I've never seen you before, are you new here? Aurora spun around with an astonished look which then flipped into a glare. It's not funny, Theo. There you are. I finally see your beautiful face. You've been giving the ground so much attention, I'm starting to get jealous of it. She finally relaxed her shoulders and smiled. You're a real charmer. How are you holding up so far? Her face fell into a bored expression. The only thing I've done so far is getting you that cup of coffee. It's been wonderful. Everything in the pantry works fabulously. Theo noted her sarcasm and cleared his throat as he glanced at the clock. It's now 8:50 am. He was earlier than usual. No wonder she was feisty. Theo. Her raspy voice sounded. Aurora. He gave her a smile that encouraged her to speak her mind. And so she did. The pay in my contract is ridiculous. He looked serious all of a sudden. It's too low, is it? I knew it. I'll ask Rose to. Aurora came closer and exclaimed in a hushed voice. It's too high. His brows knitted with feigned ignorance. Is it? I assure you it's the market rate. Rose said it. She's never wrong about these things. Aurora sighed wearily. I think you told her to put down that figure. Rectify it, Theo. You promised not to interfere like that. I got to go now, Rose needs me. A minute, he groaned. Her eyes are as sharp as an eagle's. Nothing escapes them, or that clever little brain of hers. Once Aurora was out of sight, his smile evaporated into the sulk of a boy who tried to steal a cookie but got caught. Aurora returned to her desk and her phone had 2 new texts, one from Trish and the other from the unknown sender. Unknown sender text, a week. She was mortified. This sicko wants $10,000 in a week. She typed furiously and sent her response. Why don't you go rob a bank? Mother f***cur, she cursed under her breath. If she could easily whip out 10 $1,000, her life wouldn't be this king miserable. Her blackmailer must have the IQ of a cucumber. Her phone buzzed again. The text opened and she glared at it. 5,000 in a week. Another 5,000 in the next. Or your family story goes onto the internet. Her shoulders felt like a wrung towel. Where the ck is she gonna get $5,000 in a week? Aurora hugged her head and rocked back and forth like a frightened child. Aurora, are you alright? Her head shot up with a rehearsed smile on her face. Yes. Startled, Rose stared at her briefly, then recoiled and placed a stack of files, all labeled confidential, on her table. These need to be converted into a digital copy. Can you do that? Yes, I can, Aurora answered as she leafed through the papers. I need to lock up my laptop before I go, right? Rose nodded with a motherly smile. She was impressed with this attractive little assistant that Theo found for her. Since the merger was called off, Theo's uncle had been snooping around to get his hands on the company's accounts and tamper with it, so he could sneak out more funds. But with more precautions, there was more work to be done, and Rose was getting old. She needs an assistant. With his uncle's experiences and connections, Theo couldn't trust anyone, so Rose patiently waited for her young boss to find the perfect person. He was right about Aurora. She is a smart girl. Who says you need to hire someone with qualifications? The right one can come from any background. So you're helping Theo's secretary with her paperwork? Trish's voice responded with a dull tone in her ear. What does she do then? I hope she's not bullying you. No, Aurora laughed. Rose is really nice. She does other big things, I suppose. I didn't ask. I try not to pry too much. It's just my first day, Aurora answered her best friend in shallow breaths. It still sounds like Theo made that job for you, Trish chuckled. Aurora ignored the teasing tone. Well, Rose said that she has been asking Theo for an assistant, but they can't seem to find someone suitable. Aurora still couldn't get over the way that smart *SS Theo skirted around her condition. She wasn't exactly his secretary, but she still worked next to his office. He stayed in his office the whole day, only leaving to God knows where during lunchtime. Why is he so keen on keeping her close? Wait, did he think she was his lucky charm? That's strange. Trish's voice brought Aurora back to the empty street. They can get anyone, I'm sure. Why are you out of breath? I thought I'd go over to Madame Zoya's a little early to take a breather. D*MN girl, you're like a modern-day Cinderella. One of these days. I'm going to work to death. Yeah. You've said that many times, Trish. Cut it out. Humph. Well, I'm actually glad that Theo's bringing you out for the weekends. I know you gotta work, but you should take at least one weekend off. How long has it been since you've done that? Aurora squeezed her left eye as she admitted 5 years. D*MN right. 5. F***king. Years. I work only 5 days a week and I felt like I've slogged my entire life away. You work 7 days a week, girl. 7. You know what, I'm going to get you a nice dress for the retreat. Where did you say you're going? Hello? Rory? You who? Trish, Aurora whispered in disbelief. What? What's happening over there? I heard a lot of chatter. Geez, is there a flea market near the shop? What are they selling? The part-time psychic shook her head and murmured into her phone, it's not a flea market. There's a super long queue outside Madame Zoya's. I gotta go. Aurora disconnected the call before Trish said another word, then took in a deep, careful inhale. Chapter 14, in which she made a move on him. Aurora instantly recognized some of the faces. They were Theo's friends who attended yesterday's wedding. The second they saw her, their eyes lit up with anticipation and excitement. Aurora! Thank God! A small woman stepped forward. Though a different color, her dress was still a little too tight. Aurora recognized her, Jeff's wife. Sophia? What are you doing here? To get a reading, of course. I didn't want Jeff to know, so I waited. A man overheard their conversation and came up behind Sophia. He was Philip Answer, the grandson of the famous energy multi-billionaire Harvey Answer. Me too, Aurora. Your advice really worked. It's the first time I received a compliment from Grandpa. I need another reading ASAP. Aurora smiled at the man about her age in a silver leather jacket and tight rubber pants. Sure, Phil. Hang on. I'll get to you. Sophia looked over her shoulder with a scowl. Don't worry, Philip. You'll get your turn. Aurora strode to the front, blurting out hellos and nice to see yous but not stopping until she reached the start of the line. There are 15 of them in total. Wow, Aurora breathed in astonishment. This is good business. Madame Zoya will be ecstatic. But it will be a busy evening. Aurora gave a conflicted smile. Eligible bachelor and billionaire investor, Sam Wilkie wanted to know if he'll meet his high school sweetheart again. Staring at his round face and kind eyes, Aurora said, she might have passed you by, but you didn't notice. Sam shot forward in his seat. God *MM. I should pay more attention to the people around me. You're right, Aurora. She could be one of them. Francine Gold is the head of her family business that owns popular alcohol brands like the Goldilocks, Bonnie Runner, and Starknesses. She wanted to know when her true love will appear. Aurora scanned the tarot cards and mumbled to herself, then muttered. You might not like the advice, but it says here, your true love depends on you. Hands flew to the heiress's mouth as her shocked eyes grew misty. I don't know why it took me so long to accept his proposal. I get it, Aurora. As long as I'm happy when I'm with him, nothing else matters. The signs are on him, Aurora muttered. Sophia looked confused. On him? Oh God. It's true then. There is another woman. Immediately those round eyes reddened. Did you check for the signs? Aurora leaned closer and whispered. Sophia sobbed. I did. I checked his clothes, bag, wallet, and phone. But there's nothing. No perfume or lipstick. Even his credit card records are clean. What I meant was on him. The tearing wife halted and blinked a few times. You mean his body? Aurora nodded. There's nothing. She sniffed. Abruptly, she quieted down and furrowed her brows. He does look a bit gaunt lately. And he hasn't been eating much. Sophia flung a surprised look at Aurora. Oh my God. He's sick? It must be that stupid stock market. Silly me. Why did I think that he has a mistress? And that was the last of them all. Aurora glanced at the clock. It's 11:30. Gosh, she had been at it for more than 5 hours. Time to pack and go home. It was almost midnight when Aurora finally stepped through the black curtain. Theo was leaning against his car and reading something off his phone. He appeared to be waiting for someone. Aurora waited until he looked up and caught a glimpse of her. A big smile spread across his striking mouth. Theo moved towards her and she walked up to him. Upon getting a closer look at her, she looked exhausted but cheerful. Someone's in good spirits today. I am. Aurora rolled her chin to one side and smiled widely. Theo mimicked her. What's the good news? I love my job. Theo laughed and turned around. She followed him and they walked to his car. I mean it, Aurora placed her hand on his arm. I used to do it just for the pay. But now I'm in love with it. Theo opened the door to the passenger seat, then propped his elbow on the edge of the car roof and looked straight into Aurora's eyes. Now, I'm jealous of your job. You've got to stop making me jealous, babe. Aurora met Theo's strong gaze and admired its mysterious charm. Her eyes lowered to his lips. Girls, stop gawking at the man. She flinched at the voice in her mind and pretended to be interested in his collar. That's a nice suit, she blurted and then winced in embarrassment. Theo chuckled as he replied, Zia made it. Aurora inhaled deeply to steady her racing heart and mustered a confident smile. I love her work. I really do. He stepped aside for her to slide in. We can go get some clothes from her again if you like. Once Theo got in at the other side, the door slammed shut and the engine started with a smooth, deep roar. You did it, didn't you? Theo turned the wheel and the car glided out of the parking space into the road. There was a long queue outside Madame Zoya's shop today and they were all your friends, Aurora continued with a meaningful glare. Theo kept his gaze on the road. Theo. Aurora urged with a weary frown. Aurora. He stared ahead. She leaned closer with a warning glare and repeated his name. He swallowed hard. Her seductive voice tickled the sensitive spot below his ear. All right. I kind of did it, he conceded. Kind of. Aurora fell back into her seat. They asked me for your contact information, so I gave them the address. Aurora smiled appreciatively. Thank you. The car stopped at the traffic lights. Theo turned to her with a mischievous glint in his handsome eyes and a matching grin. Do I get a kiss? Aurora went still. Her eyes darted to his mouth and she stared at his full lower lip. She wants those sexy cushions to cover her mouth and feel them on her lips. Her throat went dry at the thought. Her lips parted slightly. She leaned closer. Then she stopped, blinked twice and retreated back to her seat. It was meant to be a joke, but she took it seriously. Theo chuckled silently, feeling pleased with her response. He turned back to the road with a contented smile. Say something Shoal, he scolded silently. Don't make her more embarrassed than she already is. Then he felt her soft lips on his left cheek. It lasted for a fraction of a second and he was in a daze for the remaining second. When he turned around again, she was back in her seat, her cheeks the color of her hair, and he stared at her like a deer caught in the headlights. Aurora couldn't look back. She didn't know what overcame her. It was like her body acted on its own. Theo gripped the wheel tightly to stop himself from taking her lips. Green, Theo. She cleared her throat. At that, an impatient honk spurted from outside. Theo flashed a satisfied smirk at the road and drove on. The car moved past a stretch of shop houses and Aurora cleared her throat again to break the awkward silence between them. That was a thank you. She sounded like a lawyer giving a closing speech. Theo widened his smile. I see. It meant nothing. Of course. Aurora hit his thick, solid arm as a giggle escaped her lips. I'm serious. Theo glanced at her then back at the road. So am I. Then he added, I'm serious about you. She looked down at his large hand covering hers. After a careful inhale, she turned her hand so that their palms kissed, and slipped her fingers through his. They exchanged a quick, delightful glance, then Theo laced their fingers tightly together. We're having lunch together tomorrow. Zia wants to get to know you better. Chapter 15, in which she enters his world. She's going to meet Liv F** King Accardi. Aurora stared at the man relaxed in his driving and then at the illuminated road in front of her. Take a deep breath, Aurora. It's just lunch with Liv F** King Accardi. Oh my god. What is she going to wear? She doesn't have anything impressive to wear. Then she remembered that she had gotten red wine stains on Liv's dress and color drained from her face. Okay, what's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost. Theo cast a puzzled glance at her. Everything's great, Aurora tried to calm herself. It's no big deal. It's just lunch with the most famous fashion designer of all time. She took in a large, deep breath and smiled nervously ahead. I'm good. Theo raised his right brow. Why do I get a feeling that you want to strangle me? She thrust an angry glare at him. Yes, I do. Why didn't you tell me sooner? You were working, babe, Theo retorted with an oblivious chuckle. Besides, it's just my aunt. We have lunch every Friday, so I thought you can join me, then we'll go to her place afterwards and get you more clothes for the retreat. Aurora flung off Theo's hand and covered her face with both hands to muffle her squeals of excitement. She's going to meet Liv Accardi. She's going to see more of her designs. Now I get the feeling that you're in love with Zia, Theo sighed. He's actually jealous of his own aunt. It was a regular cafe with modern decor that served sushi just a few blocks from Liv's flagship store. The designer was in the mood for some Japanese food, so her nephew gladly accommodated. When Aurora and Theo arrived, Liv was already seated at a table in a private corner. The restaurant was filled with the lunch crowd and as Aurora moved with Theo, she felt their gazes on her and heard their fervent whispers. They must be looking at her, Aurora thought, feeling self-conscious again. They could probably tell that her black blouse and skirt was secondhand. She had gotten them from a flea market after much nagging from Trish. She felt a squeeze in her hand and looked up to find Theo staring down at her with concerned eyes. Aurora gave an assuring smile and looked ahead. The designer was right in front of them. Aurora's eyes widened with shock as she drew in a sharp breath. The older woman frowned. Are you all right, Aurora? Why, yes. Nice to meet you again, Liv. I mean Miss Accardi. Liv gave a royal wave of her hand. No. Just call me Liv. Theo bowed slightly and whispered into her ear, calm down. He went to the chair next to Liv and pulled it out for Aurora. Aurora hesitated. Then she glanced at the woman in a tall collared, black shirt, who gave her an encouraging nod, and slid into the chair. You look great, Zia. Theo exhaled as he sat opposite his aunt. Why are you sighing, Piccolo? Nothing, Zieta. Just work. Liv leaned forward and grabbed her nephew's hand tightly with a strange tension in her brows. You must rest, Piccolo. So you see and fight that man, no? Aurora furrowed her brows as her gaze bounced between Theo's tired smile and his aunt's furious expression. Who's the man they're talking about? She made a mental note to find out later. Yes, Zia. I'll try. Theo exhaled again. Good. The bobbed white hair shook slightly as the designer gave a loud clap and then opened up the menu. Let's eat. Aurora, what would you like to have? Aurora shot up straight in her seat when the attention suddenly shifted to her. I'll take the egg sushi. Just that. Theo leaned forward with his mischievous gaze. Aren't you famished? Aurora shot a glare in his direction, then switched to a smile at the observing grande dame. I'll take the tuna and salmon sushi too. You must try the sea urchin sushi, babe. It's their best dish, Theo muttered as he turned the pages. The aunt raised her brows in surprise, then reached for her glass and sipped the white wine with a knowing smile. She continued to observe the woman that her nephew had brought to see her. Theo never brings his dates for a family meal, he only mentions them when asked. Aurora stared at her reflection in a tent-shaped, pale turquoise sundress and sighed. She had, again, insisted on getting clothes from Liv's old collections. As the girlfriend of a business billionaire, she should be more outgoing and bold with her fashion choices. She knows exactly what to wear. But she's hiding behind the excuse of not wanting to offend the bride. What is she afraid of? Aurora sighed. She has no answer. She stepped out of the changing room and Liv gave her an overall glance with her stern gaze. Then, a pleased smile slowly crossed her thin lips. This dress looks perfect on you. Thank you, Liv. Let's get another one. Aurora rushed forward to stop Theo's enthusiastic aunt. I'll just get this, Liv. This will do. Liv turned around and waved her hand in dismissal as if saying she would have none of Aurora's nonsense. You are going to a retreat. How's one dress enough? You need a full suitcase at least. She laughed heartily. Aurora giggled softly, feeling more relaxed around the older woman. Really? I'm good with just one. I'll wear my own clothes. The aunt grabbed Aurora's hands and looked into those emerald eyes. Let my piccolo pamper you. It eased your way of a baron man. His father, my brother, taught him so. If you don't let him, the old man will rise from his grave and scold his son. We don't want that, no. Aurora stared at the face of an old woman who now exuded strong motherly vibes and her throat thickened with guilt. In a hoarse whisper she conceded, all right. Wonderful. Liv held onto one of Aurora's hands and led her out of the dressing room, back into the main hall. Theo was on a couch. They stopped and looked at him. His legs were elegantly crossed, his hands were laced together, resting on his stomach, and his eyes were closed in a relaxed manner. He's asleep. Aurora whispered. SSH. Let him. We go here. Liv let the orange-red hair beauty around the couch. Once out of earshot, the older woman shook her head with a tender chuckle. That boy? I told him he cannot sleep with the lights on. It's not good for him. He sleeps with the lights on? Aurora looked incredulous. Is he afraid of the dark or something? Yes. He is afraid of the dark. Liv said quietly with a somber expression. Ever since his brother fell off the stairs and broke his leg, Theo doesn't like the dark. That's why he likes white, Aurora whispered in a surprising realization. You've been to his apartment? Liv looked bewildered. Aurora was equally astonished. How does she know? Noting her puzzled look, the aunt explained, only his apartment is white. Everything else is black. Aurora searched her memory and was shocked. Theo was always in dark clothes except when he was at home. So he brought you home. Liv muttered to herself. Aurora nodded. She stopped herself. The deal is a secret between Theo and her. She can't tell anyone, especially Theo's aunt. That was a close call. With a careful inhale, she said in a casual tone, he wanted to make dinner for me. So I went over. He treats you very special, Piccolo. Liv pat Aurora's right cheek like she was family. Aurora smiled politely back at the older woman, feeling more guilty than before. Chapter 16, in which he tried to get even closer. He sleeps with the lights on? D*MN, that sounds like some mental *T. Your man has issues. Trish hugged her pillow tighter. Aurora braided her hair and stepped back to take a turn in front of the mirror. He's not my man. Sure. And I'm Liv Accardi. Trish rolled her eyes at Aurora's glare, then added, he found you a job. He gave you nice clothes. She pointed to a heap of brand new clothes on Aurora's bed. Anyone can see that he's doing all he can to get close to you. He's just a friend, Trish. Stop it, Aurora protested. Her phone buzzed and she hastily picked it up to avoid more remarks from Trish. Madam Zoya, Miss Aurora. We had a lot of business the past 2 days. Thank you for your hard work. You will get a bonus of $2,000. I will give you your check next week. Aurora gaped at her screen in silence. With this money, she's down to only $3,000. Her luck can't be changing, can it? Your man's here. Trish crouched low at the window, straining her neck to sneak a peek outside. D*MN Rory. Your man's AF *King sex god. How can someone look that sexy in just a t-shirt and a pair of jeans? Aurora climbed up beside her and peeped through the blinds. Theo was in a black t-shirt and tight, gray jeans that showed off his thick muscles. He was in his usual waiting pose, body propped against the side of his black sports car, a hand holding up his phone as he read from it. From where they were, he looked like the god of Mars. Trish was right, every inch of him oozed sex appeal. Remember, safe sex, Trish winked. Trish. Aurora glared back with flushed cheeks. The plane soared smoothly across the bright, warm sky, gliding over the shimmering, blue ocean. Inside, Aurora's eyes widened at Theo, who nonchalantly sipped on his red wine. We're going to Gil's private island? Theo swallowed and nodded. He built a resort on it. We'll be going there. Usually it's open for the public. But this weekend he had the entire resort booked for his wedding guests. A breath of awe left Aurora's lips. How does one come to buy an entire island? Theo chuckled lightly. His fingers brushed across her right cheek as he tucked a loose strand behind her ear. Kate has filled our agenda with activities, but I'll find a time to bring you around the place. There are many beautiful spots. I'm sure you'll like it. Aurora leaned closer with a soft smile, her shoulder pressed against his biceps, and Theo looked into her eyes. She whispered in a sultry tone with a smile. I look forward to it. Since she was on a vacation, she might as well enjoy herself. Aurora stepped into the lavishly decorated room that matched the nature bursting outside her window. She went to the high glass door and stepped through it. The vast bluish-green sea, glistening under the afternoon sun, welcomed her view. She inhaled deeply and exhaled, feeling the tension inside her slowly dissipating. Lunch is now. You ready? Aurora looked over shoulder and Theo was beaming at her. She shot him a deadpan face. I still find it strange that they are out of beds. Theo tried to look disappointed. Yeah, me too. Believe me, I tried to talk to Gil, but he gave the priority to the single and available guests. Aurora opened her mouth to argue but remembered their deal and clamped her lips. They are supposed to be a couple, she can't be single and available. Theo couldn't stop a tiny smile of satisfaction. His gaze darted to the mirror behind her when she furrowed her brows suspiciously at him. Maybe I'll go talk to Gil. Theo circled his arms around her slender waist and pulled her forward. The bed is big enough for the both of us. Let's not trouble the man. He's already busy with his honeymoon. Aurora tilted her head sideways and smirked back. Fine. We can always stack the pillows in the middle. Theo widened his gaze. He had forgotten about that tiny detail. Gil had kept his promise to Theo. The best room with the best view and one bed. But as usual, that tech tycoon didn't bother with the details. The bed was big enough to sleep 10. Now Aurora wanted to put pillows between them. Theo groaned inwardly. His goddess was moving further and further from him. He was looking forward to a nice morning cuddle. Grinning at her sly expression, he secretly planned to ask the resort manager to remove all the pillows. Let's go for lunch. I'm famished. She smiled knowingly at him. Theo threw his head back and laughed at the memory of the same remark she made before their lunch with Sia. It was like a private joke known only to the two of them, and he liked it. He felt that they had grown closer. As they stepped out of the room, the door of the neighboring room closed, and a familiar high-pitched voice hit the air. Theo! What a coincidence! Our rooms are next to each other's again. Aurora looked at Audrey, who ignored her and wound an arm around Theo's elbow. Those cat-like eyes narrowed hungrily at Theo as her voice purred. We're going to have fun again, just like the old times. Fun? What fun? Aurora stared at Theo meaningfully. Theo switched his view from Aurora to Audrey and let out a weary sigh. He pulled his arm out of Audrey's grasp and went across Aurora's shoulder instead. We've broken up, Audrey. Let it go. I'm with Aurora now. Audrey's beautiful face contorted slightly at the cold remark. Then she spotted Aurora and sneered. Oh, Aurora. I didn't realize you'd be here. Then of course, why wouldn't you? If I were in your shoes, I wouldn't miss it for the world. I'd hold on to Theo like he's a gold mine. Audrey. Theo boomed across the corridor. Stop being rude. I invited Aurora, so she's my guest. Apologize to her. Audrey lifted her nose defiantly and stormed off, her heels clicking furiously down the hall. Aurora glanced at Theo's angry face and slid her fingers through his and squeezed his hand. He looked down at her and mustered a soft smile. Let's go. What is your favorite position? Gil pushed his gold-rimmed specs up the bridge of his nose and grinned at his wife, a gorgeous, slim woman with long, brown hair, blushing quietly beside him. After lunch, Gil had his close friends gathered in the recreation room for drinks and games that Kate had prepared. They were into the second round of Truth or Dare, and the bottle had stopped at Gil. With his head bowed, Gil uttered Truth. The 6-9. And the crowd erupted into hoots of cheer and piercing screams as Kate repeatedly gave light hits of her fist on her husband's arm. Aurora laughed along. Theo noted her nervous silence at the start of the game, but then she became more at ease after the first question, laughing along with the others, and he relaxed again. Theo! The crowd chorused. Startled, he looked down and sure enough, the bottle was pointed at him. Gil eyed at him with a mean glint. I'm not letting you off, pal. It's about time we get to know more about your girl. Oohs and ahs injected the casual atmosphere. Aurora felt her cheeks warming up with the heightened attention on her, but she raised her chin confidently. Ask away. As the crowd burst into whoops of anticipation, Aurora turned to Theo and he flashed his magnetic grin at her. Then, her gaze switched to Gil and Kate, who were grinning mischievously at her. Audrey was next to Kate, sulking in the background. Aurora returned her a glare then looked away. Same question, Theo boy. What's your favorite position? The question scalded Aurora's cheeks as the crowd went wild. Amidst the cheers, Theo straightened and answered curtly, I choose dare. The crowd booed, but Theo smiled quietly at the ground. Then Gil revealed the dare. Kiss Aurora for 1 minute. Aurora's eyes flew to Theo. Chapter 17, in which they kissed. She wanted his lips on hers. But she didn't expect their first kiss to happen under such circumstances. At a loss for words, Aurora could only stare at Theo as hundreds of thoughts zoomed through her mind at once. Is she really going to let him kiss her in front of all these strangers? If she didn't, he would be embarrassed in front of his friends. But they're my lips. Aurora protested silently. But you promised to help Theo, her conscience poked at her. Theo wasn't grinning. He remained still as he held her gaze, as if he was waiting for her to decide. He's giving me a choice, Aurora thought. In a fleeting glance, she caught Audrey smirking at her, and decided. Aurora inched closer with her eyes set on his mouth. Theo took the hint and swooped down to take what she was offering. The second their lips touched, it was electrifying. Theo parted his lips first to feel more of those rosy cushions that had been invading his dreams. Her lips were so soft and plump, he let his curiosity take over. Leaning closer, he angled himself to cover her mouth entirely. She quickly followed and parted her mouth willingly, kissing him back with the same intensity, and man, could she kiss. His hand went to her neck and he held her in place for better access as his tongue slipped in to stroke hers. She stiffened for a second then relaxed again. Aurora's mind was completely blank. With her eyes closed, her senses magnified. She felt the strong urge of his full lips and tender caressing of his tongue, and was completely captured. Somehow her arms went around his neck and she pulled him closer to taste more of him, or let him take more of her. He surrendered to his desires and slid an arm around her waist to pull her up against him and explore the sweet depths of her mouth. Time's up. Someone shouted. Theo tore his lips away. In a dizzy state, he was still aware of an observing group and pulled Aurora into his embrace. He hugged her head to shield her face from the onlookers. No one can see his goddess's dazed expression, it's his. Resting his chin on top of Aurora's head, he drew in deep, silent breaths, then glanced at Gil to signal for his help to disperse the staring crowd. Gil came out of his stupor and cleared his throat. Kate, noting the cue, immediately announced, oh look, it's no longer scorching outside. Let's all proceed to the beach for more drinks and a breezy stroll, shall we? The crowd started to disperse with incessant murmurs of gossips and zest. Once they were alone, Aurora muttered through his shirt. Are they gone? Theo chuckled again, his heartbeat returning to normal. Yeah, they've left. Aurora pulled away but kept her gaze on Theo's shirt. Her face was the shade of a tomato. Theo couldn't stop staring, D*MN, she was glowing like one of those begonias in Zia's garden. She wouldn't look at him, so he cupped her warm cheeks and lifted her face. Hi. She broke into a smile. Hello. Let's run away. Aurora blinked. What? Before she could say another word, Theo took her hand and led her out of the resort. They got into a club car and drove off. Shouting over the running motor and the wind splashing on their faces, Aurora asked, what are we running away from? Reality. Theo smiled ahead, then glanced at her and looked ahead again. Aurora grinned broadly at the green hills. She drew in a deep breath and exhaled again. She liked the idea of running away from reality. She was not Aurora, he was not Theo. They were just two people who understood each other and ran away. She hugged his thick, right arm and rested her cheek against his firm biceps. How nice would that be? Theo was right. The scenery was breathtaking and calming. Standing in front of it, Aurora felt her tension evaporating. Theo came up beside her and she turned to him with a warm smile. Thank you, Theo. He looked into her eyes, mesmerized by the colors swirling in them, then bowed and shoved his right cheek to her. She knew what he wanted, the thank you kiss she had given him. But she jested, something on your cheek? He straightened with the serious face of a teacher. Aurora, I'm appalled. Where are your manners? And he lowered his cheek to her once more. She giggled, then tiptoed to give a peck on his cheek when he swung around and their lips touched. Aurora flinched back in surprise. Theo! She shot him a half-serious glare. Theo darkened his gaze as he wound an arm around her waist and pulled her towards him. Theo! Aurora warned, but she knew it was fruitless. Deep down, she wanted to taste him again. Badly. His lips came to an inch above hers and he paused. Just one kiss. His voice was raw with a need to feel her again. Unable to resist the temptation, Aurora parted her lips readily. Then a buzz of reality shook her awake. Eyes wide open, she was suddenly embarrassed by her own desires and turned to show her cheek instead. Theo noted her change in mind and halted, then lifted his chin and kissed her forehead instead. His lips lingered on her velvety skin for another second before he released her. But he stood close to her, unwilling to step away. "I want you, Aurora," he said with a firm tone. Aurora looked into his eyes and they were burning for her. She swallowed hard, then tore her gaze away and whispered harshly, "Why me, Theo? You can have all the women in the world. You're rich, handsome, and wonderful." His left brow raised and then an arrogant grin appeared on his lips. "You think I'm handsome? That's not the point I was driving at. What I'm saying is, You think that I'm handsome and wonderful," he finished it for her, grinning like a teenager who just received a confession from his crush. Aurora pushed his hand away when he reached for her again. "I don't understand. There are so many women out there who can do so much more than me and give you so much more. Why do you insist on me?" Theo was quiet for a moment. Then he answered bluntly, "It has to be you, that's all I know." How can he tell her that she was the one who reminded him of his strength? She encouraged him to take the risk and trust his instincts. If it wasn't for her, he would still believe that marrying Audrey was the only way to save his family business. She helped him remember that he holds the key. He is the son of his universe. No one has ever made him feel so sure of himself, the way she did. He wants her by his side. That's the lamest **ta man could ever tell a woman, Theo thought silently. You expect Aurora, your smart and beautiful temptress, to fall for that? Dream on, buddy. He watched quietly as Aurora turned around and moved away from him. You will come to me, babe. Aurora turned back. The sun was setting and the magical moment had ended. Reality weighed down on her shoulders once more. She was Aurora again. I won't, Theo. You will, he put on his impish grin. You are one persistent man. Theo shrugged. What can I say, you're worth my all. Their flirting was back in full force. Aurora chuckled lightly, then fished out her phone to check the text while following Theo back to the car. Unknown sender, photo, you liar. I changed my mind. 10K this week. Or I'll spill everything. Stunned, Aurora quickly tapped on the attachment. The photo opened and it was Theo kissing her at the Truth or Dare, Chapter 18, in which he grew impatient. What's the meaning of this? Aurora read the text again, her anger rising rapidly, filling her eyes with the familiar overwhelming hotness. That sick B***star thought she could get the money from Theo. Sicko. She can't possibly ask Theo for money. If she did, she would be exactly as Audrey had described her, a gold digger. Babe? Theo was already reaching the club car when he felt no one behind him. He turned back and saw Aurora dead in her tracks, staring at her phone in anguish. He called out to her and when she saw him, she immediately turned away. His expression switched into a grim one as he strode back to her. She is not letting him out on this one, he thought angrily. In 3 long strides he was behind her. He called her a few times but she didn't move, so he grabbed her trembling shoulders and turned her around. She looked like she was about to cry. Her eyes were red and moistened. He called her name again and asked her what's wrong. She took one look at him and stepped into his embrace. Immediately his arms went around her. She's frustrated, Theo thought as he tightened his hold. Her small frame molded perfectly against him, his large physique completely enveloped her. What's wrong? Don't ask, Theo, please, she replied into his shirt. I'm not letting this go. Tell me. Her head shot up and she stared back with wet eyes and scalded cheeks. You're not my boyfriend. Tell me. He wasn't planning to let her off easily this time. Aurora stretched her already strained mind to come up with a plausible story. Trish, Aurora sniffled. She was being harassed. Sorry, Trish, Aurora apologized silently. Theo furrowed his brows. That's all. Without releasing her, he reached up to wipe the damp corner of her eyes. All this for Trish? It must have been really bad or she must really mean a lot to you. Well, she's my best friend, Aurora sniffed. Theo pushed her head back against his chest and hugged her again. D***MN, another one that I should be jealous of. How many others do you have? Just list them all. Aurora chuckled into his shirt. I like the sound of your laughter, he sighed over her head. When Aurora felt calmer, she unwound herself from Theo and moved away. But he held onto her arm. What happened to Trish? Anything I can do to help? He looked genuinely concerned. Feeling guilty for lying to him again, Aurora focused on his shoulder instead. It was a stalker. He's been sending her threatening messages. She's filing a report on this, so it's all good. Then why are you crying? I'm just relieved, that's all. These are tears of relief. I see. He didn't look convinced, so Aurora added, I imagined what the stalker could do to her and got carried away. Looking at her fleeting eyes, Theo knew she was still hiding something. She still doesn't trust him, Theo thought and felt his frustration growing. Chill, big guy, he calmed himself. She just needs more time. But Theo's running out of patience. It's getting late. Let's go. He took her hand and led her back to the car. He wasn't talking to her. Throughout dinner, Theo ate quietly, giving occasional nods and smiles to the people at their table. His silence was unusual, so it irked her. What was bothering him, she wanted to know. She didn't like it when he wasn't responding in his usual cheer. You keep pushing a man away and he'll get pissed at some point. You should know that, Aurora. Yes, she does. But even so, she didn't want him to be like this, cold and impassive. She wanted the old Theo back. So she tried all sorts of excuses to get him to talk. This steak is really good. Isn't it, Theo? Theo nodded at his plate with a tiny smile. I heard the prawns are delicious too. Shall I get some for you? Theo doesn't like prawns, Audrey answered from across them. Aurora froze in her smile. She didn't know that. In fact, she knew nothing about Theo. Audrey lifted her gaze and smirked in triumph. Why didn't you know, Aurora? Aren't you his girlfriend? Perhaps we can have a little chat so you can take some notes. We don't want Theo to lose his appetite, do we? Aurora's mind went blank for a moment. She turned to Theo and he was focused on his steak, completely ignoring her. A familiar sensation grew at the back of her eyes. Don't cry, she warned herself silently. You are no longer that sheltered, young and innocent Aurora. You are much stronger now. At the thought, Aurora turned to Audrey with the sweetest smile she could conjure up. Sure. I thought you would mind. It was quite nasty when you both broke up, but I was wrong about you, Audrey. You're actually a kind and generous person. Audrey instantly steamed up and her ears crimsoned into bright red. She looked like a tomato who just emerged from a steam bath. Aurora, I know it's rude to ask, but Sophia's been telling me a lot about her fortune-telling session with you, and I'm very curious. Do you mind giving me a little reading? Kate asked with a lovely, embarrassed smile. You'll love it, Kate. Sophia shrieked. She's really good. Sure. Aurora mustered a polite smile and glanced at Theo. He was reading something off his phone and he didn't look pleased. A dreaded chill crawled up her neck. Did that sicko send something to Theo? Since he was able to take the photo, he must be here. But there are all billionaires here. Kate stretched out her palm and Aurora was jarred back to the present. She blinked and studied the palm. At this point, Theo stood, excused himself briskly and left. Tell her what you want to know, Kate, Sophia advised from her experience. Oh, all right. I want to know when I'll have a baby. Kate blushed and peeked at her husband who had been following the conversation and grinned back. Aurora couldn't take her mind off Theo and had to blink twice to register Kate's words. Focus, Aurora. She mentally scolded herself, then smiled warmly at the princess. Let's see. She traced the lines on Kate's palms and observed her face. With a broad grin, she whispered, Nature has the best bloom. Kate widened her eyes in a slow realization and clasped Aurora's hands together. Thank you, Aurora. I will not fret too much about it. How did you know I was worried? It's a secret, Kate. Gil chuckled lightly and hugged his wife. A fortune teller only tells, right, Aurora? Aurora nodded as Sophia responded, yeah. Audrey? It was as you said. Every dot. Kate looked across the table at Audrey, but her seat was empty. Oh dear, I was so absorbed I didn't see her leave. Kate creased her brows sheepishly. I'll fill her in when she's back. Gil casually spoke up as he placed the bite-sized steak onto Kate's plate. She left after Theo did, so she probably missed the whole thing. Tell her everything when she's back. A dense feeling swirled in Aurora's stomach. Audrey left after Theo? Are they meeting somewhere in private? Chapter 19, in which they argued. She wasn't able to dwell in her worries because as soon as she was done with Kate, the others swarmed over to her, asking for a reading. Aurora obligingly agreed. After the fourth reading, Kate persuaded the large group to let the poor psychic have some rest. This is supposed to be her vacation and you're making her work. Aurora shot her a smile of thanks. She gave them the address for Madame Zoya's, said goodnight to Kate and went back to her room. Theo wasn't there. Aurora looked around the large, empty room, then sat at the edge of the bed. Her gaze wandered to the darkness beyond the tall, glass doors. The silence was consuming her. Where did he go? Maybe he went for drinks with friends, she thought inside. She pictured him, lounging on a couch somewhere, swirling a glass of whiskey in one hand and hugging Audrey with another. No. She squeezed her eyes to force the image out of her mind. What's happening to her? She's acting like a neurotic girlfriend, as if she really is his girlfriend. Why should she care if Theo's with Audrey or not? Now you're being silly. Theo asked you to be his girlfriend to get Audrey off his back. Why would he be with Audrey? Yes, she's being silly. Aurora chuckled dryly at the carpeted floor and then let out a long sigh. She missed Theo. The curtains kept most of the sunlight out, but they glowed softly like a crystal ball in the dark. Consciousness seeped into the orange-red hair goddess. As she stirred, she heard a gentle, dull droning in her ear, like she was on a plane, flying high up in the sky. She opened her eyelids and Theo's sleeping face filled her view. It was then she felt a heavy arm draped over her waist and a pair of legs that weighed like logs trapping hers. A smile of relief touched her lips as she stared at his face. He looked so peaceful, Aurora didn't dare to move an inch, fearing that the slightest movement would interrupt his rest. Wide awake with nothing much to do, she decided to memorize his face. This was the first time she had seen him completely relaxed. He has the most gorgeous profile, powerful thick brows, sharp nose, and beautifully shaped mouth. She wants to run her thumb across that plump lower lip. His soft black curls have fallen loosely over his forehead, and he exuded the natural ruggedness of a dangerous cowboy. Her smile grew into a grin as she closed her eyes. She used to fantasize rolling in the hay, making love with a sexy cowboy. What's so funny? Theo's morning voice was husky and seductive. Aurora's eyes opened in surprise. She blinked at the warm smile spread across those perfect lips. God, she wanted to kiss him. Now you look dangerously sexy, he breathed a chuckle. Where were you last night? The second the question was out, Aurora regretted it. Perfect timing, she remarked in silence. You just ruined a wonderful morning. He inhaled deeply, then tightened the arm around her waist and pulled her against the firm muscles of his broad chest. The feel of his warm, bare skin startled her. Is he naked? You're killing me, babe. Stop moving, Theo warned with another chuckle. Aurora accidentally brushed across something hard and instantly knew what he meant. She didn't dare to move a muscle. She could feel his heart beating fast under her fingertips and suddenly felt flattered. Smiling contentedly, she snuggled closer into his warmth and rested her lips against the base of his throat. After a brief moment, he answered, I was out at the beach. Aurora felt relieved somehow. He wasn't lazing on some couch with Audrey. Then her brows wrinkled. Why were you at the beach? Then she silently added, why didn't you bring me along? As if reading her thoughts, he replied, you were busy reading palms, so I went alone. So you were at the beach all alone? It was his turn to crease his brows. His eyes flew open. What's that supposed to mean? He leaned back to take a good look at her. Well, Aurora avoided his eyes and stared at his chest while rummaging her mind for the right words to say. Audrey left after you did, so I thought. He sat up and Aurora realized that he was only bare-chested. When she met his gaze, he looked annoyed. You thought that I was with Audrey? Aurora slowly came to a sitting position. Well, she did leave after you did. And you didn't tell me where you went. She was sounding more and more like a suspicious girlfriend by the second, but she couldn't seem to stop herself. Theo was suddenly serious. Why should I tell you where I'm going? It was like a slap on her face. She paused at him, astounded. He was right. What has gotten into her? This is not her. They were bound together by a business deal, and she had been the one who kept reminding him about it all this while, pushing him away. Now all of a sudden she was acting possessive over him. You're right. I've overstepped. I'm sorry. She turned from him and got off the bed. D***mn right you are, he growled. Stunned by his snarky attitude, Aurora spun around and folded her arms. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with me? Yeah, what's wrong with you? I apologized, didn't I? I don't want your apology, he snapped. Aurora was baffled by his outburst. What the hell's the matter with this man? He's clearly being difficult. Then what the hell do you want, Theo? You! He thundered, his face in hers. I want you. Aurora inhaled sharply at the sight of his handsome features crushed into a helpless rage. I want you to trust me. I know it's hard, we've only known each other for less than 2 weeks. But I still want you to trust me. He raked his hair in an attractive, masculine way, and added in a gruff voice, all this while I've been telling you how much I'm attracted to you, how much I want you. Yet you suspected me of wanting to go back to Audrey. The words lingered at her lips. How can she tell him? What would he think of her if he knew the truth? It was all her doing, her family debt, the blackmail. As much as she resented her problems, she knew in the deepest and darkest bit of her heart that she deserved them. I'm not worth it. A tiny whisper escaped her lips. He heard her. Every word. Loud and clear. Her admission confounded him. His gaze broadened. Was that why she put up such a front before him? Because she thought that she wasn't worthy? D***mn you, Theo. Why didn't you think of that? I'm not worth it, Theo. Her low voice grew more solid. Theo moved in front of her. You are worth it. D***mn it, Aurora. Stop shaking your head at me. He gritted his teeth. She backed away from his hand. This has been a mistake. Theo stopped dead with apprehension. I shouldn't have agreed to the deal. It was all wrong. Don't do it, Aurora. Theo took another step forward. But Aurora took another step back and held up her palm to prevent him from moving. Chapter 20, in which they can't get enough of each other. Her words slid at him like a razor. Let's break the deal, Aurora whispered. Theo didn't move. No, he responded briskly. Theo, Aurora retorted. We were supposed to be professional, that was one of the terms. And we aren't. My only term was that you be my girlfriend until Audrey leaves. She has not given up, so you're still my girlfriend. This, he said with his finger oscillating between them, is a lover's quarrel. Given our circumstances, it's completely logical. So we're being professional. Aurora's eyes grew with each word until they goggled in fury. As much as she would like to think that he was wrong, he wasn't, and that made her more furious. She had been duped. Her third condition was actually useless from the beginning. Why didn't she realize it sooner? She glowered at the frowning idiot in front of her. He looked deliciously attractive, standing in front of her in only a pair of black sweatpants that barely hung around his hips. Her eyes swept across the clear ripples of his six-packs and she forgot to breathe. Aurora. Get a grip of yourself. Aurora took a deep breath and said firmly, I'm breaking the deal. Theo straightened his back with a deep inhale and replied in a cool, collected voice. Are you sure you can, Aurora? He noticed that she had been looking and was grinning inside. But he needed to stay on his toes. As with all mergers and acquisitions, anything can happen. Tables turn with the blink of an eye, but he won't let it happen here. He must, and he will convince Aurora to be his entirely. The second he uttered the question, her confidence vanished. The texts of blackmail flooded her mind once more. She had almost forgotten about the 10K in a week. *T. She squeezed her eyes in embarrassment and her rage went up another notch. Theo smirked at her silence. I thought so. Aurora detected a note of arrogance in his voice and decided then and there she would find a way to get even. After adding curtly, get dressed. We're going for breakfast. Theo stalked off. He headed straight for the bathroom and slammed the door shut. Aurora jumped at the loud bang, then her face relaxed again as she exhaled in frustration. Well, he's not the only one with a temper, she grumbled silently. She'll show him hers. Two can play this game, she mumbled and moved to her luggage. Theo locked the door behind him and slumped against it. Any second later, she would have caught him breaking out in cold sweat. When she got off the bed, he took one glimpse of that oversized t-shirt she was wearing and his limbs went numb. That D***MN shirt hid almost everything and yet revealed almost everything. He caught her nipples perking beneath the soft fabric and then he saw her entire body through the shirt. It fell off her shoulders on one side, revealing her slim upper arm and the side swell of her left breast, which was enough to trigger his full imagination. Then it ended just above her knee. He couldn't tell if she had anything on underneath. He felt like he was on the brink of insanity with just guessing what she was wearing or not wearing. Those flushed cheeks and seething eyes made it worse. God, she was sexy as hell, he thought and groaned. His head fell back against the door with a slight thud as he smiled to the ceiling. He wanted her so badly. She was annoying him on purpose. Theo could tell immediately and he decided to play along. It started at breakfast. Kate met Aurora at the coffee station. She noticed the orange-red hair beauty popping 3 sugar cubes into a hot latte. I didn't know you had a sweet tooth, Aurora, she giggled. Oh no. This is not for me. It's for my boyfriend, she emphasized loudly, enough for the entire dining room to hear. Kate was wide-eyed. Theo? But doesn't he take sugarless? Oh, you never know. Men change their habits like they change clothes. Aurora snapped her fingers and left the stunned Kate gaping after her. Theo's eyes fell into a grim line as the latte intruded his view, followed by Aurora's overly sweet voice. Here you go, darling. She sang and sat beside him. He swung around and grinned widely at the lovely face. Thanks, sweetheart. You're certainly the sweetest. How did you know that I was feeling for a nice and strong latte? You deserve a reward. Before Aurora could react, Theo grabbed her neck, pulled her in and settled his mouth firmly on hers for a long, hard kiss. Ah hell! A man in a yellow shirt, known to all in the stock market as Keen the sharpshooter, flinched in disgust. We're having breakfast, man. Aurora resisted at first, but she soon retaliated and kissed back fiercely. She was pleased when Theo let out a grunt of surprise. Seriously, you guys, take it back to your room. The man next to the kissing couple, Calix, a renowned economist, young, single, and miserable, jabbed a fork into his bowl of fruit with a soured look. Abruptly, Theo pulled away and shot a menacing grin at Aurora before lifting his gaze at the bewildered looks. Sorry, guys. She's just too cute. Couldn't help it. Just look at her. He pinched her heated cheeks like she was a toddler and flashed his impish grin at her warning glare. Gil and Kate chewed as though they were in a slow-motion scene and watched on in awe as Theo, chuckling, grabbed the cup of latte, took a large gulp and convulsed into a series of coughs. Their eyes widened as his girlfriend laughed heartily as she passed him a glass of water. After breakfast, the men went for a round of golf while the women decided to lounge by the swimming pool. What's going on between you two? Gil whispered to Theo, as Calix quietly took his shot. Theo frowned instantly. Keen chuckled then apologized to Calix's grouchy face and turned back to Theo. Aurora's a gem. She really knows how to get to you. Gil shot out a hand and received a high five from Keen in front of Theo's unimpressed expression. For all the hearts you've broken since college, it's about time you get flustered by a woman. Theo scoffed. Flustered? Me? Come on, Gil. Let's see how long you'll last in this silent war. Keen rested an elbow on Gil's shoulder and laughed alongside Gil, ignoring Theo's glare. Do fortune tellers read their own fortune? Sophia blurted. Aurora raised a brow at the stout woman in a bikini, lying on the sun lounger. She had never thought of that. What happened with Theo? Kate turned around and asked. Aurora stared ahead and shrugged. He was being an ass, so I'm giving him a piece of my mind. The women erupted into chuckles. My Jeffy's too nice. I wouldn't dare. Sophia lifted her nose like a proud queen. Theo's different when he's with you, Kate remarked quietly at Aurora. He wasn't as lively when he was with Audrey. Aurora smiled warmly at the glittering pool. Then her spirits dipped. She was starting to feel sorry for Theo. Any man would be upset when his girlfriend suspects his affections. He may be right, she hasn't been fair to him. Say. I haven't seen Audrey since breakfast. Is she not joining us? Sophia asked nonchalantly. Aurora's phone buzzed and she picked it up when Kate placed a hand over hers. Curious, she lifted her gaze and met the princess's kind face. Don't mind Audrey. She's a little bit pampered. A little is an understatement, Kate, Sophia interrupted, then gracefully sipped on her cocktail. Okay, she's spoiled. What I'm trying to say is I've known Audrey for the longest time, so I know what's best for her, even more than she does. If you are serious about Theo, hang on to him. Aurora grew still. She's serious as far as the deal goes. Then it dawned upon her that she has already invested so much of herself in this pseudo-relationship. When did it happen? The squeeze in her hand brought her back to senses. Kate smiled at her like an older sister, then announced that she would look for Audrey. With an occupied mind, Aurora looked down and saw her phone. She recalled that there was a new text waiting for her, and after a sigh, she opened it. Audrey, photo, come to the fountain. What is she up to now? Aurora groaned silently as she tapped on the screen. The photo came up and she saw Audrey and Theo chatting happily at the beach. Theo's eyes were smiling. Chapter 21, in which she gets even. Aurora drew in a sharp inhale. Theo wore this shirt yesterday, so this was definitely not from a long time ago. Alone? Ha! He wasn't alone at all. Her breathing became shallow as her blood started boiling. That jerk, arg. She was even feeling sorry for him. You're such an idiot, Aurora. You let two men lie to you. When will you ever learn? She read Audrey's text again and let out a dry chuckle. That be *TCH wants to meet? Sure. Bring it on. Whatever it is, she's going to pull some hair. No one messes with her man behind her back. She stood, and then halted. Hold it, girl. Think this through. You're just playing his girlfriend. It's not real. But the sting of her nails in her palms was real, and she was already gripping her fists tight. The second she saw the photo, she became territorial. She didn't like seeing Theo with another woman. Real or not, Aurora decided that she would do something. At that thought, she stormed off towards the fountain, ignoring the curious cries of Sophia. She got hold of a resort staff who passed her by and asked for the directions to the fountain. Lucky for her, there was only one fountain, so it wasn't hard to locate. As she moved closer to place, the loud swishing and splashing sound of water grew louder. For some reason, she took in a deep breath to steady her nerves and stepped into the brightly lit outdoors. You didn't tell her, am I right? Aurora stopped dead in her tracks. It was Audrey's voice, and somehow she felt that she was her. Instinctively, she lowered to the ground behind a waist-high hedge and continued listening to the conversation. Let it go, Audrey. I've told you, I'm with Aurora now. The sound of her name in Theo's deep voice made Aurora's heart skip a beat. No! Audrey screamed. Why did you let me stay with you the whole night and not her? It's obvious that your heart chose me. The whole night? Aurora drew in a quivering breath and held it in. An image of Theo lounging and laughing with Audrey broke into her mind, and she felt the anger bubbling inside her. I did not let you. What did he say? Aurora sneaked closer. But the voices have stopped. Aurora wrinkled her brows in sheer curiosity. What the hell is happening out there? Wait a minute. Why is she hiding? Real or not real, she is Theo's girlfriend. She has every right to stand out there and talk to them, face to face, one-on-one. She shot up and stomped towards the direction of the voices. They were next to the fountain. Audrey had her arms around Theo's neck and she was kissing him. One look at another woman's lips on Theo's and she imploded. A wave of possessiveness overcame Aurora. This time, she's not letting this *TCH get away. She stalked up to the pair, enraged, just as Theo pulled himself away. A minute, Audrey. What the hell are you do? Audrey saw Aurora and finally released Theo, who had been struggling to break free from the witch's claws. Then she cast a smirk of triumph in Aurora's direction and cried in fake surprise at the top of her squeaky voice. Oh, Aurora. I didn't know you were here. Did you hear our conversation? Theo heard Aurora's name and squeezed his eyes at the embarrassing realization he had been set up by Audrey. You dumb *CK, he scolded himself silently. He spun around just as Aurora moved past him, charging towards Audrey like a steam train. He grabbed Aurora's elbow to get her attention. Aurora. Listen, Aurora had no time to listen. This was the moment she had been waiting for. That B*TCH's cheek was wide open and unguarded. She shook off Theo's grasp and stepped towards Audrey, and in one swift motion, took a whiff of her stinky perfume, raised her strong hand and slammed its palm onto that powder cheek. Slap! Audrey stumbled backwards. Aurora stood in front of the model-like woman crouching in pain and thundered, "Don't touch my man." Holding her cheek with a hand, Audrey straightened and pointed furiously at Aurora. "You slut! How dare you touch me?" Looking directly at her, Aurora countered in a steady voice, "I didn't touch you, I slapped you. Can't you feel your cheek burning?" At the mention of her cheek, Audrey's face collapsed into an embarrassment, then she wailed like a child who was denied a candy. Tears gushed down her reddened cheeks, scalding them further as she stomped her feet and whined at an ear-bursting decibel. "Theo, you see what she did to me? She slapped me. That savage dot." Aurora interrupted with a lioness roar. "Don't talk to him. He's mine. You touch him again, I swear to God I'll pull all your hair out. Leave us alone, you crazy B*TCH. With that she turned to Theo, grabbed his wrist and pulled him out of the garden. Theo was flushed with excitement. Why wouldn't he? Aurora had just claimed him as hers. Her words were still ringing in his ears and he was grinning from cheek to cheek as he was pulled across the corridor and into their room. Once the door closed behind him, Aurora faced him with a bleak expression. "I'm going home." Theo blinked. He was on cloud 9 a minute ago and it was hard to return to reality. Her words didn't register in him until she started shoving her clothes into her luggage. Frantic, he lunged forward and grabbed her suitcase away from her. "Wait, Aurora. Let's talk first." "There's nothing to talk about." Aurora gritted her teeth. "You lied to me, Theo." "I didn't," he retorted firmly. Aurora threw her hands in the air and chuckled in disbelief. "I heard everything, D*a minute. You told me that you were alone. I was. But Audrey was with you the whole night." "She wasn't." Theo stepped towards Aurora, but the orange-red-hair beauty backed away with a glare that warned him not to get any closer. He stopped and held up both hands. "All right. She came and we had a little chat and then she left." "Oh my God," Aurora held her forehead. "I can't believe this." "She left." Theo yelled. "I stayed behind until. He paused, unable to go on. "Until?" Aurora cocked a brow. "Until when?" "I don't have to tell you that," he answered curtly and turned from her. Astonished, Aurora sighed in a whisper, "Of course you don't have to." She stepped towards Theo, her voice steadier and angrier. "Because we're not a real couple. You don't owe me any explanation." Chapter 22, in which they miss each other badly. Theo raked his hair over his forehead in frustration. How could he tell her? A big guy like him sleeps with the lights on because he gets anxious in the dark. What would she think? She would see him as a freak. He took a deep breath to steady the furious beating of his heart. Had he not done enough to show her that he can be trusted? Why does she still doubt him? Why does she keep thinking the worst of him? Theo turned back to Aurora and she was back to packing up her belongings. This time, he didn't stop her. Staring at the feisty goddess angrily mumbling inaudible curses while blindly thrusting things into her luggage, his skin seared with fixation. Fine. She wants to stick to the deal, then he'll do exactly that. "Don't do it," a tiny voice in his head pleaded. But Theo ignored it. "Just get the deal over with and I'll go on with my life," he thought, gritting his teeth. He strode over to the side of the bed and folded his arms. "You can't leave." Aurora looked up from the heap in her luggage and glared back. "I'm leaving," she insisted. Theo swung his body around and strolled to the armchair. "Very well, then we cut the deal. You return all the money. You can go." He sat down with a forced smile on his face. A lightning bolt of heat struck her head. "Aurora, you dumba *s. Again, you've forgotten about the money. For F***'s sake, what the hell is wrong with you?" She was holding onto a blouse and clutched it tightly as if it was a stress ball. Then a thunder of reality clapped in her mind. Theo is her boss too and there's no way she can quit the job. F***ck. This is some deep *T she has gotten herself into. She had been caught in the whirlwind of his sweet words and thoughtful gestures. And all the flirting, she grumbled silently. She was so high up in the sky that she had forgotten about the ground. Ignoring the sting of his words, she inhaled slowly and carefully to clear her mind. The blackmail, the debts in her life came crashing back in. When Aurora lifted her gaze at Theo, there was dead calmness in her eyes. "I apologize," Aurora said in her usual low, raspy voice. "I was acting out of place." "I thought so," Theo breathed with an arrogant grin. Then he tore his gaze away before he succumbed to the pinch in his chest. Aurora removed her clothes from the luggage and replaced them in the closet. "I'll finish this as I've promised." "Buy the deal." "Buy the deal," she stated flatly. Then she straightened and stared directly at the gorgeous man who was looking the other way, refusing to meet her gaze. "Oh, and buy the deal," she emphasized. "After all this, I suggest we keep a distance from each other." His eyes flew back to her face wide with surprise, but then his expression immediately hardened and he returned to staring at the bathroom door. We should, his voice was strained. So aside from work, Mr. Barone. Theo closed his eyes at the formal address of his name in her voice. We won't meet, Aurora finished with a hoarse voice. You have to go talk to him, Aurora, Kate said quietly, holding her hand. It has been 3 days since they returned from the retreat. Once the plane landed, Aurora collected her luggage and left the airport in a cab. She returned to work immediately at Theo's office and then at Madame Zoya's. Collecting the check for her bonus gave her a huge sense of relief. She cashed it and transferred the money to the lunatic who blackmailed her. Of course, there was an uproar from her end. Unknown sender, I asked for 10K UB*TCH. Aurora replied, that's to let you know I'm getting the money UA** shoal. She still hadn't figured out who it was. She had a strong hunch that it was Audrey. That dumb woman has been silent since their confrontation, but why would a multi-billionaire's daughter want her money? Aurora decided to just get rid of this sicko first, then sort out her debts. She's still looking forward to the day when all this ends and her life returns to normal. She may be able to return to college and continue from where she left off. The squeeze in her hand jarred her back to Kate's weak smile. Aurora returned her an assuring smile. I'm sure he's doing fine. That irritatingly handsome man had been coming into the office around 10. After listening to Rose's daily report, he left the office for strings of meetings, and since he'd always arrived with a cup of coffee in his hand, Aurora saw no need to get him any, so they had almost zero interactions. He didn't need her, of course, except when Audrey was around. Aurora chided herself for losing sleep over him. Their friends and family did not know of the secret deal between them, so it was natural for Kate to approach Aurora about Theo. But he has been drinking every night since he got back, Aurora, Kate crinkled her brows. A vision of Theo drunk in a club, surrounded by women, surfaced in her mind. She pushed it away and forced a warm smile back at the word-stricken princess. That's what all men do, right? Drink after work to cool off some steam. He drinks with Gil. Kate's expression fell into a grim one as she revealed her main concern. Till the wee hours in the morning. At our place. Aurora widened her gaze. Oh. I'm sorry to come in between your quarrel. A lover's tiff is a private affair, Kate explained hastily. But I'm sure you understand. Gil and I just got married and we were supposed to be working on our baby. Aurora's hand shot up and she bowed her head in furious defeat. I get it. You don't have to explain further. Kate brightened up instantly. So you go talk to him? Aurora shook her head with her eyes closed. Just when Kate's expression fell in disappointment, Aurora opened her eyes again and said, but I have a solution. Kate was at all ears. Aurora leaned closer and whispered, get keen to take over. Aurora stared at the man in a yellow roll neck and a gray pattern suit with a combed-back style haircut. Though he dressed like a model from a men's magazine, Aurora thought he looked like crap. You have to go talk to him, Aurora. Aurora thrust her face at the ceiling in exasperation. Here we go again. What now? She folded her arms. Keen leaned forward and whispered angrily, we've been drinking for days now. Seriously, at the rate that we're drinking, I'll need to see a doctor. Aurora noted the red strains in the whites of his eyes and his stubble chin and chuckled. But Keen wasn't smiling. He's not just drinking, Aurora. He's like literally pouring alcohol into his stomach. Geez. What happened between you two? I've never seen him like this before. Aurora exhaled an angry sigh. You should ask him. He told me to ask you. Keen rubbed his temple. You tell me to ask him. He stood and fished out his phone. I can't take this anymore. I drink with women, not men, and certainly not a bitter man. God, now I'm starting to feel depressed. All that negative energy is getting to me. His thumbs danced eagerly across his phone screen as he ranted. With one final tap, he looked at Aurora again. There. I've sent you a video. Take a look at it and start thinking when you want to talk to him. I suggest soon. Or he'll be hospitalized for liver damage. With that, the stock market sharpshooter sprinted out of the shop. Aurora stared at the black curtain. Honestly, if she didn't have to work, she could do with a couple of drinks. Actually, she might need lots of it. She couldn't sleep. Even with Trish sleeping by her side, she was wide awake throughout the night. Her next customer came through and she was snapped back into Madame Zoya's shop. As she welcomed another of Theo's friends to the stool, she wondered about the video. Should she watch it? Chapter 23, in which he surrenders. We'll watch it together then. Come on, Trish patted the space beside her on the bed. Aurora rolled her eyes in reluctance. I don't want to watch it. You can't fool me, Rory. I've known you for ages. You are dying to know what's in that D*MN video. So get your butt over here. Aurora groaned wearily. She hated it when Trish read her mind like an open book. She dragged her feet over to Trish and sat next to her. Earlier on, Trish had nagged at Aurora, and the redhead beauty told her best friend everything that had happened at the retreat, while carefully leaving out information about the secret deal. She tapped on the link and the video started to play. Right in front of her eyes was a table filled with empty glass bottles of hard liquor. Aurora felt her chest tightened. She knew what she was about to see. Sprawled across the couch was Theo in his office shirt, which was unbuttoned, revealing his broad and defined chest. Aurora recognized the shirt and realized that the video was taken yesterday. Theo was taking long gulps from a bottle like a person downing a bottle of beer. Only it wasn't a beer, it was brandy. Aurora drew in a soft, shocked inhale. She caught Trish staring at her and cleared her throat to hide her emotions, then focused on the screen again. Keen's voice sounded in a lazy drawl. "Hey man, let's get you home." A hand reached out to Theo, but the big guy grumpily pushed it away and took another large gulp. "Go talk to her for f***'s sake. You said you have something to tell her." The video zoomed into Theo's face and that powerful gaze bore into her eyes. "I don't know how to tell her." "Okay, then let's rehearse it here." The voice sounded exasperated. "God, I feel like a kindergarten teacher. The video halted. "Hey!" Trish shot a frown at Aurora. "Let it finish," she pleaded. "I'm going over." Aurora snatched over her phone and headed for the door. "Are you taking a cab?" Trish asked with a knowing grin. The rushed slam of the door answered her. Trish chuckled. "Yup, she's taking a cab." Aurora dialed Theo's number and hailed a cab. The ringing continued in her ear as she hopped into the yellow car. **T. He's not answering. She selected Keen's number. After 2 rings, he answered with a long drawl. Aurora checked the clock. It's 1 a.m. They might have been at it for 2 hours. "Aurora. Thank God. Stop it, Theo. Let go." His voice broke into a length of scratching noise and then he was back on again, loud and clear. "Hey Aurora, Keen here." "Yeah, you sound like him." After a chuckle, the man said, "I'll send you my address. We've just had a few rounds." "All right." Aurora removed the phone from her ear and told the grumpy driver the new address. Then she slumped against the seat as the car sped into the new direction. When Aurora arrived, Theo had stopped using the glass and was drinking straight from the bottle. He caught the sight of his enchanting goddess and went still. "I'm here," Aurora breathed, her chest heaving lightly. "What do you want to tell me?" He knitted his brows. "I thought the video. I want to hear it from him." Aurora focused on the hardwood floor, her cheeks heating up. Keen grinned widely. "Please do." But there was silence from Theo. Then all of a sudden he stood and muttered, "I'm going home." He took one unsteady step and Aurora rushed to his side. Pulling his thick arm across her shoulder, she led him past the amused spectator and out of the apartment. The heaviest thing that Aurora had managed in her jobs was a mid-size fridge. Helping a tipsy Theo moved around felt the same. If he was passed out, she would have a huge problem. When they finally climbed up the stairs and got into Theo's bedroom, the hulkish hunk plopped onto the enormous white bed with a huge exhale. Aurora observed the giant lying with his back on the enormous white bed and sighed. She removed his shoes so he could sleep more comfortably. The bedside lamp was off, so she switched it on. Then she stared at him for a while more and realized that he needed to be under the covers. She stepped towards the bed and tried to roll him over so she could pull the covers over his body. But he wouldn't budge. After 2 more fruitless pushes, she gave up and started poking his huge biceps. "Theo, wake up. You need to move over." "Theo. With the blink of an eye and a loud gasp, she was on the bed. Disorientated, she blinked a few times, then realized he was hugging her like a pillow and she felt like she was wrapped in a cocoon. After a few struggles, she gave up and lay still in his arms. He was breathing peacefully and it calmed her. "I missed you," he whispered huskily over her head. She wanted to see his face, but she was stuck staring at his collarbone. He tightened his arms around her waist, bringing her closer, crushing her breasts against the hard planes of his vast chest. The feel of her sent a shiver up his spine and he groaned, "I missed you." "What did you want to tell me?" she asked quietly. "I was at the beach," he started. Aurora felt a warm sensation in her eyes. "It grew dark, so I wanted to leave." Remembering her casual chat with Liv, it suddenly fell upon her why Theo was outside the entire night. He was waiting for her to fall asleep so he could sleep with the lights on later. Then Audrey showed up and asked me to stay for a chat. He took a deep breath and continued. "I didn't want to. But she was my childhood friend. I just couldn't walk away." "I don't like her," Aurora whined. She circled her arms around his thick waist to snuggle deeper into his embrace when she heard his chuckle. "You smell nice," he inhaled lightly. "You smell of alcohol." He chuckled harder. For a long stretch of silence, they were in each other's arms, listening to each other's steady breathing. Aurora began to feel something nice and warm swirling in her stomach. Recognizing it, she opened her eyes in alarm. In a panicked voice, she whispered, "I need to go now." Theo didn't move, so she tried to pry herself out of his arms, but he held onto her. "Theo, let me. In one fluid motion, she was on her back, staring into Theo's intense gaze. "Stay," his voice was gruff. She couldn't look away from those arresting eyes. No, Theo. Her thin whisper betrayed her desires. Stay with me, he repeated, his voice grew hoarse and his gaze darkened. Aurora swallowed hard. If she stayed, God knows what would happen. He wants her, she can tell, and so does she. But she was the sober one and they had both agreed. F***ck, she cursed silently, she couldn't remember what they had agreed. She used up the last ounce of her willpower to be the sensible one in this situation. Let me go, Theo. You're drunk. This is not part of the deal. His eyes were like a magnet pulling her in. You're mine. Then his lips crashed onto her. Chapter 24, in which they kiss and step up. You will come to me, he said. That was the last thing on her mind as his lips grazed hers. Oh God, his lips, they were so erotic. She moaned in pleasure against his mouth, kissing him back fervently as he grazed her lips, urgently and demanding. She needed no coaxing and opened her mouth willingly. His tongue slid in and rubbed against hers and proceeded to drive her senseless. She couldn't feel anything else until his hand glided across her navel. She flinched. How did it get there? She couldn't think further as he was raking through her hair, the clawing of his fingers on her scalp sending a wave of goosebumps down her back. He tugged her orange-red mane backwards and deepened the kiss, luring a groan of pleasure from her. His hand went higher, gliding slowly across her stomach, left then right and then left again, as if he had all the time in the world to feel the silkiness of her smooth skin. She whimpered with a heightened anticipation. Wanting more, she snaked her arms around his neck and slid a hand through his open collar and caressed his back. A grunt escaped his lips. The touch of her fingers was so feathery and sensual, his back heated up instantly. He grabbed her hands and pinned them on the bed above her head. D***mn, he wants more. He tore his lips away and dragged his mouth down her jaw, tracing her jawline. She gasped in a lovely high pitch that encouraged him and he moved further down. Theo, she breathed in between her excited exhales as he nuzzled the side of her neck, then up to her ear. When he found her sensitive spot and sucked on it, she shuddered hard and whimpered again, wanting him to release her hand so she could touch him. His other hand had reached the wire of her bra and it was like a gate which prompted him to make a quick decision. If he went any further, there would be no turning back. Not now, he decided. With an enormous effort he halted. He inhaled deeply to prevent his heart from pounding harder, then lifted his head from her shoulder. Her lips were bright red and plump from his kissing. Her cheeks were fierce red from his touches. A proud smile touched his lips. His breathless goddess couldn't look more beautiful. Aurora was puzzled. He had stopped touching her. Did she do something wrong? She opened her eyes and saw him staring down at her. He was as breathless and affected as her. She grinned back, then kissed his chin. He groaned and took her lips for another long, hard kiss before he broke away and rolled onto his side and pulled her back into his embrace. As they took slow, deep breaths to steady their racing hearts, he whispered over her head, "You're staying." I'm staying." He wrapped his legs over hers. "I don't care about that D***mn deal." There was a brief silence from her and then she relented. "All right. You're mine." She chuckled. An intoxicated Theo is bossy and 10 times more sexy. Stop being bossy. Well, I am your boss. He paused and asked the question that has been swimming in his mind. Was it really Trish's stalker that made you cry? Aurora raised her chin and her lips met the base of his throat. She felt his Adam's apple bobbed and smiled teasingly. "Aurora," he warned. He tightened his arms and her body pressed harder against him. She felt his heart arousal and let out a soft gasp. "Tell me," he repeated in a louder, strained voice. She sighed and conceded, "No." "What was it then?" Another lingering hesitation and then she said, "I'll tell you when the time's right." "Tell me now," he persisted. "I'm tired, Theo," Aurora whined. And frustrated, she added silently because he had stopped halfway. In a sweet whisper she pleaded, "Can I tell you tomorrow, please?" F***ck, Theo groaned. She sounded as innocent as a kitten's mew, but that low voice also made it F***king provocative. He couldn't say no. Theo walked down the steps and saw Aurora moving about in the kitchen. His mood instantly lightened. He thought she had left when he woke up and she wasn't next to him. Aurora turned around and caught Theo coming down the stairs and grinned at him. "Good morning. I hope you don't mind. I was hungry so I thought I'd made us breakfast." "Why would I mind?" He stepped towards the counter and smiled warmly down at the 2 plates of eggs and bacon. "Well, chefs don't usually like it when someone else uses their kitchen." "You mean knives?" Theo chuckled and then shrugged. "Well, I'm not a chef and you're my girlfriend, so use away." He leaned over with a glint of mischief in his eyes, his face coming close to hers. "Use it as often as you want." His lips lingered close. She took the hint and took for a light and fast kiss, but he swiftly reached over, cupped the back of her head with a hand, and pushed her forward to lengthen the kiss. Though she was surprised, her lips parted almost instantly and he kissed her thoroughly. When they broke off, her heart was racing again. She avoided his gaze in order to catch her breath as she went over to his side and sat beside him. We better eat fast or we'll be late, she whispered. Theo flashed his impish grin at her. The boss will never be late. Aurora scoffed, well, I'm not the boss, am I? And I don't want Rose to have a bad impression of me. Theo groaned, and there's another one I should be jealous of. Seriously, when will you stop? She finally met his gaze with a chuckle. The next person you should be jealous of is yourself. 'Cause you're starting to grow on me. He stopped chewing and stared at her like she had just uttered the most ridiculous thing. Aurora quickly looked down at the runny egg. Perhaps she should start eating. A large hand covered hers and forced her to look back up at those mesmerizing eyes. Fighting the strong urge to take her back to bed and finish off what they started last night, Theo asked in a rough whisper, I want to know what's bothering you, Aurora. There's no running away now, Aurora thought, and with an exasperated sigh, she turned to face him directly. I have a huge debt. I think you probably figured it out. I do. The text told me to pay up $10,000 by today. It was more than the usual sum and the deadline was much shorter, so I panicked, she lied. How much are you short? 4,000. I'll write you a check. No. Aurora grabbed onto him. Don't. You've already done a lot for me. Because of your friends, business at Madame Zoya's has gotten better. So I've been getting a bonus every day. But I'm your boyfriend, Aurora. Let me help. If you want to help, then approve my request. Theo sighed. Even if I give you your 3-month salary in advance, you're still short of the full amount. Aurora backed away and threw a determined glare. I won't take your money just like that, Theo. You want to help, you do it my way. All right. He held both hands up in surrender. It's not wise to provoke her now, he thought. Not when their relationship has just taken a leap forward. With today's bonus, I'll have enough. Trust me, okay? Aurora squeezed his hand and gave Theo an adorable smile which teased a weak smile in his lips. After today, the blackmail will stop, Aurora thought as Theo took another bite of the bacon and remarked that it was delicious. It'll be as good as if it didn't happen. Theo doesn't need to know. By the way, my mother wants to meet you. Aurora stopped chewing and battered her lashes furiously at her boyfriend who was chewing nonchalantly. Your mother? Her voice came out in a terrified whisper. Chapter 25, in which she meets his mother. Theo glanced at the seething woman in the passenger seat of his car. She hasn't said a word since breakfast. He chuckled at the road ahead. What's on your mind, babe? Surprises. His left brow lifted. He could never guess what she'd say next. What about them? I keep getting them. Theo inhaled deeply. God, her pouting face is D*M adorable. He's getting goosebumps from it. He tightened his grip on the steering wheel to suppress a need to kiss her, and then relaxed again when the feeling dissipated. It's just a meal. 1 hour tops. She turned her body to him. Why do I get a feeling you don't want to be around her? He liked that she was becoming more comfortable around him. With a warm smile he answered, we're not close. Aurora leaned back in her seat again and stared ahead. I thought all mothers adore their sons. Theo detected a bitter note in her voice and glanced at her, then back on the road. Does your mother? Ha! Adore is not enough to describe how she feels about my brother. He is the air she breathes, Aurora said wryly. Theo shared her humor. I guess you could say the same about my mother. Maybe hers is tough love, Aurora showed a comforting smile. Theo heaved his shoulders. She's never around so I can't tell, he added with a dismissive attitude. Then he looked down and saw her small hand over his. Smiling warmly, he slipped his fingers through hers and clasped her hand tightly. This time you have it to trust me, Piccolo. Liv stared back earnestly. The brows of the fiery hair beauty dipped in curiosity. You make it sound like Theo's mother is a monster. Almost, the designer stepped back and rubbed her chin. She loves it when her creations come alive, and they always do when the right person wears them. Aurora is one of those people she is excited to style. Wearing the floor-skimming A-line, white maxi dress from Liv's latest collection, Aurora looked exquisite. The boat neckline gave her the classic elegance of a queen. Liv gave her nod of approval. Perfect. Let's go. Erin Mackay up. She caught Aurora's puzzled frown and rolled her eyes in impatience, then took Aurora's hand and patted it. To this woman, Theo eased her gold mine for life. She would do anything to make sure this gold mine becomes bigger and stronger, you know what I mean. You're saying that she wants Theo to be richer and more powerful. Liv nodded with a warm smile and pinched Aurora's cheeks like she was her daughter. You are really a clever woman. They walked out of the changing room with their arms around each other, and Theo thought they looked like mother and daughter. He chuckled at the scenery. Aurora sighed. I look funny, don't I? Nonsense, Liv snapped. It was then Theo took a good look at her dress. He had to give it to the city's most famous designer. You look like a queen, he breathed. Doesn't she? Liv grinned broadly at her nephew and then gave a satisfied smile to Aurora. Just as I wanted. Aurora backed away nervously. Oh God, no. If I look like AF * King Queen, then it's too much. What would Theo's mother think? Liv grabbed her hands and pulled her back. Trust me. If you are going to meet that woman, you have to dress like a queen. Theo shoved his hands into his pockets. I'd listen to Zia if I were you. That woman is not a force to be reckoned with. That woman is your mother, Aurora reminded. She cast a puzzled glance at Theo and then Liv. She's just a person, what can she do? The aunt and nephew exchanged a meaningful glance. What? Aurora put her hand into Theo's and he held onto it. You're familiar with the term, suck all the joy out of something? Theo asked quietly. Yes, but what does that dot? My mother can suck the life out of a person. Aurora wanted to laugh. Does he know that he's describing a vampire? She doubted that the woman could suck her blood. But their serious gazes warned her that she had better braced herself for the worst. Then, the nerves hit her. Theo felt Aurora clutching his hand tightly like it was a life ring. He lifted his free hand to stroke her cheek, and when she lifted her gaze to his, he bowed and kissed those rosy cushions. It was a brief kiss, but it was enough to remove some of her anxiety. But Liv was not convinced by their display of affection. Lovey-dovey is good. But only for you both. It will not do good for the mama. She turned to Aurora with a stern gaze. You need to stay alert, Piccolo. Remember what I told you. That woman East always prepared. She will stop at nothing to get rid of you. Aurora nodded back at Liv. Basically, she shouldn't be surprised because anything can happen with Theo's mother. Got it. Aurora grabbed her fist at the thought. Bring it on, Mother F***. The black sports car passed through a colossal gate and cruised through a stretch of empty road, lined with towering pine trees on each side. Aurora felt that they were going through an open tunnel. At the end of this tunnel was the Baronne mansion. Aurora expected to see one of those old castles with Gothic architecture, but it was a two-story Mediterranean-style house. Its exterior had a good mix of plastered and pebbled walls and friendly shades of peach and brown. An inviting orange-yellow glow shone out from all transparent windows, making the entire mansion seem warm and cozy. It's hard to imagine that this is the home of the cruelest person on earth, Aurora thought silently. Theo parked the car in his usual spot. Here we are. Aurora exhaled. Your home is lovely. Yeah, it is. You're thinking of your father, aren't you? Theo gave a dry chuckle at the gears and then lifted his gaze at hers. We'll eat and go. We'll eat and go, she repeated with a sympathetic smile and made a mental note to get to know more about Theo's father. They stepped out of the car and walked towards the main entrance. The door slit in the middle and opened instantly as they neared it. Then, Aurora realized that it was a man in a uniform with short, gray hair in a neat, gloss style, a folded forehead and a kind smile. His eyes lit up with a grandfather's pride as they fell on Theo. Young master. Hi Fred, Theo greeted back with a warm smile. You can call me Theo when she's not present. We've talked about this. Fred shook his head with a sad smile. Then he gave Aurora a slight bow. Welcome, Miss Aurora. Wide-eyed Aurora blurted, how did you know? He has to know everything, of course. A solid female voice boomed from above them. Aurora followed the direction of the voice and a powerful figure met her gaze. Standing behind the second-floor railing was a woman in a white pantsuit. Even though she was covered from neck to toe, Aurora could tell that she was a slim woman with the perfect body shape. The woman's golden locks were pinned up skillfully in a majestic bun and a white cape cascaded off her strong shoulders like a queen's royal mantle. Her imposing blue eyes pierced at Aurora like a sharp icicle that would have sent cold streaks of fear up Aurora's spine. Instead, Aurora found a new fighting spirit bursting in her. Hello, Theo, the smooth voice greeted firmly. Hello, Mother, Theo answered with an impassive tone. We've been waiting for you. Dinner's getting cold. She's ignoring me, Aurora thought as the tiny corner of her mouth lifted. A classic old trick. It was then she noted what she had missed, the woman mentioned we. Theo caught it as soon as it was said and asked with a dreaded expectation. We? Darling, who else could it be? The woman chuckled crisply. Your fiancé, of course. Aurora inhaled deeply to steady her frustration as the person stepped into the light and stood next to Theo's mother with the delighted expression of a past celebrity who had found her way back into the limelight. Hello, Theo, Audrey beamed down at the couple. That *TCH ignored me too, Aurora thought with a silent chuckle. She lowered her gaze and stared ahead with a smirk. Chapter 26, in which she becomes his fiancé. As Theo's mother sauntered down the stairs, Aurora could tell where Theo inherited his charm and poise. The woman's upper body was rigid and upright as she lowered onto each step, moving as if someone was shifting the steps to accommodate her every landing. How did one move in those steep hills without looking down even once? That's some *T confidence at work, Aurora thought in awe. She finally understood Liv's advice. If Aurora wasn't dressed at the same level of confidence, she would be easily reduced to dust by the mere sight of this woman. Though she didn't acknowledge Aurora's presence, her sharp gaze was fixed on the redhead beauty. Aurora found her staring snobbish and rude, just like Audrey's. If this woman didn't have Theo's eyes and nose, Aurora would think that she was Audrey's mother because they both enjoyed flaring their nostrils at her. Theo kept his eyes fixed on his mother. As she stepped off the stairs and strode towards him, the assertive clicking of her heels on the marble floor conjured up the frightening scene he had witnessed when he was 10. A familiar sense of fear rippled underneath his skin and he swallowed the sour taste in his mouth. He inched closer to Aurora, feeling the need to protect her, and threaded his fingers through hers to hold her hand in a firm grasp. Maintaining a blank look, he announced in his solid voice, "Mother, this is Aurora, my girlfriend." And soon-to-be fiancée, Aurora added with an innocent smile. Then she curtsied to make her point while complimenting the atmosphere. Theo looked away to suppress a chuckle. Aurora's curtsy was unexpected, but it was funny as hell. His mother's pretentious airs was instantly ridiculed. But Audrey was not impressed. The second Aurora updated her relationship status, Audrey's serene face collapsed. She lunged forward like a mad dog. "Why, you slut?" Aurora had an open palm ready, hidden behind the pleats of her skirt. The second Audrey pounced on her, she would swing her right hand, uppercut style, and slapped her tight on the same cheek. It would remind that B*TCH of the same warning. Aurora hardened her gaze. But the woman seemed to have read Aurora's thoughts. Maintaining a blank look, she hastily raised her hand like she was giving an oath which acted as a chain around the mad dog's neck. Audrey's menacing look instantly vanished. She obediently recoiled to her place behind Theo's mother. Glaring like a vulture, the woman, to Aurora's surprise, broke into an angelic smile and gracefully turned to Theo. "Darling, did you tell this fine young lady that you are engaged to Audrey?" Aurora felt a squeeze in her hand as Theo responded in a dull tone, "I only proposed to Aurora, mother. Not Audrey." "No. You didn't. She was just your girlfriend. Your fiancé is me. I'm your fiancé." Audrey stomped her feet. The woman closed her eyes briefly and inhaled deeply to maintain her calm demeanor. When she looked at them again, her gaze was steely. "The food's getting cold. Let's discuss this over dinner. I'm sure we can settle this nicely. Right, Ms. Aurora?" Aurora raised her chin at the woman, then ignored her and beamed up at Theo instead. Mimicking Audrey's high pitch, she remarked, "You were right, dearest. Your mother is so kind and understanding. How did she know that I'm famished?" Recognizing the hint to their private joke, Theo threw his head back and laughed heartily. The mother and childhood friend watched on with startled expressions as the young billionaire's loud and carefree laughter echoed through the vacant corridors. Then, to the annoyance of the two model-like women, Theo hugged Aurora's shoulders and pecked on her cheek. "I'm famished too. Let's go, baby." "Your home is really lovely," Aurora whispered to Theo once they were out of earshot. "My father designed it," Theo smiled proudly. Aurora hugged Theo's arm and rested her cheek on it. "I really like it." She wanted to tell him that their future home could be as cozy as this place, but she stopped herself in time. "Now is not the time, Aurora," she reminded herself quietly. They entered the dining room and a four-seater, rectangular table in the middle of the large space welcomed them. Moving closer to the table, they noticed that it was set up for 3 people. Theo's jaw tightened. Aurora groaned wearily. "What the hell is this? This trick is kindergarten." A 16-year-old Trish had more intelligent schemes. "What happened?" The silky voice burst from behind them. Despite the rush in her voice, Theo's mother leisurely stepped in and stared at Aurora with a mean glint in her eyes. "Oh dear, Fred. Did you forget to set a place for Ms. Aurora?" She flashed an apologetic smile at the red-haired beauty. "My sincerest apologies, dear. You see, there's usually the 3 of us, so Fred might have forgotten." As the mention of his name, Fred appeared beside her, bowing like a wilted flower, and immediately, the woman berated the poor man with her icy tone. "Fred, people get wiser with age, but you seem to be getting worse. How dare you make such a silly mistake? Do you expect Ms. Aurora to fetch her own chair and cutleries? It's preposterous for you to think so." Aurora stared at that D***MN woman in disbelief. Did she think that I'm stupid? Aurora thought. It's obvious that this has all been staged. At the thought, a scowl appeared on her face. Coincidentally, she caught Audrey observing Aurora with a creepy hyena's grin. "Yep, it's definitely a trap," Aurora concluded. Theo frowned with disapproval. His mother was at it again. Putting people down and showing them where they clearly belonged has always been her favorite playbook. This time, Fred was the pawn and Aurora was her target. He saw her ready to jump at Fred's defense and stretched out his hand to stop her. But Aurora squeezed his hand and whispered, "I can handle this." The woman tilted her head with an impatient frown and sighed. "I can't imagine having such a person in my household, Fred." Fred's face shot up with an unspoken misery, but he quickly resumed his bowing. "I guess you want me to set up my own table," Aurora spoke out firmly. The pair of blue eyes shot at her and those shapely pink lips broke into a tiny smile that seemed to say gotcha. But a hand flew to her chest and the woman responded dramatically, "Why, Ms. Aurora, I can't possibly. No worries at all. Theo will come with me," Aurora interrupted. She hugged Theo's bicep and pouted her lips at his knowing grin. "Won't you, dearest? You know I can't possibly carry the chair on my own with this dress." Theo pinched her cheek. "Of course, my baby. Let's go." Appalled, the mother quickly stopped her son with an awkward smile. Hold on, Theo. I'm sure Fred can go with Ms. Aurora. They are, I would say, more understanding of each other's needs. Theo scoffed at the idea. What are you saying, mother? He put an arm around Aurora's shoulder. She's my fiancée and hence my responsibility. Then his gaze turned grim. Father had taught me so, did you forget? Without waiting for his mother's response, he took Aurora's hand and pulled her out of the room. Aurora followed Theo quietly through a dimly lit corridor, past a courtyard and into a middle-sized room with a fireplace. Then, Theo spun around and pulled Aurora in for a deep hug. When they returned to the dining room, Audrey had left. I've never seen her like this before, Theo. She looked crestfallen. You have to go see her, advised the mother. She now wore an apologetic expression as she told Theo how heartbroken she felt when her future daughter-in-law had left with such distress. I'm not marrying Audrey, Theo insisted with a hard gaze. It's already final. The beautiful widow stood angrily from her seat and thrust a finger at Aurora. She's nothing but a debt-ridden girl. Look at her. How naive can you be? Putting expensive clothes on her wouldn't change anything. She's after your money, can't you see? Open your eyes. Then the mask was off and in place of it was the smirk of a greedy, power-lusting woman. In a mocking whisper she added, have some sense, Piccolo. Theo gritted his teeth. Says the woman who married my father for his money, he muttered angrily. Slap. Aurora blinked a few times at the marble floor. Heat began to radiate from the sting in her right cheek. She just got slapped. Chapter 27, in which he takes her to bed. Oops, I missed. Her pink lips fell into a grim line. With an impassive face, the woman in a white cape and pantsuit said in a dead voice, that'll teach you some manners. How dare you touch the daughter of a healthcare tycoon? Who the hell do you think you are? You're a nobody. Every word uttered was dripped with such disdain, even Fred wanted to jump in and give the woman a piece of his mind. But the fiancé beat him to it. The merger is off and it will stay off. Theo growled. To wipe that irritating smug off her face, Theo stepped towards her side and whispered into her ear, I have enough evidence to file a lawsuit against your brother. Yes, mother, I know that he has been stealing from the company for years. I'm just holding it back. Stepping back from her, he mimicked her cold, hard stare and warned her paled face, if you still want to be the mistress of this house, then I suggest you lie low and stay out of my life. With that, Theo grabbed Aurora's hand and moved towards the door. Let's go. Fast. No. Let go. I haven't. Aurora struggled to get free. She wants to return a slap to that woman before she goes. God knows when she would have the chance. She's not worth it, babe. Let's just leave. Now. What's the hurry? Aurora frowned in annoyance, holding her swollen cheek, wincing in pain. As they stepped through the main door, a blood-curdling scream shook the airwaves and pierced their ears. Theo paused in front of his car. That is your answer. Aurora was annoyed and she told Theo so. Theo chuckled lightly as he placed the cold, wrapped towel on her cheek. It's over, babe. Just let it go. They were back at Theo's apartment. Once they left the mansion, despite Aurora's protests, Theo drove straight to his apartment and dragged her into the elevator, and then out of it. She stayed near the elevator, insisting that she would tend to her own wounds and that Theo should mind his own business. Her determination immediately faltered when Theo threatened to carry her in, and the young billionaire watched with a broad grin as his feisty goddess sprinted towards the kitchen and sat on the stool with a foul mood till now. Aurora glared back at the grinning hunk and swung her small fist onto his hard biceps. Don't tell me to let, ouch. Don't tell me to let go, you blob, she hissed. This blob happens to be your fiancé. Aurora pressed the towel on her cheek and said nothing. What, no response to that? You were pretty confident back there when you self-declared my fiancé, Theo teased. What did you tell your mother? She's avoiding the topic again, Theo thought and chuckled at the floor. When he lifted his gaze again, he answered her quietly, I told her that I have evidence of her brother stealing from the company. Her brother? Doesn't that make him your uncle? Theo nodded solemnly. That's why I have been digitizing all the accounts. You were trying to keep him off the records. Theo reached out to caress her swollen cheek and Aurora winced at the sting of his touch. Is it better? His voice was tender again. Mesmerized, Aurora blushed furiously while nodding her head. His thumb continued to stroke the smoothness of her skin. He was gazing at her rosy lips as he whispered, You handled her very well. You mean your mother? Aurora flashed an adorable grin. Not many women can handle her. Theo leaned in to kiss her brow. When he leaned back, Aurora had a sour look. How many women have you dated? Theo kissed her nose and smiled at her. You're curious because you're my girlfriend or fiancé? Aurora widened her gaze again. They were back at the same topic. D***mn this smarta***s. Aurora groaned inwardly. You didn't like that she called you Piccolo. Why? Aurora pressed the towel to her cheek again and grabbed his hand with her free hand. Though she looked genuinely concerned, Theo noted her diversion again. But he still answered her, She never calls me that, only my father. And Zia. So when she called me in that way, it felt like she was mocking my father. Aurora can tell from the grief in Theo's eyes that he gravely missed his father. How did he die? Theo swallowed hard. Cancer. And he stood and turned from her. I'll rinse the towel. Feeling the need to comfort him, Aurora rushed forward and circled her arms around his waist, and hugged him from the back. Her sudden display of affection startled him, but then he looked down at her small hands and felt comforted. Removing her hands, he turned to her and stroked her cheek. Then he lowered his lips onto hers and kissed her, slowly and undemanding, as if he had all the time in the world. Her mouth opened immediately and his tongue swept in to caress her and explore her sweet offering, deepening the kiss. He felt her arms around his neck and wound his around her slender waist and drew her closer. Her soft curves molded so perfectly against the contours of his body like she was made for him. He sighed in bliss. His hands slid down her back and cupped her bottom. A squeal of surprise vibrated from her throat when he lifted her onto the counter and began to nuzzle the side of her neck. Shivers spread to her limbs, making her long for more of his touches. Instinctively, she tilted her head so he could have better access, and was immediately rewarded with electrifying sensations coursing through her body. Theo, she sighed and tightened her arms around his neck to press his tantalizing lips harder onto her skin. They continued to scorch her skin with his passionate kissing until he abruptly lifted his head and looked into her eyes. Aurora, his voice was raw with desire. She swallowed and answered in a low whisper, yes, Theo? I don't care what we are. I'm taking you to bed. His gaze intensified. Her lips trembled with need as she replied in a bare whisper. Okay. She moaned into his mouth as he swiftly captured her lips for another long, erotic kiss. Sliding his hands under her thighs, he hoisted her against him, so that he wouldn't break the kiss, and she immediately wound her legs around his waist and locked her ankles behind him. As they continued devouring each other's mouths, he carried her upstairs. Once her feet touched the carpeted floor, he turned her around so that her back was facing him. He began kissing and sucking the sensitive skin of the back of her neck and felt her quiver under his touch. Smiling and panting, he removed his lips from her to unzip her dress and unbuckle her bra, and slipped both hands in to explore more of her silky skin. As he cupped her breasts, she closed her eyes and let out a sigh of pleasure to let him know that she liked what he was doing to her, so he continued kneading the soft globes as his mouth drizzled more kisses across her shoulders. She leaned against him for support as he continued to evoke streaks of longing in her. When her dress finally slid off her shoulders and pooled around her ankles, she felt a cold wash of air and goosebumps erupted all over her body. She was tingling with the need for more of his touches and turned around to face him. She wasn't shy of her body and stood proudly before him. Her confidence drew him to her. His gaze moved slowly down her body, drinking in her sexy contours. You're so d***m beautiful, he whispered with an anxious need to touch her. The roughness of his voice and the sweetness of his words fueled her desire. Eager to feel every inch of him, she lunged forward, grabbed his chiseled jaw and pulled him down for a hard kiss as he stripped out of his clothes. They fell into bed. Chapter 28, in which they make passionate love. Immediately, Theo rolled Aurora onto her back so that he was on top of her, then nudged her thighs apart and rested in between them. Looking down at her, he saw the effect of his kissing on her. Hooded eyes, flushed cheeks and plump lips, he was further overwhelmed by her beauty. Burying his face in her neck, he inhaled the fresh scent of her to steady his pounding heart and whispered in her ear how he would make love to her. His voice was so passionate and he was conjuring up so many vivid images in her mind. By the time he was finished, she was writhing in his arms, aching with a need to be fulfilled. Touch me, Theo, Aurora begged. He lifted his head and kissed her on her mouth as his hands began to do as he had said. One hand went on her breast and his fingers slowly teased her nipple, while the other glided down her side and skimmed across her navel, feeling the silkiness of her skin. She was feeling too much at once and broke into gasps and whimpers, urging for more. As her nipple hardened, he moved down from her collarbone and took the pink bud into his mouth. He heard her sharp inhale and started to swirl his tongue around the hard nipple, and she shrieked in excitement. She threaded her fingers through his soft curls and tugged a fistful as he devoured her other breast, holding him in place as she pushed more of her into his magical mouth. A sigh of pleasure escaped her lips. His fingers found her damp core and felt a jolt through her body. He lifted from her breast and watched her aroused response as he stroked her wet lips again and again. D***mn, her moans are sexy. Open your eyes, Aurora, he whispered in a gruff voice. She was squeezing her eyes tight and shaking her head. Open for me, babe. I want to see you, he coaxed gently. Slowly, her lids opened and she was rewarded with a magnificent sight. His striking face was looking down at her and she saw the effect she had on him. His brows were strained with need, his eyes intense, and he was breathing as hard as her. Keep your eyes on me, he muttered softly. She looked into his eyes as he slipped a finger inside her and her gaze widened at his touch. As he continued stroking her insides, making love to her with his fingers, just as he had told her, she tried to maintain eye contact with him as streaks and streaks of electrifying sensations coursed through her, arching her body against him. He was aroused further by her smoldering expressions and went deeper until she finally broke the contact and thrashed about under him. "Now, Theo," she pleaded. "Please now." He loved the raspiness of her voice and continued teasing and tormenting her with his fingers until she begged again and he finally gave in. Sliding his arms under her warm thighs, he thrust deep into her and she cried out in bliss. He exhaled a satisfied moan. She has been tormenting him for so many nights, he wanted to slam into her again and again. But he forced himself to start slow. As he sunk deeper and deeper into her heated bliss, she broke into a series of passionate moans. Her hand slid down his damp back, drawing him closer. She wants more of him. Instantly she lifted her legs and widened her knees and then he filled her completely. A wave of bliss overpowered him. F***ck, he grunted. His control snapped. Pressing her into the sheets, he slammed into her and started pounding faster and harder, driving both of them to the precipice. Hooking her ankles on his back, Aurora clung onto the muscular body as surges of heat tore through her. Theo felt her tightening around him and realized he had reached her deepest spot. He continued hitting the same point over and over again until her body shook with her release. She screamed his name as waves and waves of ecstasy washed over her. A few more thrusts and a shout of pleasure, and he climaxed deep inside her. The experience was mind-blowing and he realized that he wouldn't be able to settle for anything less again. He stayed buried inside her for a long time, savoring the sensation of her pressed against him as she wrapped her weakened arms around his neck. When they regained control of their breathings, he rolled away onto his back and took her into his arms. Aurora naturally curled up against him and closed her eyes with a satisfied smile on her lips. He woke her up in the middle of the night, pushed her onto her back, covered her body with his broad, muscular frame and kissed her hungrily. Aurora felt flattered with Theo's want for her and touched him with the same eagerness, until he rammed fiercely into her. She came faster this time and was thoroughly sated when he found his release. It was then he let her sleep. When the morning light caressed her face, Aurora slowly opened her heavy lids and found herself alone in bed, naked beneath the covers. She sat up and saw a dent in the sheets where Theo had slept. Touching the fabric, it was still warm. Memories of last night flooded her mind and she groaned with a broad grin on her face. Having sex with Theo was by far the best thing that has happened to her. At the admission, she fell back on the sheets, unable to wipe the blissful grin off her face. Once may not be enough, she thought. God, Aurora. You have the discipline of a pig. She blinked at the ceiling for a while to align her thoughts with reality, then dragged herself off the bed and felt her aching hips. Her boyfriend is a voracious lover, she winced with a smile. Putting on his shirt, she grabbed her phone and went to find him. He was moving about in the kitchen and she smiled at his broad back, heaving and shaking as he cooked the delicious food that she was smelling. Theo heard a series of light footsteps and his knitted brows relaxed as a smile surfaced in his lips. He turned off the stove and spun around, and was knocked out of his breath at the sight of her. She was exuding innocence and vulnerability in his giant-sized shirt. Hell, he swallowed hard, he wanted to take her then and there. He forgot that he was holding a hot pan in his hand until she cleared her throat with a giggle. Fighting the strong urge, he stepped towards the counter and poured the warm caramel onto the plate of waffles. You have to change out of that, his voice was strained as he spoke to the waffles. Aurora tilted her head and grinned mischievously. No. Theo inhaled deeply and warned, if you still want to eat your breakfast peacefully and go to Madame Zoya's, you have to change out of that. Aurora chuckled and relented, fine. I'll be back in a jiffy. And skirted back upstairs. Theo watched with a Herculean restraint as her slender legs skipped up the stairs. He remembered the feel of them around his waist and groaned. What the F***ck is she thinking wearing his shirt like that? He raked his dark curls in frustration. Frustrated Theo was so adorable she couldn't help but tease him. Aurora quickly found a bathrobe and put it on. Then she grabbed her phone and realized that Trish had sent her a string of messages, asking her about the dinner with Theo's mother. She made a mental note to call her later and fill her in with the details. As she walked down the stairs, smiling at Theo, her phone buzzed again and she absent-mindedly pulled up the text. Unknown sender, I want 20K this time. In a week. Or I'll slip. Aurora stopped dead in her tracks. That sicko's back. $20,000? Where the F***ck is she going to get that much money in a week? She has already exhausted all her avenues. God **it, this A** shoal. Why won't he go away? She lifted her gaze and stared at the wall as her mind worked furiously. She would have to get another job. Those 24-hour convenience stores would want people to work overnight. She can do it, it'll be tiring, but she can do it. Aurora wasn't aware that Theo was observing her. She was beaming like an angel coming down the stairs until she read something off her phone. The look of dread on her face says it all, whatever problem that she had was back. This time, Theo made sure he would get the details of it. Chapter 29, in which they traded secrets. A wild idea skimmed across Aurora's mind. She should find out who this mother ***er is and put a stop to the nonsense. Whoever this person was, her appetite was getting bigger, and it wasn't going to stop. What if she wanted 30,000 next, Aurora thought. She doesn't own **King Bank and she won't rob one. She swore on Trish's life that she won't make the same mistake again. The sudden surge of drive instantly dipped to the lowest point. What if she tried to find the person and she got pissed off? Her secrets would explode to all corners of the world. She would never be able to walk the face of the earth again. Aurora thought about Theo and his friends. What would they think of her? They had shown her so much respect, more than she could have ever hoped for. She hated to see the disappointment on their faces. Babe? Aurora lifted her gaze and Theo was right in front of her. She inhaled a soft, sharp gasp of surprise and looked away, but he tipped her chin so that she faced him directly. Something's wrong, am I right? His voice was so tender that she felt more guilty. He'd be filled with shame if he ever found out what she had done. I'm good, she stammered the first thing that came to her mind, not knowing if she had answered him correctly. He took her hand and led her down the stairs towards the stool and made her sit on it. Then he took a seat in front of her and leveled his gaze at her. Let's do a trade. It was an unexpected response and he had her full attention. A trade? I tell you a secret of mine, then you share one. How about that? Aurora looked away and thought briefly. All right, she whispered. The catch is ... Her eyes flew back. There's a catch. She tried to hit him with a fist. How dare he trick her? He caught her hand before it landed on him and clasped it tightly in his hand. Now you can't run away. As I was saying, the catch is we answer each other's question and then we tell the truth. Aurora pondered a while more. After last night, there was really no turning back. She had to admit that things are different now. You start first, she whispered. Theo leaned back with a pleased grin. Ask away. How many women have you dated? He blinked at her then fell into chuckles. You're D****men persistent. As you are. And I'm your girlfriend, so I have the right to know. She looked directly in his eyes. Of course you do. She removed her hand from his grasp and folded her arms across her chest. So? Theo cleared his throat, stared at the fridge and coughed. 17. Her eyes grew twice as large. Oh my ***king lord. Is that why he wouldn't say it? That's a lot of women. It's not a lot, he defended himself. Aurora frowned. Yeah, right. 17, Theo. That's more than the number of fingers I have. If you take the average from a sample size, I'm way below standard. Really? Her brows dived deeper above her nose. I'm serious, he swore. Keen's dated 30 and Gil. Her hand shot up instantly. I don't want to know. If I know, I'll tell Kate. Theo had his impish grin back. I'm sure Kate knows. 17 women, she breathed in amazement. She's not going to let go of this easily, he thought. Hell, why is this woman so attractive even when she's fuming mad? He wanted to kiss her right now, but he had more important things to do. My turn. Theo turned her shoulder around to face her and her expression quickly went grim. He stared at her and whispered, I think you know what I'm about to ask. She nodded. Then why don't you just tell me? Aurora inhaled deeply and exhaled lengthily. It's blackmail. Blackmail? Theo jolted in his seat. Do you know who it is? How much are they asking for? She grabbed his elbow to calm him down. Don't be mad, okay? It wasn't a stalker or the debtors. It was ... A blackmail. He kneaded his forehead. Geez, Aurora. Why couldn't you tell me? It was my problem, so I should solve it, she argued. I thought I've settled it, but they're ... He interrupted. I asked you so many times. Are you telling me that you were lying all this while? Aurora stared at Theo. She was confused. Why are you pissed? Abruptly, he stood and stepped away from her. I'm not pissed, he replied curtly. She got off the stool and went up to him. You looked pissed. I don't understand. You said to tell the truth and I did. But you just admitted that you lied to me. All this while I thought you trusted me, Aurora. How could I when I barely know you? He rubbed his face angrily and raked his hair backwards. You could have lied again this time, so why didn't you? She was dumbfounded. What the hell is that supposed to mean? He paused and chuckled dryly at the ceiling. Then he stared ahead and turned to her with a hurt expression as he said in a vexed tone, I've asked you 2 times what was troubling you, Aurora. 2 times you lied to me. It took a trade for you to tell me the truth. What does that make me? It was a secret. I didn't lie to you. I was protecting my secret. Aurora held her chin high. She wanted to knock some sense into this man. He asked her to tell him the truth, and when she finally did, he got mad and threw a tantrum. She glanced at the clock and realized it was already 9. Work at Madame Zoya's will start in an hour's time. I'm done talking to you. She headed for the stairs. Great. He threw his hands up in the air in exasperation. This is what you do best. change the topic and run away. She had taken her belongings and was coming down the stairs. Theo rushed over to her and grabbed her arm. Where are you going? Aurora shot a glare at him. Work. Unlike you, I have debts to pay. It's up to you whether you want to believe that or not. She pressed the button for the elevator. Give me a second, I'll drive you there. He still sounded grouchy, which irked Aurora more. The door opened and she stepped in. I'll take a cab and drown myself in your stupidity. Goodbye. And the door closed. Arg. Theo fisted the air. A minute, Theo. Why did you lose your temper with her? Chapter 30, in which she gets a blank check. He's an *SS and I don't want to talk about him, Aurora shouted into the phone. Okay, girl. Cool it. I'm not him. It's always the same with men, they can cheat on us but they can't stand us cheating on them, Trish blared in her ear. They laughed together. Thank you, Trish, Aurora muttered appreciatively. Well, that's the only thing you let me do to help, Trish sighed. What do you mean? I always let you help. I tell you everything. Well, almost, Aurora added silently. Don't get me started. I tried to lend you the money but you wouldn't take it. But Don't interrupt me. Yes, Rory. You let me help and you tell me everything, but they are just the superficial stuff, you know what I'm saying? The real things that matter, you don't let me in. Hell, I wouldn't be surprised if you have secrets that I don't know about. Guilt seeped into Aurora. Trish was right, she did keep things from her best friend. There was a brief silence on both ends. Just when Aurora was about to tell Trish about her deal with Theo, Trish spoke again in an unusually serious tone. But Rory. Aurora lifted her gaze at the black curtain and listened intently. Trish continued, I may not mind but Theo's different. As much as I agree that he's being childish for throwing his temper at you, I do get why he's mad. As Aurora reflected silently, Trish added, you let a man touch you again, so he's gotta mean something. He's more than a friend now, right? Yes, he is, Aurora admitted shyly. Then show him, girl. Let him know. From what I've heard, he might be an ass, but he sounded much better than that D*keckhead you dated. I've forgotten about him, Aurora gritted her teeth. Good. Aurora heard footsteps nearing the curtain and quickly ended the call. Putting the phone away, she made a mental note to call Theo after work, when a familiar strong figure stepped in. Hello, Ms. Aurora, the silky voice greeted crisply. It was Theo's mother. Mrs. Barone, what a surprise. Are you here for a reading? Aurora mustered a smile. She remembered the sting in her right cheek and realized that the swelling was still obvious. D*mn, she cursed silently. She should have worn a veil over it. She was sure the woman would be gloating inside. The woman gloated at her face. That looks like a nice reminder, she muttered coldly. Aurora gripped the edge of the table to stop herself from punching that smug look on the flawless face. Thank you for it, Aurora smiled sweetly. I'll find a way to return the favor, you B*tch, she silently added. The woman lifted her nose as her austere eye surveyed the reading hall. Wriggling her nose in disgust, she looked down at Aurora and smirked. I heard you're very good at what you do. I try my best. You can't just try, Ms. Aurora. Your words count a lot. One single mistake and someone's world will come tumbling down. Aurora swallowed. The woman's trying to disarm her confidence. Raising her chin, her low voice came out in a steady tone. I can tell that fortune-telling is not your cup of tea. You haven't done much of it, so you wouldn't know how it works. Mrs. Barone was wearing a bright red suit this time, without a cape, and she looked like a devil in disguise. Aurora pressed her lips to suppress a giggle. With a wave of her red sleeves, Theo's mother said curtly, I believe that one's future lies entirely in her own hands. Great advice, Aurora responded flatly. Her elitist nose shot up as she said in a commanding tone, I have a proposition for you. Oh God, not again, Aurora groaned inwardly. They're definitely related, she thought as she recalled her earlier conversations with Theo. What's up with the Barone family and business deals? Without waiting for Aurora to respond, she threw a check onto the desk, next to the crystal ball. The redhead psychic glanced at the blank check and instantly knew what she was trying to do. Glaring at the snobbish woman, she asked, what's the meaning of this? Mrs. Barone chuckled. Well, I'm sure you know what it is, Ms. Aurora. But if you want me to be explicit, then I'll tell you. She came in front of the crystal ball and stared down at her with bulging eyes. You write the amount on that check, you'll get instant cash. And what do you get in return for such generosity? The woman laughed in a soprano voice. You sure are clever, as Audrey said. I'm sure you know what I want. Aurora mimicked the woman and lifted her nose. I won't leave, Theo. That perfect, angelic face switched to a gargoyle's face as pure rage seized those beautiful features. You wench. Aurora slammed her hand on the table and stood angrily, Madam. You're in a fortune-telling shop, not a charity organization. She pressed her hand to her chest and mimicked Mrs. Barone's dramatic tone from last night. I'm making an honest living here. You're hurting my feelings. Mrs. Barone raised a brow raised in fury at the young woman's display of sarcasm. She took a threatening step forward and glowered at her. You think you're so smart, Ms. Aurora, she straightened with a scheming smile. I'm sure I'll find a way to outsmart you. You have a family, no? Aurora's face fell. Don't you dare touch them, she whispered as a dreaded coldness crept up her spine. The woman backed away with a satisfied smile. I like that fear in your eyes, Ms. Aurora. We'll meet again. She turned around and was about to leave when Aurora stopped her. Please take your check back, Mrs. Barone. I wouldn't want you to accuse me of stealing. Aurora heard a chuckle and then Theo's mother turned back to her. She snatched the check, and while fixing a heavy stare at Aurora, she tore the check into pieces and threw it in the air like confetti. Then she stalked out of the shop. Once her strong footsteps faded, Aurora relaxed and groaned at the white pieces on the floor. Why can't she use the F*** bin? D***m in it. Now she had to sweep them all up. Crazy B***tch. Theo still didn't feel good. But he missed Aurora badly. His hands were aching to touch and feel her again. He parked outside the fortune-telling shop and sighed. It's almost 10. Aurora should be done soon. He threw the door open and stepped out, just as Calix came through the black curtain and strode off in quick steps. Theo chuckled softly at the man. Always rushing for his routines. No wonder he keeps getting dumped. You're going to get dumped soon, if you keep throwing your temper around like a spoiled, rich brat, his mind scolded. Theo groaned. Hell, he thought, he'll do anything, just don't let her leave like that. As if on cue, Aurora came through the black curtain, looking exhausted from a day's work. She looked miserable, Theo thought, and his throat immediately thickened with guilt. Aurora switched off the lights and headed for the exit. A lover's quarrel during the honeymoon period is the worst, she thought woefully. You get angry at the person, yet you can't stop thinking of him. D***m in you, Theo, she muttered in the dark. With an exasperated exhale, she stepped through the black curtain and a black sports car came into her view. She froze as her eyes met the apologetic gaze of her boyfriend. Instantly, her rosy lips bowed into a pout. Holding her gaze, Theo moved towards her, slowly at first and then picking up slightly until he stood before his ravishing goddess. Without a word, she slid her arms around his waist and crashed into him. Theo kissed the top of her head and finally relaxed with a smile of relief. I'm sorry, he muttered. Me too, her voice was muffled but he heard it. I'm going back to Trish's place, Theo. Aurora gave a half-serious frown at Theo's hand tightly clasped with hers. Hell, no, Theo stared ahead. Okay, then, bring me back to get some clothes. He glanced at her with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Your mother came today, she blurted. What? The car swerved off track slightly, but Theo swiftly regained his control on the wheel. Aurora winced at his booming voice. She offered me a blank check. Theo chuckled. Why didn't you take it? How did you know that I didn't? Theo glared at her, then he broke into a knowing grin at her teasing eyes. If you need money, tell me. I'll give you. Aurora turned from him and stared out of the window. I'm not after your money, Theo. Stop it. Chapter 31, in which he wished it wasn't a sex video. So you don't know who it is? Aurora stared at the fridge and shook her head. They had gone to Trish's apartment, where Aurora picked up some clothes and updated her best friend about her relationship status, and then headed back to Theo's apartment. Theo exhaled heavily. Aurora was finally talking, so he should be glad and not ask too many questions. It would push her over the edge, he reminded himself. I'll get a PI, he suggested. No. Aurora grabbed his hands. Theo noted the fear in her eyes and took the hands that grabbed him. Aurora, he coaxed. The sooner we know this person. I don't want to know, Aurora cut him off. Theo sighed. Frustration was stirring inside him. He took 2 deep breaths to settle it and continued in a gentler manner. What's the blackmail about? And the hesitation was firmly back in her face. What the hell is that secret, he was dying to know. He didn't like that she was fiercely protecting something unrelated to him. It better not be about some man she had previously dated. Theo grumbled silently and swore to find that son of AB**TCH and beat the SH*T out of him. His silence filled Aurora with more guilt. She could hear Trish's voice in her mind, telling her just say it, be honest with your man. I wanted to, she thought. But she was still nervous about it. Let's trade again. Aurora groaned. Theo stroked her cheek lovingly and smiled. I promise, this time I won't get mad. Aurora was not convinced. What if you do? Then I'll carry you to bed. Her gaze widened instantly. That doesn't benefit me at all. Really? His eyes twinkled as he leaned forward with an impish grin and whispered in his rough, seductive tone, you enjoyed it as much as I did last night. The feel of his strong arms tingled her skin. She could almost taste his mouth again. A swarm of heat rushed up to her neck and she dropped her gaze to the floor. Hastily she said, stop making me embarrassed. It's not working. Theo chuckled at her bright, pink cheeks and replied, sure. D***m those blushes, he thought. They give her pale skin a mystical glow that he couldn't take his eyes off her. He wanted to touch those soft cheeks and feel her silky skin. Stay focused, Theo. Theo cleared his throat. Let's start, shall we? Ladies first. Aurora lifted her gaze and studied his face with a narrow stare. She was thinking of what to ask when the question sprung up in her mind. How far did you go with Audrey? Hell. All the signs of high spirits vanished from his face. Aurora straightened in her seat with surprise. She knew it. There was more than what meets the eye between those two. That B*TCH wasn't just an ex-girlfriend who wouldn't move on. Didn't Theo's mother say that the three of them often have meals together? The thought of Theo chatting and laughing with that marshmallow candy made her blood boil. Observing Theo, it looked like a sensitive subject for him. But Aurora doesn't give a D*MN, she wants to know. Theo raked his hair backwards and closed his eyes at the ceiling. If he wanted his fiery temptress to tell him her story, then he must share his. Come on, Theo. Just say it fast and get the embarrassment over with. He dropped his head and muttered, she's my childhood friend. Aurora lifted a corner of her lip. And? We've only kissed. His face shot up with a somber gaze as he clarified, but only on the cheek. Aurora crossed her arms over her chest. I'm not falling for that, Theo. You said to tell the truth. Did you sleep with her? Theo rubbed his face wearily, then held his forehead. God, that sounds like incest. I'm not a monster, Aurora. But isn't she just a childhood friend? Aurora was puzzled. She had met people who married their childhood friends. Sometimes the right one could just be your best friend, right? Our families were close back then when we were kids. We used to be neighbors. He paused briefly and then continued. Her mother passed away when she was 2, so she would come over and live with us whenever her father traveled. So you're saying that she's like a sister to you, Aurora concluded. Theo nodded. Now you know why I cannot marry her. It'll be a loveless marriage, not to mention a cruel one, and I don't want that for either of us. Then tell her. It's not that simple. Noting the awkward smile on his face, Aurora went wide-eyed again. Did you give her the idea that you'll marry her at some point? She jabbed a finger at his hard biceps. You did, didn't you? I might have. He was staring at the wall next to the fridge. Theo. His eyes were right back on her as he defended with his impish grin. Come on, I was only 4. She wouldn't stop crying, so I told her that I would take care of her forever. Aurora frowned and said in a flat tone, it sounds like a proposal to me. What about the blackmail? He suddenly asked. It was Aurora's turn to avoid his gaze until she felt his hands on her shoulders. Taking a deep breath, she looked into his eyes and said, promise that you won't judge me after you hear it. Hell, Theo thought with a dense feeling in his gut, please don't let it be a sex video. He had heard stories of how women were cheated out of millions of dollars and had their lives ruined because of it. I won't, he promised, and secretly wished that her blackmail had nothing to do with nudity. Aurora inhaled again and then breathed, it's something to do with my family. A huge sense of relief washed over him. Theo blinked to regain control of his expression and asked, is it related to the debts you were repaying? Aurora nodded. We borrowed money from the loan sharks to save the family business. Then she lowered her voice, it's the lowest point in our lives and I want my family to move on from it, so I. Again, she only told him part of the truth. Aurora swallowed the huge lump in her throat, but it didn't make her feel better. Theo grew silent. Millions of thoughts ran through his mind at once. If that person knew the reason behind Aurora's family debts, then she would know that Aurora is the last person on earth with the money to pay them for their King silence. Unless they know about Theo and their relationship. Are these people after Aurora? Or him? Theo. Theo snapped out of his thoughts and stared at the beautiful creature, eyeing at him with an anxious look. Slowly he reached out to pull her towards him and hugged her tightly. You're right. You and your family should move on from the nightmare. It was nothing but a nightmare, babe. She liked it when he spoke with a soothing voice. It calms her nerves and makes her feel safe and protected. After a brief silence, Theo muttered over her head, we need to report this. She pushed away from him and stared at him with a firm gaze. No, we can't. How long are you going to keep paying this person? Aurora grew still. She knew he was right. Why did she think that it would be over with one pay up? That sicko has already returned to ask for more. Theo sighed. Either we do our own investigation or we go to the police. We'll investigate. Aurora finally relented. Good. Theo whipped out his phone and started tapping on his screen as he added, I'll call the PI. But Aurora snatched his phone. I'll do the investigation. Give me my phone, babe, Theo sighed. Aurora shook her head and hid the phone behind her back. If you want to help me, Theo, you have to do it my way. Theo got off the stool and stood in front of her. You leave me no choice, Aurora. And then he took one step forward. Aurora took one step backwards and bumped into the counter. She looked up at him and noticed his darkened gaze. Wait, Theo, she whispered, finally realizing what he meant. He placed his hands on the counter, each side of her body, and trapped her with his body. Leveling his face with hers, his eyes drilling into hers and his warm breath kissing her nose, he whispered in a gruff voice. Let's see how many times you can come with my tongue. She couldn't speak. She could only breathe as his mouth covered hers in a long, sensual kiss. Chapter 32, in which she came more than once. He tore away his lips and dragged his mouth to her jaw, and then down to the sensitive spot below her right earlobe. Theo, she sighed and circled her elbows around his neck, pushing him to kiss her harder. He granted her wish and sucked the spot that drove her senses wild. She let out a sweet moan. Hell, it was the most provocative sound. Theo slid his hands under her skirt and moved up to cup her full but luring her enticing gasp into his ear. Aroused, he started kneading the roundness of her, but as if he couldn't get enough of her. He loved the feel of her silky skin against him and let his fingers devour more of her softness. She clung more tightly onto him, making more erotic whimpers, stroking him with her thighs. **CK, he growled and cupped her but squeezed its firmness, releasing a soft cry of surprise from her lips. Swiftly he lifted her and sat her on the counter and her chest leveled with his gaze. Slightly breathless, he straightened his back to look into her eyes and muttered, "Take off your blouse, Aurora." Aurora tried to breathe properly to steady her nervous fingers as they worked on the buttons, but he wouldn't let go of her gaze, drilling into her eyes with an alluring look that told her how much he wanted her, and in the heat of the moment. She surrendered to his passion and bent forward to take his lips again when he pulled back. Maintaining his gaze, he growled, "Blouse off." She was the first woman to ever challenge his restraint. He was as eager as her, but he needed to keep the pacing to give her the fullest pleasure. When the garment was finally removed, she hastily reached out, grabbed his handsome jaw and pulled him in for another deep kiss. He smoothly removed her bra and covered her breasts with his hands, molding their plumpness as his thumbs teased the hardened nipples. "I've been thinking about these the entire day," he whispered. It was the sexiest thing Aurora had ever heard. She sucked in a breath when he took one peek into his warm mouth, then whimpered with a thrill as his tongue swirled around her rosy pearl. She pressed him closer, wanting more of his touch. His hand slid to her back, holding her in place as he showered the same attention to her other breast, teasing more sweet moans from her throat. He stood up and pushed her lightly onto her back, so she was lying flat on the countertop with only her legs dangling off the edge. The cool marble surface incited a shiver that radiated to her limbs, evoking goosebumps all over her body. Theo looked down at his little temptress, smiling a satisfied grin at her smoldering expression. Without taking his eyes off her, he lifted her ankle. She watched him kiss the inside of her thigh and drew in shuddering breaths of anticipation, which soon turned into shrills of delight as he continued raining more kisses towards her aching core. The weight was killing her. It enhanced her senses. She could feel even more from the slightest touch of his lips, each one more electrifying than the previous. When he finally removed her laced satin underwear, she was quivering with intense need. "Theo," she panted with a pleading note in her voice. "Scream for me when you come," he spoke in a low, rough whisper, then knelt between her thighs, slid his hands under her but to tilt her at the right angle and kissed her glistening lips. She jolted with a loud gasp at the first touch of his scorching lips. Then, as promised, his mouth and tongue proceeded to drive her crazy, sending streaks of hot pleasure through her body from her navel. Her gentle moans hastened and grew louder as he tilted his head to nuzzle more of her. She was squirming above him, gripping his hair and pushing his head forward, urging his lips to kiss her harder. He responded by nudging her trembling thighs further apart so that she widened more for him. In the midst of her deep moans, his tongue drove into her and, oh God, his skills were magical. She was completely lost in a series of delightful cries and groans. He could feel her getting close to the point of the precipice and pulled her closer to plunge deeper and faster into her, rubbing his nose hard on her sensitive spot. The tremors of her release took Aurora by surprise and she screamed his name in perfect bliss. Squeezing her eyes, she let the waves of ecstasy wash over her again and again. When the feeling subsided, she felt his caress on her head and opened her heavy lids to a devilishly handsome man smiling at her. He kissed her long and hard, then lifted his head and brushed the loose strands off her damp forehead to get a good look at her. She looked ravishing and satisfied. His smile turned into a proud grin. "I love your taste, babe. Is it as good as honey?" She mustered a whisper in between her deep breaths. Even better, he kissed her mouth again and she smiled against his lips. Winding her limp arms around his neck, he lifted her off the counter and carried her like a koala bear up the stairs. "Round 2, he whispered in her ear. Twice more she came before his restraint broke. Lifting her knees over his shoulders, he entered her nice and slow and watched her respond to the feel of him inside her, getting aroused for the 4th time. "Theo," her voice exhaled in a thin whisper. "God, you're so tight," he grunted. "So perfect." He slammed into her again, this time much deeper, and pleasure tore through her body. She cried out his name. Her fingers found their way to the sensitive spot at the back of his neck and caressed it, sending a shiver up his spine, and he succumbed to his desires. Theo rammed into her fast and deep until she couldn't hold back and came with an explosion of pleasure that seemed to go on and on. Her climax triggered his. He shouted her name with his release and dived into the depths of incredible ecstasy. When Theo rolled away from Aurora, she was completely spent. He pulled the covers over them and tucked her comfortably in his arms. So, he heard her tiny whisper in a lazy drawl. It's 4 times. He chuckled breathlessly. Go to sleep. We talk again tomorrow. No more, she sighed. You investigate. He tightened his hold around her and kissed her forehead. Well, I'll be Ned. We should have done this sooner. She chuckled weakly, shut up. He waited until her breathing was normal and switched off the bedside lamps. It's a start, he thought. Somehow, having her close to him makes a big difference. When he finally closed his eyes, he heard her whisper again. If you don't like what you hear, tell me before you leave me. His eyes flared open. He almost missed it. What would he hear that he wouldn't like? What could she have possibly done? She had been nothing but kind and diligent, living an honest life, not running away from her debts. He can't imagine her hurting anyone. Or committing a crime, he silently added. She inhaled slowly and exhaled. Promise me, Theo. Theo stroked the back of her head and answered, promise. He would talk to her again about this. At that thought, he closed his eyes and listened to her soft breathing as sleep overcame him. Somewhere inside Aurora's bag, her phone buzzed with the receipt of a text from Mother. Chapter 33, in which he hires her again. She was sore everywhere the next morning. Aurora sat up with a wince. Theo was still there, sleeping soundly beside her. What day is it? She squinted her eyes, trying to reconnect the recent events. It's Monday. *T. What time is it now? Frantic, she glanced around, caught a watch on Theo's wrist and, without giving it much thought, tugged at his arm to check the time. Theo felt a strong pull on his arm and thought a bear caught it until Aurora's exclamation of surprise pierced through his dreams. I'm late. Rudely awakened, he sat up with a groan. Aurora. His girlfriend has the strength of an ox. As the grogginess in his eyes cleared, he saw a redhead nymph rushing about, picking up things and throwing them back on the carpet. With a growl, he dropped his head and grabbed his forehead. For God's sake, babe, put some clothes on. Aurora looked down and gasped in shock. She was stark naked. With a few more curses, she finally grabbed her clothes, jumped into the bathroom, and locked the door behind her. Hell, Theo shook his head with a smile. He can't wait to hold her again. Theo sipped his coffee and exhaled a smile of morning satisfaction. Replacing the cup on the table, he picked up the fork and knife, sliced a sausage, popped it into his mouth and chewed leisurely. Then he sighed. We'll get to the office by 9. I swear, Theo said to the woman sulking in front of him. Ignoring her glare, he added patiently, but if you don't start eating, we'll definitely not make it. Aurora had wanted to make a quick sandwich and eat on the go, but Theo wouldn't have it. He announced that they are going to have a good meal to start the day, then strolled leisurely into his bathroom. As Theo showered, Aurora tried to clear all the traces of their lovemaking, from the bedroom to the kitchen. By the time she got to her bra, which was hanging on the kitchen tap, she was numbed all over from the vivid recollection. When they finally moved to the car, it was already 8:15 and Aurora went into a frenzy. But her idiot boyfriend assured her that they still have time for a hearty breakfast. And here she was, stuck at a posh cafe with a beautiful man, a plate of warm pancakes and a heart that was about to burst from a prolonged exposure to anxiety. Without wiping the glare off her face, Aurora stabbed the pancake on her plate, cut out a large piece and stuffed it into her mouth. She couldn't enjoy anything with the nerves, but as soon as the flavors hit her taste buds, she quickly took the next bite. These are so buttery. Theo took another sip of his coffee. Told you you won't regret it. His plan to give his girlfriend a peaceful morning finally worked. The scowl was back in her face. I still think we won't be able to make it by 9, she grumbled. Okay, you really have to learn to put your trust in someone, babe. Starting with your boyfriend here. But it's already 8:40. Aurora chewed angrily. He decided to divert her attention. You won't make the payment, right? Immediately, Aurora answered, knowing what he was referring to. Of course I will. Theo leaned forward with a frown. You gave the green light to investigate. Why are you still paying them? For precaution? The deadline is in 6 days. What if we can't find anything? I can't afford the risk, Theo. She lowered her voice into a whisper. I can't let my family suffer again. Theo reached over and covered her small hand. I can. No, Aurora removed her hand from his grasp and fixed a serious stare at him. I'm not taking your money, Theo. This is the last time I'm hearing it if you still want me to stay. Theo shrugged. I was going to tell you about a high-paying job. Those emerald eyes sparkled with excitement again. A job? High pay? What is it? But Theo seemed to have lost his excitement. He turned away and sulked. Well, I'm upset because you wouldn't let me finish. Is he pouting? Aurora chuckled at the Hulk, acting like a baby. I'm sorry. She reached out and took his hand. How can I make you feel better? Theo faced her with a flat expression and tapped a finger to his lips. Aurora backed away in surprise. There are people around us. I thought we're a couple now, Theo muttered with the face of a boy who couldn't get the candy he was promised. Aurora giggled. Then she stood, bent over the narrow table, cupped Theo's masculine cheeks and leaned down to kiss him on the mouth, a brief but sweet one. When she was done, she smiled into his eyes and returned to her seat. Grinning with flaming cheeks, she tilted her head in her adorable way. Do you feel better now? Yes, Theo grinned. So what's the job? Theo relaxed against his chair with a secretive smile. My cleaning lady recently quit, so Rose was helping me to find one. But since you're in need of a job, I thought. Yes. Aurora jolted forward in her chair. I'll take it. Are you sure? On the outside, he seemed unsure about his suggestion, but on the inside, he was nervous as hell. Of course. Beggars can't be choosers. I'll do anything as long as it's legal, of course. A cleaning job is definitely legal, Theo took on a lawyer's tone. But I can't give you more than what I previously paid. Of course not. Aurora looked eager to start now. How much was the last salary? Theo took a sip of his coffee. 2,000 a day. Aurora was flabbergasted. You mean 200? No way a cleaning job gets $2,000 a day, it's ridiculous. The billionaire shook his head and confirmed 2,000 a day. She cleans once every 2 weeks, so I paid her at a daily rate. Theo watched Aurora closely. He wanted her to take the job so she wouldn't end up in some rundown convenience store in the sleazy parts of the city. You're no better, you ***. A cleaning job for that kind of pay, it already sounds sleazy. He groaned silently. He isn't the possessive type, but somehow with Aurora, it's different. She is different. Aurora stared at the soggy pancakes and narrowed her eyes suspiciously at Theo. You sure you didn't create this job for me? Theo shrugged. Of course not. If you're not comfortable cleaning my place, I'll offer it to someone else. It's a bad idea anyway. He gave a purposeful glance at Aurora while she stared at her food. Then he added, You're my girlfriend. It already sounds ridiculous. Aurora finally lifted her gaze. I'll take the job. But I can only start after I'm done at Madame Zoya's if it's all right with you. I have a better solution. Aurora sighed in relief, thank God. What is it? Theo leaned forward and suggested in his deep voice, Move into my apartment. Aurora gave him the are you crazy look, so Theo quickly explained, it'll save you lots of traveling time and costs. You can clean the place anytime you're there and I'll pay for the work accordingly. She couldn't say no. Chapter 34, in which she tries to clean but he distracts her. Aurora looked at the sky and closed her eyes in exasperation. She saw her mother's text this morning after she had finished clearing up her clothes from the kitchen while Theo was still in the shower. Mother, call me. Those 2 words never failed to suck the life out of Aurora. Suddenly she recalled how Theo had described his mother and chuckled. Her mother might just be the same. She ignored the text and read the others. When she returned to the office at 9, as Theo had miraculously predicted, she dove into her work, ignoring her mother's text. But it was nagging at the back of her mind, refusing Aurora a sense of peace. By noon, she couldn't take it anymore. With a bleak mood, she exited the building, went across the street to the city's park, took an empty bench in a secluded area and dialed her mother's number. She answered in a ring and then berated her daughter for taking so long to return a simple call. After calling Aurora a dumb girl who never did anything right, the older woman was finally satisfied and revealed the purpose of her contact. Got yourself another one, huh? It's all over the gossip papers. Her voice was as cold as Theo's mother. But this one went straight into her heart. Aurora cleared her throat and replied, he's different, Mum. Well, you said the same thing about the last one and look at what happened. We're not as stupid as you, Rory. We learn from our mistakes. This time we're going to see him and decide for ourselves. But he's busy, Aurora quickly jumped in. There are so many reasons why she can't bring Theo back to that place. The main one, of course, was that secret she just couldn't bring herself to tell him, no matter how hard she tried. As busy as you, I suppose, the voice in her ear sneered, jarring her back to the conversation. I texted you yesterday and you responded only now. It's already noon, how stupid can you get? Her mother's scratchy voice has always reminded Aurora of a witch's cackle. I have to work to pay all the debts, right? Aurora was getting annoyed. Don't you give me that attitude. You know very well what you did and you're making up for it. I know that. Aurora snapped. Her mother would jump at any chance to remind her of her mistakes. What kind of a mother does that? Why can't she have a warm and loving mother like she was looking at right now, playing ball with her little girl wearing a golden smile? Oh right, Aurora silently reminded herself with a wry smile. She didn't deserve it. We all have 24 hours a day, Rory. So don't tell me it's not possible. I don't know what the hell you're doing with that precious time. As your mother, it's my duty to guide you. You're going to arrange for the day and time and bring your man home. Mom, please. I really can't find the time. I'm working 3 jobs now. No excuses, you hear me? Your brother's future depends on this. You better get right to it. You owe us. Her brother's future? Aurora widened her eyes in aghast. Are you going to ask money from Theo? Mom, you can't. Shut up, you ungrateful girl. I was only trying to be a concerned mother, looking out for her stupid daughter, making sure that she doesn't get her useless self cheated again. How dare you degrade me that way? Her voice trumpeted as if she was put on a speakerphone. Aurora exhaled wearily. I'm sorry. The more she argues, the harsher she would be criticized. Aurora has heard some of the worst remarks coming from her mother. When she was younger, she had even imagined that she was adopted so she wouldn't feel torn. There was a brief silence on the other end, and then her mother was back again in her usual emotionless tone. I want a date and time, Rory. ASAP. Don't be difficult. And she disconnected. No warm goodbyes or well wishes. F***ck, she didn't even ask how her daughter was doing. Suddenly, Aurora missed the way Theo called her babe. Theo was grinning like an idiot again. They were back in his apartment. Aurora had finished her second job and was ready to start the third and final one for the day when Theo stopped her for some snacks and a chat. It was then she told him that her family wanted to meet him. Can you make it this weekend? She asked, then added almost immediately, oh, you'll be busy, right? I get it. I'll tell my mum. Theo rested a hand on her shoulder. Babe, I'm free this weekend. She leaned forward. Don't you have meetings? Golf sessions. His left brow raised and he chuckled. Why do I get the feeling that you don't want me to meet them? She backed away with a lengthy no that ended with a high note, then stared at the fridge and stammered, I just didn't want to trouble you, that's all. No trouble at all. He was unusually cheerful. I'd love to meet my in-laws. Aurora's eyes flared with shock, then she threw her small fist on his huge biceps. They're not your in-laws. Theo caught her wrist and pulled her forward down onto his lap, then wound his arms around her waist to keep her there. Face to face, he smiled at the redhead goddess glaring back at him and whispered, Give me a kiss, Aurora. She studied his eyes, her expression melting into a shy one, then gently took his jaw, tipped his chin and dipped her lips to mold perfectly onto his. She opened her mouth almost instantly and his tongue swept in for a velvety kiss. When his hands started to glide towards her breasts, she hastily pulled away. Leaning against his forehead for support, she said in between her shallow breaths, I need to work now. What time will you be done? He breathed with his eyes closed, trying to steady his pounding heart. She grinned and quickly got off him. As long as I need. She only worked for an hour, then Theo came to her wearing only his white sweatpants. One look was all it took and she was upon him, kissing him with the same hunger. He fell onto the couch, bringing her along. He sat like a king while she straddled him. Her clothes quickly came off and he started caressing her breasts roughly with his hands, admiring the weight of them. She closed her eyes, savoring the lovely sensations he evoked in her, then leaned in to kiss the side of his neck, tracing its outline with her tongue and tugging his earlobe, pulling a sexy grunt from his throat. He slipped a finger into her core and began to heighten her pleasure, while she lowered her hand to stroke his already hard length until they both throbbed with need. Then in a swift motion he entered her. She let out a satisfied cry and hugged his neck as he moved her hips, up and down, to take him completely. Soon she was moving on her own, harder and faster, pulling him deeper and deeper into her, until they imploded with a firework of happiness. Aurora collapsed against Theo. You idiot, she breathed into his ear. He flipped her hair and kissed the side of her damp neck. That was amazing, babe. She pushed herself off him and frowned at his smug face. Stop seducing me. I told you I need to work. I waited for you to finish as you requested, he countered with a chuckle, clearing her face of loose strands. Something on the floor buzzed loudly, breaking their eye contact. Aurora saw her phone screen blinking furiously and scrambled off Theo, much to his dismay, and answered the call. She should have checked the caller ID first so she could avoid the call at all costs. So when is he coming over? Her mother's cactus voice pierced through the air. Aurora groaned inwardly. This weekend, she muttered and pinched the flesh between her eyes. For lunch. Theo circled his arms around her belly and pulled her back onto his lap. Chapter 35, in which he won't let her take a call. Her mother was chortling like a pig's snort. Aurora rolled her eyes at her condescending laugh, then Theo tightened his arms and her back fell against his sturdy muscled chest. She turned back and mouthed, Stop it. But Theo grinned back with a mischievous gaze. Aurora faced ahead as her mother's voice sounded again. So typical of you, Rory. You chose that timing so it's easier for you to get away after the meal, am I right? Theo's lips were on her sensitive spot. She was getting aroused again. Aurora squeezed her eyes to stay focused and managed to stammer, and no, Mum. It was because she needed to work. Ha! You stupid girl. You can't fool us with your dumb tricks. You're the weakest link in the family, remember that. So don't think you can outsmart us, her mother said angrily. Aurora would have erupted into a boiling rage if not for Theo's fingers. They have slipped into her again, stroking her insides, inducing streaks of heavenly delight through her. Oh God, she moaned helplessly. God? Her mother's voice paused. What the Rory, you silly girl, are you listening? Theo was playing with her nipples, twisting and pinching those rosy pearls. Aurora gritted her teeth. Why yes, Oh mm. Those tantalizing lips were on her back. She pursed her lips to suppress a curse word. If her mother heard, she'd surely think that her daughter was cussing at her and all hell would break loose. What the hell is wrong with your voice? Rory? God *M in it. Answer me. You are to bring him over early so we could have a little chat, do you hear me? Theo was tracing his tongue across her satin skin. I am all right. Aurora's voice came out in a strained whisper. I'm sleepy, Mum. Saturday, see you on Saturday. Once his girlfriend disconnected that untimely call, Theo took the D*MN phone from her hand and threw it far away. Then he whispered into her ear, how many times do you want to come tonight? His fingers delved deeper and her body arched against him. She answered him with her sweet moan, then reached behind to pull him forward for a kiss. The best time to clean the billionaire's apartment was actually at dawn when he was fast asleep. Aurora couldn't clean for more than an hour each night. Theo would appear at the exact same time and drag her off to bed. If she resisted, he would make love to her wherever they were. After the third night, she decided to wake up 2 hours early to finish the job. If she cleaned the apartment every day, she would have enough by the end of the week. Then she could reduce to once every 2 weeks, which would allow her to move back to Trish's place. That was her plan. But will she have the strength to move out when the time comes? Aurora couldn't answer that. It has been so peaceful these few days, she was starting to feel uneasy. Life has never been good to her. Something bad is going to happen soon, she thought as she flipped the eggs in the saucepan. Maybe Theo will leave her. Stop. She squeezed her eyes and shook her head. Don't think about it, she calmed herself, taking in a deep breath. Another good thing about waking up earlier than the Royal Highness of hearty meals for breakfast was that she could make them for him. You're doing it again, her mind warned. When you start to like someone, you'll do everything to please him, till you lose yourself. She stared at the 2 plates of eggs and bacon and sighed. This was just to save time so they can reach the office early to get some work done, she argued silently. Who is she kidding? What are we having today? Theo came down the stairs, all washed up and freshly shaven. He went in front of her and gave her a thick kiss, then went around the counter again and sat at the stool. Eggs, bacon and toast, Aurora beamed back. They ate in silence for a while, enjoying the peaceful morning and each other's company before Theo casually asked, do you have any other siblings? The question came out of the blue, so she was unprepared and shot him a puzzled look. He explained, you mentioned that you have a brother, so I was curious. Just him. What's he like? Theo slit the bacon. He's extremely lazy but very ambitious, Aurora thought. But she replied, he's all right. He has always wanted to venture into something. An entrepreneur at heart, Theo smiled. Give me your palm, I want to give you another reading. Theo sensed that she didn't want to talk about her family and stopped his questions. Flashing his impish grin, he stretched out his hand. As Aurora studied the lines on his palm, Theo watched her silently. He already knew that Aurora's mother is a nasty character. God, that darn woman. First, she called Aurora at an ungodly hour. Then she went off like a rogue trumpet, criticizing her own daughter and calling her names. Aurora was so tensed up in his arms he thought he was holding a rock, so he distracted her. She was more responsive than usual, as if she was releasing years of repression, and he came really hard that night. God, he can't wait to meet her family. Aurora's home took him by surprise. It was a 1-story ranch bungalow with walls of beige stone slabs, sheltered with a dark gray roof. There were several shapes and sizes of silver windows that reflected the golden sunlight, giving the house a humble, fairy tale feel. Don't they have a lot of debts? Clearly this home needs a lot of maintenance. How did they have the money? What's happening? He glanced at Aurora, who was staring at the house quietly. Was that guilt on her face? He followed her gaze and saw a middle-aged man staring at them from behind the window next to the main door. He didn't look happy to see them. Is that you, father? Theo came up to her side. Aurora nodded slowly, yes. He took her hand and led her towards the door. It burst open before they reached the steps. Mr. Barone. A chubby man in his early 30s with a short curly coif on his head bounced down the steps eagerly and took Theo's hand for a firm handshake. I didn't believe my mother when she told me. I'm so glad to finally meet you. In a brief moment, Theo caught his custom-made suit and was surprised for the second time. This must be Aurora's brother, he concluded silently. But why the hell is he wearing an expensive suit while his sister goes around in rags? Feeling sour on behalf of his girlfriend, Theo made a mental note to get her more clothes after lunch. Smiling warmly at the overenthusiastic man, Theo greeted back, nice to meet you. He turned to his right and looked at Aurora, who wouldn't meet his eyes. Aurora's brother raised his chin for a good laugh and slapped a hand on Theo's shoulder like they were old friends. Just call me Adrian. Hell, you can call me whatever you want. He took a cursory glance at Aurora, then back at Theo. As long as you're happy, Mr. Barone. Theo noted the displeased look in his eyes when he caught Aurora, but as before, he maintained a composed look. Please call me Theo, he said with a polite smile and placed an arm around Aurora's shoulder. A brother of Aurora's is a brother of mine. Then those trim brows on the round face twitched in disgust. Theo widened his gaze. It happened for a fraction of a second and then it was gone, and Adrian smiled again. If you insist. Theo. Come, let's get out of the hot weather. Theo was rudely pulled away from Aurora and ushered into the house. He turned back and saw his fiery goddess follow quietly. Chapter 36, in which her mother questions their sex life. As they breezed through a corridor into the dining area, Theo finally saw Aurora's mother. The resemblance was startling. He felt like he was looking at an older Aurora, except his girlfriend had a more approachable outlook. Aurora's mother was also taller with broader shoulders and hard, hazelnut eyes that seemed to have fallen in the habit of staring at others. Like her son, she was in an expensive fluorescent green sheath dress that looked as posh as the interior of the house. Welcome to our humble home, Mr. Barone, she stated quietly. What the hell, Theo thought. Her voice is exactly as it was blaring out of the phone. Theo almost laughed but cleared his throat and greeted the mistress of the house. Good afternoon, madam. The woman curtly interjected, call me Carol. This is my husband, Tim. She rested her hand on the shoulder of another man who was already seated at one end of the rectangle table across the room from him. It was the middle-aged man Theo saw earlier. Pleasure to meet you, sir, Theo hastily said. He realized that he couldn't remember Aurora's last name. He had seen it when he checked on Aurora's financial records, but for some reason he couldn't recall what it was. Aurora's father said nothing. Instead, he gave a meaningful glance to his wife, who then smiled cordially at the young billionaire. My apologies, Mr. Barone. Theo, please. I insist. Theo, she paused briefly then said in a mechanical voice. My husband would like you to just call him Tim. Before Theo could respond, the older brother interrupted like a hungry 4-year-old. Come on, let's eat. I'm starving, Mummy. Theo looked to his right and Aurora was standing quietly beside him. They exchanged a brief smile and Aurora pointed to the chair next to her father's. Theo nodded and he sat in it as the mother and son took their seats across him while Aurora took the one beside him. So Theo, what are you up to lately? Adrian took an insane amount of food and slapped it on his plate. I mean, besides luxurious parties and vacations, he chortled like a donkey at his own joke. Theo smiled. I don't travel that much, except for business. He placed a helping of spaghetti onto his plate and passed the bowl to Aurora, who received it silently. Adrian raised his brows in surprise and then exploded into a loud bray. Come on. You expect me to believe that? With all that money, you must be enjoying all the pleasures in the world, man. All the yachts, big hotels, fancy restaurants, and women. He winked and took a large bite of a chicken drumstick. Theo tried not to take it the wrong way, but his annoyance was triggered. Still, for Aurora's sake, he maintained his composure. With all that money, it'll be worth investing and let it roll, don't you think? He grinned. Adrian was completely absorbed in his food, chewing noisily and sucking his teeth as he answered, I'm just a simple guy, Theo. He munched and continued, I just need enough money to enjoy the rest of my life and I'll be the happiest man in the world. Lazy F***, Theo growled in his mind. Was that why Aurora was working her *SS off? To cover his share of the family debt? Carol cleared her throat and turned to Aurora. Aurora dear, you haven't said a word since you came through that door. Did you do something wrong again? She smiled sweetly at Theo and explained, whenever Aurora makes a mistake, she becomes as mute as a dumbass. It's always been like that. Theo felt his anger rising, but returned a courteous smile. Aurora has been the kindest and the most hardworking girl I've met, madam. So don't worry about her. The mistress sipped on her wine and smacked her lips gleefully. Oh, I'm not worried at all. She's the least of my worries. Her future is as bright as the present. I'd be honest with you, as her mother, if she can't satisfy you in bed, Theo, just dump her. Don't waste your time. What the F***? Theo widened his gaze, aghast by what he just heard. Did she just tell him to dump her own daughter if she couldn't satisfy his sexual needs? What the hell is wrong with this woman? He turned to his left and the master of the household was clearly in his own version of reality, staring at the tabletop, chewing quietly as if he were eating alone. Is no one going to say anything? Theo gritted his teeth at the thought. He glared at the older woman. In-law or not, she had crossed the line and Theo wouldn't take it lying down. He was about to open his mind when Aurora placed her hand over his. She smiled at him and gently shook her head. It's not worth it, she seemed to be telling her, it'll be over soon, just bear with it. He exhaled carefully and took a bite of the plain pasta. Adrian, on the other hand, has an immeasurable future ahead of him. Aurora's mother beamed proudly at her son. Theo followed her gaze and found himself staring at the piggy brother sitting across him, gorging deliciously on the food, completely in his own world. Yeah, right, he thought, Munchie here is definitely settled for greatness. When the mother was done with admiring her son, she returned to Theo with a purposeful smile. Theo, would you have anything to recommend for Adrian? He's a very capable man. I'm sure he'll be an asset to your company. Adrian was chomping halfway with his mouth full when he paused and scolded, Mummy. How many times do I have to tell you? I'm not working in some company. No offense, Theo. My mom's stupid. She has no brains for the bigger concepts, if you know what I mean. No, I don't know what you mean, Theo replied almost crudely. But Adrian obviously was too smart to notice and patiently explained his master plans of starting his own business. Clever people like us don't work for bosses. We are the bosses, am I right, bro? The pancake face chuckled. Clearly aware of how much her son was oblivious to the reality of things, Carol smiled awkwardly at Theo, then sheepishly at her son. Of course, darling. Anything you say makes the best sense. Oh God, my dear boy is such a genius. Theo groaned inwardly. Aurora is much better without them. Aurora was pulled into the study when the men were chatting over coffee in the living room. She stood near the door as her mother towered in front of her with an angry face. How dare you embarrass your brother in front of his potential business partner? Her mother hissed. Aurora's face shot up with anger. I didn't embarrass him, Mum. He did it all by himself. Shut up, you stupid girl. Why can't you knock some sense into him? Tell him to stop dreaming and start working. Aurora fisted both her hands and was almost shouting back. Slap. Aurora felt a familiar sting on her left cheek. With a heavy sigh, she straightened and looked directly into her mother's eyes as the woman reminded her for the millionth time of that mistake she made 5 years ago. How dare you talk about him like you're a saint, she chuckled coldly. If you hadn't made that mistake, Rory, he wouldn't need to work at all. Those hazelnut eyes glowered at her. It was then Aurora noticed a check in her hand. She recognized it instantly. Her confidence fell to the deepest point. You've spoken to Mrs. Barone? Ha! You're actually using your brain for once. Did you speak to Mrs. Barone? Aurora shouted, her face was flushed with rage. Oh, you scared me, you stupid girl. How dare you shout at your mother? It was a very pretty young woman. Audrey. But the signature was clearly Mrs. Barone's. Her mother saw her painful expression and gloated even more. Aurora never knew why her mother hated her so much. She has been trying to find the reason. But today, seeing her holding the check, Aurora realized that she didn't need the reason anymore. She's done with this woman and her crazy obsession with her son. I want you to leave, Theo, her mother ordered. What? Aurora looked ready to pull her mother's hair. Leave him so that we can get as much money as we need. So that's what she meant when she said that her brother's future depends on this. Aurora widened her gaze in realization. That's why she made that ugly remark about Aurora in front of Theo. It was all for this blank check. In a swift motion, Aurora stepped forward and snatched the piece of paper, and ignoring her mother's cries of horror, ripped it into a million pieces. Chapter 37, in which he reveals his dark secret. Oh! The hair-raising cry of hopelessness penetrated the air. Aurora watched with seething eyes as her mother crumbled to the floor, clawing like a desperate addict for the tiny pieces of the wondrous blank check. No, no, no! The older woman glared up at her. Look what you've done! You crazy wench! Aurora scoffed. I'm a wench now, huh? Adrian appeared at the door, his cheeks red from the brief dash. What's wrong, Mummy? He saw Mummy on the floor clawing for tiny pieces of what appears to be a check and found his answer. He dropped onto his knees with a loud thud and wailed like a pig to be slaughtered. No! My life is gone. Who did this? Carol thrust an angry finger at the younger copy of herself. Who else? The lazy dreamer faced Aurora enraged. You, he snarled as he stood and took dangerous steps towards his sister. Aurora was stunned. She had never seen her brother this mad. His killer eyes shot a cold streak of fear up her neck. She backed away slowly, eyeing at the door to make her escape. You useless whore! Adrian roared and lifted his meaty hand to sweat it down on Aurora like she was a fly. A stronger, toned hand grabbed the fat wrist and twisted the flabby arm out of its intended path. Aurora opened her eyes and was surprised at the sight of Theo's broad back blocking her view. She stepped out from behind him and saw her brother's round body angled in pain. Ouch! Ow, 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 he howled. Theo raised Adrian's arm higher and the man's squeals grew louder. Please stop. You're hurting my baby. His mother crawled forward, hands clasped in a prayer. For some reason, the scene made her even angrier. Aurora let out a long scream, releasing years of pent-up anger and resentment. When she was done, Theo was blinking at her with a shocked expression. Not letting go of the pudgy wrist, he asked in a gentle tone, Are you all right, babe? Aurora answered with a smile, never better. She stepped towards her mother, who was staring back with a frightened look, and stated in a firm tone she never thought she had. I'll pay all the debts on my own. Don't you dare to take any F***ing money from anyone to pay them. I don't need it. Her mother scoffed. What makes you think that we're going to? I'm not going to pay a single cent to you. I know you won't. I just want to be clear so there's no confusion later. Because I'm not coming back. Ever. Ignoring her mother's widened gaze, Aurora added, I'll still send over the money that I owe, don't you worry. Goodbye, mother. You won't see or hear from me again. Aurora took Theo's hand and pulled him out of the room, past her father and out of the house. She didn't look back. As the black sports car cruised peacefully along the road, heading towards the other side of the city, Theo took Aurora's trembling hand into his and smiled comfortingly at her. She had a blank look on her face so he couldn't tell what she was thinking. Babe, you alright? Aurora spun away from the side window and stared at him with anxious eyes. Theo. What? Did you leave something at the house? It'll be embarrassing to go back there after your brave declaration. But if it's important. Aurora chuckled. No, it's not that. Theo smiled warmly. It's nice to see you smile. He squeezed her hand and brought it to his lips. What is it you wanted to say? You haven't given me the check for the cleaning. Today's the deadline. Seriously? That's your concern now? He chuckled in disbelief. After that big announcement of cutting ties with her family, she still cares for them. Aurora shot a flat expression. I've told you before it's important. But they are no longer your concern, right? So just leave it. There was an unusual silence from her. Then she looked at her thighs and answered quietly, it's still important. She turned to him. I want to tell you something, Theo. Okay, that's a scary look you're giving me. Give me a second. Theo stared ahead and took a deep breath. It better not be a breakup, he thought silently. He'll drive them back to her apartment and convince her otherwise. Okay, I'm ready. Tell me. I mean to tell you after my shift. What? That's like 6 hours away. It's plain cruel to keep a man in suspense like that, babe. Aurora giggled. I'm not breaking up with you if that's what you're thinking. How did you know? He was both surprised and impressed. You kept wanting me to stay. Begging me not to go. Crying buckets of tears. Aurora flashed a broad grin, her eyes in a tease. I did not cry buckets of tears, Theo argued. Men don't cry, babe. Well, you certainly drank buckets, Aurora laughed. Theo winced in embarrassment. Ah hell, you're really not gonna let this go, right? The car came to a stop at the traffic lights and he turned around, reached out to grab her neck, pulled her forward to meet his lips. He deepened the kiss immediately, then pulled away just as the lights turned green and continued driving. Aurora looked ahead with a blushing smile. The capsule rose steadily above the sea of neon lights, illuminating like stars in the vast darkness. Aurora had never felt this peaceful staring at the city from a height in the night. When she was younger, she always felt that the Ferris wheel was the lamest invention of mankind. Now she appreciated it much more. It's so magical, she whispered. Then she turned to her back and frowned at Theo, who had been looking at her. Still, you shouldn't have asked them to open the entire fairground just for me. It's really ridiculous, Theo. Work at Madame Zoya's ended at 10 instead of 8. Everything had closed, so Aurora suggested that they head home for dinner. Instead, Theo brought her to the fairground. Theo shoved his hands into his pockets and smiled at the spectacular scenery. I thought you might want to see something different today. Aurora stared ahead as the lights blurred and images of this afternoon's events replayed in her mind. When she felt Theo's chin on her shoulder, she looked down and saw his hands over her belly. He was hugging her from behind. She leaned against him and exhaled a relief. I guess I really do need a change of scenery. Did your father call you after lunch? Aurora turned around to meet his eyes. No. My father will never call me. He looked like he had something to say to you when we were leaving the house, so I thought he'd call you. I doubt it, Aurora sighed. He can't talk. Theo was shocked. I apologize. You don't have to, you didn't know. Then her voice fell into a thin whisper. I haven't heard his voice in a very long time. He tightened his arms. Can I ask what happened? She waited for a while, then turned around and looked straight into his eyes. Let's trade again. Theo chuckled. You like that game, don't you? She returned to the front with a smile. I want to know more about you. Theo felt his heart skip a beat. He swallowed hard and asked in a rough voice, what do you want to know? Aurora smiled at the city lights. What's the worst thing you may have done to your family? Theo looked at her reflection and caught her serious expression and knew that she wasn't in a joking mood. He pondered briefly, then heaved a heavy sigh. Is this about what you want to tell me? Aurora nodded silently. For some reason, her question conjured up memories of the incident he had witnessed when he was 10. Don't judge me, he exhaled. I won't. A brief silence followed from his end. Then abruptly he muttered, I saw my mother push my brother off the stairs and I kept quiet. Chapter 38, in which she reveals her dark secret. Aurora's eyes widened in horror. She can't imagine anyone would push her own flesh and blood down the stairs. Is she crazy or what? Theo looked at the city lights and continued with his story. I was 10. I remember I was about to get ready for bed. Father was out on a business trip, so I was supposed to go to bed without a bedtime story. But I didn't want to, so I thought I'd get my brother to read me one. Aurora smiled. Sounds like you two were pretty close. Theo recalled some happy moments he had shared with the black-haired boy and gave Aurora a tiny smile. He was always looking out for me. Naturally, when Father was out, I'd go to him. I went to his room, but he wasn't there, so I walked around to find him and saw him at the stairs. I guess he wanted to get a glass of water. He has a habit of putting one next to his bed, in case he gets thirsty in the middle of the night. He paused and raked his hair backwards. Aurora noted his distress and rubbed his thick arms to calm his nerves as he continued. It happened so fast. Mother appeared out of nowhere and pushed him. She didn't see you? Theo shook his head. I couldn't remember why, but I jumped behind a pillar as soon as I saw what she did, so she couldn't have seen me. Aurora looked down. Her hands were gripping Theo's elbow. She quickly relaxed her fingers and asked in a strained voice, Did your brother die? No. Her shoulders sagged in relief. Theo continued softly, but he broke his leg. He's been walking with a limp ever since. She remarked gently, I didn't get to meet him when we were at the mansion. It suddenly occurred to Aurora that the possibility of Theo having a brother never crossed her mind. Maybe because his mother had acted as if he was her only child. But why would the B*TCH do that? Wouldn't she want 2 gold mines instead of 1? Theo looked down at the floor with a guilty expression. After the incident, he returned to Japan to live with his grandparents. Aurora was confused. Returned? You mean he's from Japan? Theo nodded. His mother was Japanese. She passed away, so he came to live with us. An illegitimate son, Aurora thought. It all made sense now. Why that greedy woman wanted the brother out of the family portrait. All of a sudden, she recalled the trick that she used when she tried to enter Theo's office for the first time and then felt apologetic. As if reading her thoughts, Theo lowered his voice and affirmed, he was the firstborn, so my mother felt threatened. So she planned to kill your brother by pushing him off the stairs? Aurora asked in a dreaded whisper. She has heard stories and watched movies of family members killing each other for power or a bigger share of the inheritance, so it might have been the same with Theo's mother. I will never know what she was trying to do. My brother told everyone it was an accident and everyone believed him because there were no witnesses. A few days later he said that he missed Japan terribly and left. He hasn't been back since. But why were there no witnesses? You saw what happened, didn't you? Theo grew silent. Aurora thought that he might be too shocked and young to say anything, so she held the side of his face with her hand and stroked his cheek with her thumb to comfort him. It's not your fault. I would be too shocked to say anything if I were you. You shouldn't blame yourself. Theo lifted his gaze and she saw the years of regret in his eyes. I lied to my family, Aurora. When father asked if anyone saw what happened, I kept quiet. He swallowed hard and said, I kept quiet because I was so scared that my mother would do the same to me if I said anything. He looked away, closed his eyes as if in shame and drew in a long, deep breath. Aurora corrected him angrily, you were only 10. And she was such a monster. I'd be terrified if I were you. She wrapped her arms around his waist and then felt his arms tightened around hers. His heart was beating fast against her, so she patted his back. When he added in her ear, I thought that I'd be next, so I kept the lights on and guarded my door. That's why you sleep with the lights on? Theo stiffened. Zia told you? Yeah. Before we went to Gil's Island. Hell, Theo groaned. Why would Zia do that? He pulled away and frowned at her, so you knew it all along? Aurora nodded with a chuckle. Theo hid his eyes in his hand and shook his head in embarrassment. All this while I've been trying to keep it from you, but you already knew. God, I'm such an idiot. Aurora tiptoed to kiss him on the cheek. You're a handsome idiot. He tried to turn away from her, but she wouldn't let him. Come on. It's no big deal, really. I'll hold your hand when you sleep. It's d*mn cruel to make fun of a man's phobia, Aurora. All right, I'm sorry. She kissed him on the mouth this time, then hugged him again. They stayed in each other's embrace for a while more before Aurora asked, Do you miss your brother? I do, Theo breathed. But it's better for him to stay away. God knows what my mother and uncle will do next. That uncle who stole the company's money? Aurora asked as her throat thickened. Yeah. He's been taking money from my father's company for years. Are you going to report him to the police? Aurora whispered. Theo sighed. I hope I don't have to. He's still part of the family. That's why I'm doing all I can to stop him from taking more. If the board knows about this or if he does it again, I'll have to make the move. I guess my dad might have thought the same, Aurora muttered as she broke away from him and walked back to the window. Aurora, you saw the way my family acted around me today. That's because your mother has always favored your brother above you. Yes, but she hated me even more after what I did. My brother too. And my dad. There's a reason why I haven't returned home in the past 5 years. Theo sensed a grave mood from her and grew still. The flaming hair beauty dropped her gaze from the city lights and admitted quietly, I stole money from my father. Theo couldn't move. Suddenly, her last name sprung up in his mind. Sherman. One of Theo's business partners had complained to him, a few years back, about a certain Tim Sherman who couldn't manage his retail business well. There were plans for a worldwide expansion, but the man couldn't take the pressure and gave up, so they pulled the plug on their investment. Aurora's voice regained his attention. I forged my dad's signature and took out a large sum. I thought I could replace it, but the investment failed, so everything was gone. There was no turning back, Aurora thought. She noted the strong silence from Theo and squeezed her eyes to push her fear away. When my dad learned that his baby girl had stolen from him, he was so heartbroken that he fell ill for a long time. By the time he recovered, he'd stopped talking. Theo could guess how the story ended, but he held his tongue. Business went bad and his investors started pulling out. We went into huge debt, so she took in a deep breath and added, I took a high-interest loan. For a long while Theo stared at the back of the exhausted woman standing in front of him. He understood why she had moved out of that luxurious house, gave up on the lavish lifestyle she grew up with and insisted on working her way out of the mountain of debts. She was punishing herself. Chapter 39, in which he deletes the blackmail message. You have to stop punishing yourself, babe. Aurora lifted her gaze in surprise. After hearing all that, why did he still call her that? She just lied to him again. Worst, she just confessed to committing a crime. Shouldn't he hate her? The gentleness in his voice triggered her emotions. She doesn't deserve him. Her view started to blur. Theo grabbed those small shoulders and turned her around, but she looked away. I understand if you want to end this, her defeated voice muttered. She remembered how furious he had been the last time. He'd probably never forgive her this time. Theo sighed, babe, you've got to be fair to me and stop deciding on everything in our relationship. Her moistened eyes flew to his striking face. She blinked to clear her view and searched his features with a puzzled look. Aren't you mad at me? Yes, I am, Theo breathed. He was frustrated. Then we should break up. Theo gritted his teeth. You want to break up with me? Aurora shook her head at the floor. Theo tipped her chin and looked into her eyes as he muttered angrily, then stopped suggesting it. Her eyes sparkled with tears of regret. Don't you despise me? I did what your uncle did. Theo pulled her in and crushed his lips onto hers. She let out a gasp of surprise, but quickly opened her mouth and let him deepen the kiss. It ended as abruptly as it started. Breathless, Aurora opened her eyes and Theo was glaring at her. You are not him, he stated firmly in a hoarse voice in between shallow breaths. If you were, you wouldn't be at that fortune-telling shop and I wouldn't have met you there. That was the most romantic thing she has heard. Finally, her tears poured down uncontrollably. He hugged her close. You have been sending the money all this while. Theo was almost shouting in his girlfriend's ears. Aurora winced. Ouch. D***, Theo. You're hurting my ears. Your voice gets 3 times louder in here. How else can they continue to live in that house? Theo shook her head in disbelief. This is the worst I've heard. Is it not enough that you have a huge debt from a loan shark on your back? No wonder this woman needs to take 3 jobs. God. I owe them this much, Theo. Let's just leave it as that. Theo sighed. Okay, then what other secrets do you have? Aurora held up the giant-sized hand, wiped the bubbles off it and brought it to her lips. A muscle twitched under her touch and she smiled against his skin. Removing his hand and dropping it back into the bathtub, she leaned backwards on his hard chest and sighed. That's enough trading for today. They were back at Theo's apartment. Once she stepped out of the elevator, he took her hand and pulled her upstairs, with the notion of taking a bubble bath together. As usual, Aurora couldn't resist the temptation. You mean you have more secrets? Theo groaned. Aurora chuckled. They may not be secrets. Just the bits of my life that you don't know about. She turned around to face him and cradled his damp jaw as he settled his arms around her hips. We've only known each other for less than 2 months, she whispered, getting aroused by his gaze, which was lingering on her mouth. He brought his arms together so that her body crushed against his. But it feels like I've known you all my life, he growled. A giggle escaped her lips. What a sweet talker you are. Not as sweet as your lips. He leaned in and sucked on her lips, pulling them in for an enticing kiss. He dragged his mouth downwards, nibbling and sucking the beads of water on her skin as he lifted her body up until her breasts came to his face. She exhaled a satisfied moan as he took a pink bud into his mouth. When he tasted her other breast, her knee started to weaken. She fell forward and propped 2 hands on the wall behind him, one on each side of his head, to support herself as he continued to drive her crazy with his tongue. He couldn't stop touching her. Her hastened moans made him more anxious and he tore his lips from her soft mounts and entered her smoothly. They sat still in each other's arms for a while, savoring the feel of each other's bare skin. Then he moved. Slowly at first, then harder and faster. She hugged his neck and pressed closer against him so he could drive deeper into her and hit that tantalizing spot. Twice she climaxed before he found his release and let out a loud grunt of bliss before he hugged her again. He couldn't get enough of her. Theo had never thought of doing it before, but he wanted to blow-dry Aurora's hair. What? No. Aurora protested and tried to snatch the hairdryer from him. Theo, give me that. I'm drying your hair whether you like it or not. Sit here, Aurora. He tapped his toes at the chair in front of the mirror. Aurora folded her arms and looked away. No. In her blind spot, he reached out an arm to grab her by the waist. Ignoring her cries, he pulled her onto the chair. Grinning at her reflection in the mirror, which was glaring back at him, he switched on the hairdryer and tended to her luscious red curls. Once he was done, he dragged her onto bed, wound himself around her and cuddled her to sleep. I'm supposed to clean the apartment, Theo, she yawned. Theo rolled his eyes and patted her shoulder. Since you've already paid that A** shoal, take a break for now. Sleep. You're bossy, she murmured sleepily. It's one of the privileges of being a boyfriend. Sure, her voice trailed off. In an instant, he heard her soft breathing and smiled. As he waited for sleep to come, he kept thinking about what she said earlier. Something sounded amiss. He'd seen Aurora's eyes lit up whenever she was at Liv's shop or when she talked about fashion. He thought that her passion was there. Not investment. Why would she steal money for something she clearly has no interest in? Could there be more to the story that she didn't reveal? Theo exhaled lightly. God, this woman is driving him crazy. She is full of wonders, yet full of mysteries. She's right. He should be mad. But he wasn't ready to let her go yet. Every day his desire for her kept getting stronger and stronger. You're mad. Yes, he is. But more so, he's madly in love with her. The realization stunned him. Is this what it's all about? All the roller coaster of emotions he's been going through with her. He kneaded between his brows, chuckling softly, then halted instantly when she flinched. He waited silently as she tightened her arms and snuggled deeper into his warmth. When she stopped moving again, he broke into a pleased smile. Suddenly he heard a familiar buzz on the bedside table. That D*MN phone. He grumbled silently. It was like an elite soldier. He had thrown it to the floor that day and it could still function as well as before. With the slightest movement, he reached over to grab the phone and try to silence it, when he caught a text from an unknown sender. Unknown sender, last 30K. And you won't hear from me again. His expression went grim. Another 30K? Who the F***ck does he think Aurora is? He solved the password in no time and pulled up the blackmailer's text. Then he saw the photo of him kissing Aurora at the retreat. From the angle that the photo was taken, it seemed to be taken from where Kate was seated. Audrey. She must know something about the blackmailer. Theo closed his fuming eyes and inhaled sharply to cool his head. Chapter 40, in which his ex threatens her. Aurora stared at the gorgeous, sexy man sipping on his morning coffee. The Diamond Summit and Gala? Theo replaced his cup on the table and nodded. It's an annual gathering of the great minds around the world to discuss the ways to improve human lifestyle. He smiled and added, then of course we end with a huge dinner party. Sounds like another grand excuse to get together and party. Aurora frowned. This must be an exclusive event, she thought, because she hadn't heard of it anywhere in the public sphere. That's a nice way to put it, Theo remarked sarcastically with a laugh. I won't deny that I'll be there to network. I'm sure it'll be good for you too. But she was still anxious. Because of the blackmail, she couldn't save up for her monthly payment to the debtors and she was due to pay in 2 weeks. Theo chewed as he studied her expression and chuckled. Okay, what's on your mind, babe? You look like you want to strangle me again. Aurora took another bite of her sandwich with furrowed brows. I need to work, Theo. I can't just take 2 days off. Now better aware of her situation, Theo didn't argue with her this time and simply shrugged. We'll figure something out. There's still 3 days before we need to leave. Then he added with a twinkle in his eyes, who knows? Maybe a miracle will happen. Theo looked blankly at the woman in a tight, fluorescent pink mini dress, sitting cross-legged from across him. Why are we meeting here, Theo? Audrey chirped with her sweet smile, then looked around uncomfortably. The cafe was packed with the lunch crowd. I don't trust being alone with you in private, Theo replied coolly. The princess glare was back firmly in her eyes. What? Then she gave a snobbish smirk. Is it because of that slut? I don't know who you're referring to unless you say her name. Arg. Stop it, Theo. Just stop, she shouted, then felt the stares of other patrons and lowered her voice in a hiss. You chose a place that I'm not familiar with so I won't throw a fit, you *shoal. Theo sipped his tea with a grin. Continuing as soft as she could, Audrey muttered angrily, what the hell, Theo? What has that witch done to you? You used to be so nice and sweet. You mean obedient. Like your pet. Theo's features fell into a bleak expression. Audrey widened her gaze and whispered in a shock, what do you mean? I never treated you like a pet. Whatever, Theo waved his hand in dismissal. Did you take this photo? He placed his phone on the table and pushed it across to her. Audrey leaned in to peek at the screen and quickly hid her surprise. She straightened and sipped on her juice. I didn't take that. Theo retrieved his phone. I think you did. Fixing an infuriated gaze on the pretty face that used to shine with innocence, he added harshly, you sent it to Aurora to blackmail her. Audrey gaped with bulging eyes. I didn't do it. Why would I do that? Who knows what you've learnt from my mother? Audrey reached out to grab Theo's hand. I really didn't do it, Theo. It wasn't me. Then who is it? He asked quietly. Who's behind the blackmail, Audrey? Tell me. I don't know what you're talking about. I really don't know anything about this this threat, Audrey insisted with pleading eyes. You can't fool me, Audrey. Tell me what I want to know or we're done. Theo refused to give in this time. You can't do this to me. You promised to take care of me forever, you *shoal, she growled. Theo leaned in and glowered back. Not in marriage but as a brother. I've made it very clear to you. Audrey folded her arms. You brought that slut in to make me give up, didn't you? Theo kept a steady glare on her sneer. I will not know who you're talking about until you say her name. Audrey continued stubbornly. Do you think she's an angel? She's not, Theo. Do you know what she has done to her family? I know what she's done. She told me, Theo smiled. She did. Audrey whispered with a sudden dip in confidence. Theo sighed. I will pretend that the blank check incident never happened. Then he leaned in and whispered just loud and clear enough for his childhood friend to hear. Tell my mother if she makes another move behind my back, I will proceed with what I promised. With that final warning he stood, straightened his suit and turned on his heel to leave. Audrey chuckled in a mocking note. I'm sure that B*TCH didn't tell you why she did it, or who she did it for. Audrey smiled tauntingly at the broad back. Because if she did, knowing you would have already left her. Theo looked over his shoulder. Goodbye, Audrey. A miracle did happen. Aurora received a text from Madame Zoya while waiting for the last customer. Madame Zoya, Ms. Aurora. Business has been good. But my headache is not. I want to close the shop this Thursday and Friday to give us a break. I will rearrange the appointments. I will still give you the bonus for those 2 days. Aurora was shocked beyond words. Madame Zoya couldn't have heard her conversation with Theo, could she? A wave of goosebumps washed over her. As she replied to her boss, she felt that a flamingo had entered the shop. Hastily she put away her phone and greeted the customer. What reading would you? Oh, it's you, Aurora frowned. I don't think you've made an appointment, Miss Audrey. Audrey flared her nostrils at the flaming-haired fortune-teller. I'm giving you one last warning, leave Theo. Aurora blinked and wrinkled her brows in confusion. I'm sorry. What? This woman is daft. Aurora shook her head silently. She's in serious need of help. Why do people like her think that they can just waltz into places, throw their demands and warnings around and expect people to follow them? Audrey crossed her arms. You heard me. I didn't hear you really. I heard a fly swish by and got distracted. Sorry, Aurora smiled apologetically. You. Audrey stomped her feet, her hands balled into fists. Aurora stood and snarled at the pretty heiress. I'm giving you one last warning. Stop forcing Theo to marry you. Unless you're here for a reading or the gifts, or I will have to ask you to leave. Audrey scoffed. What a pretty little liar you are. Excuse me. Aurora folded her arms across her chest. You didn't tell Theo about your ex-boyfriend, did you? Audrey grinned with a mean glint in her eyes. Aurora tried not to be fazed, but the scheming B*TCH immediately saw through her. I'll see you at the gala, slut. Audrey laughed as she turned from the perturbed look on the lovely fortune-teller's face. An uneasy feeling rose in Aurora as she watched those long legs disappear behind the black curtain. Chapter 41, in which she feels unsure about them. Aurora turned around, holding a white cotton blouse and matching sandy brown shorts. Will this be appropriate? Liv rubbed her chin. For D beach, yes. You always pick D simplest clot he's piccolo. Go for D formal wear. You will need it. Aurora smiled and passed the clothes to the assistant standing near her, then moved onto the rack of formal wear. I still wished you could go with us, Liv. The designer smiled warmly. Ever since Piccolo started attending, I let him handle it. Gil will understand. She took an off-shoulder, emerald ball gown from the rack, then passed it to the assistant. Gil. Liv reached for a knee-length, square-neck, black peplum dress. Yes, Gil. His company organized the event. She handed the dress over to her assistant. Aurora mouthed a wow and glanced at the assistant. That's really a lot, Liv. Liv flapped her hand. Nonsense. You will be there for 3 days now? Let's get you more. Aurora was hesitant, but I already have the one that I wore for dinner with Theo's mother, remember? Yes. But no, Piccolo, you cannot wear the same thing. Mama will be there. Don't give her something to say, Liv advice. Aurora nodded. With so many high-profile people attending, Mrs. Barone wouldn't miss it for the world. Liv leaned closer and whispered, there will be celebrities too, so take it as doing me a favor. Aurora giggled knowingly. With new fashion brands popping up every second, it's easy to forget the existing ones, so they have to keep promoting constantly. All right, Liv. Let's do it. Give me your best designs. Liv grinned widely. That's the spirit. She turned to the assistant and muttered a few Italian phrases, and the girl scurried off to gather the clothes. The designer turned back to the red hair beauty. Let's choose accessories. Aurora beamed back. Sure. Aren't we going to the airport? Aurora furrowed her brows at the strange scenery outside her side window. The black sports car cruised along a road that cuts through a vast stretch of open land on each side. No, Theo answered. Aurora turned to him. But aren't we taking a plane? Theo grinned ahead. We are. Aurora frowned. Then we should be going to the airport. Where are you taking me to? Is it another surprise? Theo glanced at her, then back at the road. You love surprises, right, babe? His impish grin appeared. Aurora folded her arms. I've had too many, Theo. My heart can't take it. You'll love this. At this, the car swerved through a gate with a sign that says private airport. Aurora widened her gaze at her boyfriend. We're taking a private jet? Theo nodded. D*MN, her eyes are beautiful when they are surprised. He grinned broadly. It's your private jet? She whispered. Yes, Theo chuckled. The aircraft entered her view. It was slightly smaller than a commercial plane, standing like a proud soldier, entirely white with a navy blue line across its streamlined body. Its nose reminded Aurora of a dolphin's nose and wings were spread out like an eagle. It's beautiful, Theo, Aurora whispered as if the jet was a pet. Theo almost couldn't tear his eyes away from that mesmerizing expression. But we didn't take this the last time, Aurora continued. That's because Gil chartered the whole plane for his guests. Usually I'd move around privately. The car stopped in front of the private jet and they got off. Theo gave his car keys to a staff member standing by, then took Aurora's hand and led her towards the plane. The interior was as luxurious as an executive suite. Aurora's eyes swept across the mini bar at the back of the plane, a glossy oak dining table for two on the right side and two white leather seats, each the size of a lounge chair, on the left side. Theo ushered Aurora to the one beside the window. As she sat on the cool white leather, she sank comfortably into the cushion. Oh God, she sighed silently, this is so different from the ones she had known. Once Theo sat, the plane started moving and it was soon up in the air, soaring smoothly over a sea of clouds. Are you hungry? Theo turned to her. Aurora shook her head. She was still in a daze from what she had seen. Staring at the light blue sky outside, she thought about the whirlwind she had been caught in for the past 2 months. Since her youth, she had read about the rich and famous and wondered about their extravagant lifestyle. Now that she had tasted a bit of it, she couldn't deny its enticement. She looked to her left at Theo. He was reading something off his phone. She studied his side profile and sighed with a tiny smile. God, he's incredibly sexy. She couldn't get enough of him. She wanted to stay by his side for a long time. That admission shocked her. D*MN, Aurora, you're sinking fast. So fast that everything felt surreal. A worry rose in her as she looked into Theo's puzzled eyes. Can she truly keep this wonderful man by her side? Will he stay? What if this was all a dream? Aurora, Theo leaned closer with concerned eyes. Do you feel sick? She answered him by taking hold of his masculine jaw and pulled him forward for a kiss. He responded immediately and swept in his tongue to caress hers. Theo pulled her forward onto his lap. She threaded her fingers through his soft black curls and pushed his head back to deepen the kiss. He grunted with enhanced pleasure and stroked her mouth fervently. When he tore his lips away, she tried to take them again, but he pulled away and locked his gaze with her hooded eyes. Let's go to bed, babe, he breathed heavily. She was as breathless as he was. There's a bed? Theo grinned and pushed her gently off him, then took her hand and led her to the back of the plane, past the minibar, through a door. A large white bed welcomed her sight. Aurora inhaled softly. She felt his lips on the sensitive spot below her earlobe as his arms went around her waist, and sighed in bliss. Make love to me, Theo. Theo paused briefly, then kissed the side of her ear and smiled when he felt her shiver. Get ready, babe. We have 5 hours till arrival, he whispered into her ear. She shuddered with anticipation and took his lips. The ground shook. Earthquake? Aurora opened her eyes and jolted upright. She was still in the plane. It's just turbulence, Theo muttered sleepily from below her. Go back to sleep, babe. Aurora realized she had been sleeping on top of Theo. He pulled her back down on him and wrapped his arms on her back and hugged her close. Are we landing soon? She rested her cheek on his warm chest and heard his peaceful heartbeat. In an hour, he breathed. They had been at it for almost 4 hours. She smiled silently at the thought. Theo let out a contented sigh. His lovely seductress was a voracious lover. He could have her forever. I'm hungry. Aurora stared at the nest of brownish-yellow terraced houses covered with reddish roofs. Theo chuckled. Me too. You wore me out just now. Aurora glared at her hands, her cheeks flamed up. Stop trying to embarrass me. He brushed the loose strands behind her ears to get a closer look at her blush and whispered tenderly, I wasn't. They exchanged a warm smile. We'll get room service later. Theo turned and looked at the white and gray facade of the plush hotel outside his side window. Aurora stared at Theo and wondered, when did room services become part and parcel of her traveling life? They used to be unnecessary. The limousine stopped in front of the marble steps and they got off the car with the doorman's help. Theo immediately took Aurora's hand and led her into the hotel lobby. Shall we check out the beach afterwards? Aurora grinned back at him. That'll be nice. Aurora. A familiar voice sounded across the hall. It was a sound she thought she had forgotten. But the instant she heard it, she recognized it. Aurora turned around and found herself looking at her ex-boyfriend, the man she wanted to. Chapter 42, in which her ex returns. Aurora stared at the man in a pink polo shirt and dark blue, slim-fit pants with a golden brown, messy, crop haircut. She continued watching as he glided across the gray marble floor towards her with a surprised look. She couldn't move. D***. Why can't she take her eyes off those blue eyes? They were still as captivating as she could remember. Look away, Aurora. Remember what he did to you. But she couldn't. A squeeze in her hand woke her from her stupor. She turned and looked into a pair of dark brown eyes and returned to the present. Are you all right, babe? Theo whispered with a concerned look. He watched the color he had put in her cheeks drained instantly when she saw that man. He looked at the man in front of them. He was almost as tall as Theo with a lean physique and a smile that would put any woman to trance. In short, he's a slimeball. Theo knows his kind. Men like him could easily have a woman wrapped around their fingers, dictating every bit of her life until they got what they wanted, and then dumped her. The man kept his eyes on Aurora. Theo didn't like his smile. I own you, it said. I didn't expect you'd be here. The man put on a large grin. Theo looked to his left. Aurora was seething. She didn't look very pleased to see him. Theo gloated silently at the thought. Slap. Theo stared at Aurora stunned. That man was taken aback as well, but he recovered swiftly, as if he was used to it, and a knowing smirk appeared in his lips. I know you miss me, the slimeball chuckled at her. Theo's suspicions were confirmed and instantly, his arm went around Aurora's shoulder. Babe, let's go. Aurora nodded. They turned from the man when he spoke again, finally acknowledging Theo. I see you've got a new man, Rory. Theo halted. His jaw muscle flexed. Aurora's family calls her by that nickname and this man was using it with great ease. King A** Shoal, Theo cursed silently. He was obviously staking his claim on Aurora. Don't take the bait, big guy, Theo warned himself. But he was helpless. A surge of jealousy and anger already rose inside him. He didn't like that Aurora was closer to other men besides him. He felt it tugged in his arm and Aurora looked at him. Let's go, Theo. They turned and strolled off, leaving the man grinning at their backs, his eyes shining with amusement. Aurora stared at the breathtaking scenery of the blue waters of the sea, the white sails of the yachts and the surrounding green hills. She took in a large, deep breath of the salty air and exhaled heavily. Her heart rate was returning to normal now that the reality was sinking in. Will is back and he's here. Suddenly, Aurora remembered Theo and turned around. He was leaning against the doorway, observing her. When their eyes met, his serious expression melted into a smile. How's the view? He came towards her, both hands shoved into his pockets. Aurora gave him a weak smile, wove her arm around his and muttered, I love it. She rested her head on his biceps and sighed. I've ordered some food for us. After we eat, we'll go to the beach before it gets dark, Theo said quietly. He was dying to talk to her about that man, but he'd be an *SS to raise the topic when she wasn't ready. It can wait till tomorrow, he calmed himself. But Aurora seemed to read his mind. He's my ex-boyfriend, she confirmed quietly. What the hell did you see in him? Theo wanted to ask his redhead goddess. Instead, he remarked, so that was your type, huh? Aurora nodded with a light chuckle. Yeah, he was. When I didn't know better. What's your type now? Aurora lifted her head and turned to the dangerously handsome man with an intense gaze. Slowly, she placed her arms around his neck and drew him close. Noting the crease in between his brows, she bowed her lips in sympathy. Oh no, did I make you jealous? He stared at her plump lips. I'm not jealous. Aurora molded her mouth against his and he tightened his arms around her waist to deepen the kiss. Before it went any further, Theo tore his lips away, leaned against her forehead to steady his breathing and pulled her in for a sweet embrace. I don't like him, he whispered into her ear. He was mimicking her, Aurora thought and chuckled at his shirt. You smell nice, she copied his response. I don't like that he calls you Rory, Theo sighed. Aurora giggled, well, you're the only one who calls me babe. D**mn, he groaned silently. She just made his heart pounding madly again. He pushed her deeper into his warmth. Then for some reason Audrey's words surfaced in his mind. It felt like a thorn, poking at his happiness. Taking the chance, he pulled her to an arm's length and leveled his gaze with hers. Aurora, he began. Is there anything you want to tell me about him? Aurora was suddenly as serious as he was. What are you trying to say? Theo took one last look at his little temptress, then broke into a smile and shrugged. I just want to know more about him, in case, I bump into him. I don't want to look like an idiot, you know what I mean. Aurora chuckled as she snuggled against the broadness of his muscle body. He's the idiot, not you. But if you really want to know, I'll tell you. No trading. The sultry low voice chuckled once more. No trading. She didn't know what came over her, but she just wanted to assure Theo that he was the only one for her now. Theo eagerly sat at the lounge chair near them and asked, how long were you two together? 4 years. He was my first love. Hell, Theo cursed silently. His frustration was up to his chest. He inhaled deeply and asked, why did you break up? Aurora paused longer this time. Then she cleared her throat and muttered, our personalities didn't match. Theo raised his left brow. Why did it sound like an excuse? He didn't want to admit it, but he was certain Aurora was hiding something. Another secret. God, he groaned inwardly, why can't she be truthful to him? He broke up with you? Aurora looked at the sea and then down at her hands. We just drifted apart. Mr. Barone, the sickening voice greeted cheerfully. Theo looked up with a grim expression, but he said nothing. Aurora's ex-boyfriend plopped down on the armchair in front of Theo and sighed, God, I love this place. Theo remained silent and wary. While Aurora was taking a shower, he received a message from the concierge. A certain Wolf Fisher wanted to meet him at the hotel bar at midnight. It didn't take a second for Theo to figure out who the hell Wolf Fisher was and why did he ask to meet. Thank you for coming here to meet me on such a short notice, Mr. Barone. Or should I call you Theo? Theo maintained a blank look. Mr. Barone will do. My name is reserved for the people who matter. Well, we are after the same woman, so that makes me important as well, don't you think? Theo inhaled carefully. You were saying? Will blinked then laughed in realization. I like your straightforwardness, Mr. Barone. But first, let me get my poison. He snapped his fingers and a waitress appeared beside him. Satisfied that the waitress was getting his drink, Will regained his broad grin and leaned back comfortably. Theo sipped on his whiskey and pretended to have all the time in the world. He was pretty riled up inside, but that would be the last thing he wanted Aurora's pompous ex to know. Maybe he should count to 1,000 to refrain from punching the daylights out of this arrogant sh***ed face. When Will's drink was finally delivered, he took a lazy sip and then swirled the blue alcohol in the glass. He peered behind the transparent medium and chuckled softly. Here's what I want to say, Mr. Barone. Thank you for taking care of Rory, but I'm taking her back now. Theo smiled. I see. And you're telling me this because I want you to leave Rory alone and stop harassing her. This guy is mental. Theo shook his head silently. Does he even know what he's saying? Apparently that slap didn't send a clear message. Chuckling quietly, Theo took a sip of his whiskey and observed the golden liquid swirling in his glass. I don't quite get what you're saying. Chapter 43, in which her ex wants her back. Will moved forward in his seat. What I'm saying is, leave Aurora alone, she's mine. Theo leaned forward as well and gave him a cold smile. What I meant was, Mr. Fisher, what makes you think I should listen to you? Who the f***ck do you think you are? The reality of his words smacked hard on Will's face. Theo saw the fear in his eyes and smirked. It was all just an act, he thought, and downed the last gulp of his whiskey. He stood and muttered harshly, I suggest you stay in the past, Mr. Fisher. Let Aurora move on from the pain you've caused her. With that, he strode past the slime ball. Will tried to stop him and blurted, you will cause her even greater pain if she stays with you, Mr. Barone. The voice sounded concerned. Theo halted in his footsteps. Don't listen to him, his mind warned, just go. But Theo couldn't let it go. He wanted to give the f***face a piece of his mind. As he turned back, Will added with a tiny smile, no matter how hard you try, Mr. Barone, Aurora doesn't belong in your world, and the longer she stays in it, the more she'll suffer. Theo gripped his fists tight. D***M these slime balls, they always know to strike where it hits the hardest. Sensing that his words were taking effect in the young billionaire, the con man stepped closer to him. Aurora and I, we're from the same world. We understand each other. Do her a favor, Mr. Barone. Let her go. Give her back to me. Theo relaxed his hands and chuckled. That was a really good speech, Mr. Fisher. He lifted his gaze and sniggered at the worm. How long did you practice it? Will watched on, half confused and half frustrated as Theo chuckled before wiping the tears of laughter from the corner of his eyes. Theo straightened, shoved both hands into his pockets and flashed his impish grin. You almost got me there. His grin vanished as he took threatening steps towards the ex-boyfriend. He glared at the pretty boy and growled in a low, solid voice. You f***king piece of sh**t. Keep that understanding for yourself. Aurora will decide which world she wants to be in. She's a million times more capable than you think. Will frowned. You think you're so great, Theo Barone. Well, you only know half of the real Aurora. He paused and added, I bet she didn't tell you that she had embezzled funds from her family business. Theo shook his head in disbelief. I can't believe I'm saying this. She did tell me, Mr. Fisher. Goodbye. He turned to leave again. But you didn't know why she did it or who she did it for. Theo froze. That son of a***tch is good. He dropped his gaze and scolded silently. Again, Theo ignored the tiny voice in his head and turned back to the grinning sly fox. Will took in a deep breath to savor his moment of victory. Then, a smug look appeared on his face as he stared at Theo. She did it for me. It was all for me. She loved me so much, she was willing to sacrifice everything she had for me. Theo gripped his fists in his pockets as Audrey's words echoed in his ears. She was right, he couldn't take it once he learned about it. It would be less painful if Aurora had told him before this shoal did. Why didn't she? When Theo returned to the room, Aurora was asleep. But the lights were on. Theo stepped towards the bed and for a long while studied the beautiful woman sleeping peacefully in front of him. She could sleep with the lights on now, he thought with a weak smile. As if in a trance, he sat near her and brushed his knuckles lightly across the satin skin of her cheeks. Slowly he lowered his lips and kissed her forehead. Theo! A dreamy whisper escaped her lips. Theo frowned. He should be angry with her for lying to him again. But it would mean being away from her, and that sounded worse. God, what should he do with this woman? He was thinking about the 100th way to pleasure Aurora into revealing the truth when his phone buzzed him back to reality. With a sigh, he held up his phone and saw a text from the hacker he hired a few days ago. He wasn't having luck with the PI, so he quickly made the switch, especially after he had seen and deleted the last blackmail text. Hacker found the address of the source and the list of people living in the building. Theo, thanks. Payment will be made ASAP. Theo opened the attachment and scrolled through the names. A familiar name caught his eye, and then everything came to light. Theo was not in the room when Aurora woke up the next morning. Last night, he went out for a few drinks and she fell asleep waiting for him to return. She expected to wake up in his arms, but he wasn't in bed. His side was cold and empty. She checked her phone and saw his text. Theo, gone for golf. Be back for lunch. Humph, she pouted, already missing him. What should she do until lunch? She would think about it as she washed up. By the time she arrived at the dining hall for breakfast, she still hadn't decided. As she slowly chewed on her bagel, the beach caught her eyes. That's it, she made up her mind. She would stroll along the beach again and take some photos for Trish. There you are. Thank God. Aurora looked up at Kate, beaming down at her. Kate grabbed her hand anxiously. Aurora, we need your help. Aurora swallowed and responded, what is it, Kate? We engaged a psychic to do tarot reading for tomorrow's ball, but he was down with a bad case of food poisoning, Kate explained frantically. Oh no, Aurora winced. Food poisoning is the worst to endure. I hope he's all right. His condition has stabilized, but we need a replacement and no one is willing to take this up at the last minute. Kate paused to sit in front of Aurora and continued, Audrey suggested that I ask you. Audrey? Aurora widened her gaze at the princess. That doesn't sound good, she remarked silently, remembering the threat she received at Madame Zoya's. What if this was part of her scheme? But it's just a harmless tarot card reading. What can she do? Steal your tarot cards? Aurora almost laughed at her silliness. Sensing Aurora's hesitation, Kate leaned in and spoke earnestly, I understand the bad blood between you two, but she was only trying to help me when she mentioned your name. I'd think so too, Aurora smiled. That *TCH wouldn't jeopardize her best friend's efforts for her own revenge, right? With a light exhale, she took Kate's hands and squeezed it assuringly. Don't worry, Kate. I'll help. Oh my God. Thank you, Aurora. Kate stood and rushed forward to hug the redhead fortune teller. I'll go apologize to Theo for taking you away tomorrow night. But I'll definitely get Gil to pay you well. Aurora chuckled, I'm not worried about that. Even if Audrey were to steal the tarot cards, she could still change to palm reading. Chapter 44, in which he confronts her ex. Aurora lifted her foot, letting the soft sand flow through her toes. Once Kate left, that uneasy feeling swarmed up in her chest again. Immediately she regretted her decision, but it was too late. Staring at the blue waters, she stretched her arms high up and reached for the sky and then exhaled heavily. What the hell, Aurora, she mentally chided. Why are you behaving like a scaredy cat all of a sudden? This is not you. She frowned at the horizon and heaved another sigh. Come on, girl. You've been through things that were a lot higher than this, so no fret. Rory. Aurora stiffened. She closed her eyes, wishing that the man would go away when she felt his hands on her shoulders. Don't touch me. She flinched as if she got scalded. Well, held up two palms, all right. I won't touch you. Aurora shot him an angry glare, then turned around and headed for the hotel. But Will grabbed her by the elbow. Wait, Rory, listen to me, please. I said don't touch me. She shouted and kicked at the part of him that was the nearest to reach. Ow. Will hopped around, holding onto his shin. A minute, Rory. What the hell did you kick me for? What you did to me and my family, you deserve more than just a kick. You King A shoal, she growled. Will was bent over, rubbing his shin, then he lifted his charming gaze and grinned at her. But I didn't do anything, Rory. He straightened, then stepped towards Aurora with a confused look. You took the money from your father, not me. You. Aurora clutched her hands into fists till her knuckles went white. You said you wanted to invest and earn the big bucks so you could marry me. You said that my father would agree to the marriage if you have enough money. Oh God, why the CK did I listen to you? Will snaked his arms around Aurora's waist and pulled her against him. You were right, Rory. That's why I'm back, to marry you. Aurora blinked. What? Will flashed his boyish grin. I'm back to marry you, Rory. I'm sorry it took so long. You left no contact information and I couldn't find you. I've been trying to find you, and just when I had lost all hope, we ran into each other here. It's a sign. We are meant to be together, Rory. Aurora widened her gaze. She broke into chuckles and then erupted into laughter. Oh my God. I can't believe that I actually fell for this 5 years ago. Is this how you sounded back then? A surprise flickered across those fine features that used to make her swoon. Now she just wanted to smash sand into that face. Let go off me, Will, Aurora muttered coldly. Will tightened his arms. No, Rory. I'm not letting you go this time. I've made you wait for too long. I won't make the same mistake again. Aurora struggled to get out of his grasp, and when he refused to budge, she raised her right knee high and stamped down hard onto his toes. She thought she heard something cracked. The con man howled in pain and fell to the ground, holding onto his toes. You *tch. Look what you've done. I was planning to marry you and you did this to me. You dumb slut. Shut up, Will. Just shut your mouth. Aurora roared like a lioness with a killing stare. Shocked by a meek lamb's unusual display of ferocity, the ex-boyfriend pressed his lips in fear and looked directly at Aurora like a boy about to be caned. Don't come near me ever again, Aurora warned with an icy tone. Or I swear to God, I'll crush your *king nose. Will shot up his hand to cover his nose. No matter how much that woman was willing to pay, he wouldn't sacrifice his perfect nose for anything. As he watched the feisty redhead beauty stalk towards the hotel, he fished out his phone and made a call. The other end answered in 2 rings. I'm not going near that *tch again, you hear me? Will stood and turned towards the sea. I don't care. Sue me all you want. I'm leaving. What do you mean you're not giving me a single cent? Hey, listen. Will removed the phone from his ear and stared appalled at the screen. *king *tch. He kicked the sand around like a maniac. This is unacceptable. D*mn these rich *curs. He would not take this lying down. He, Will Fisher, would leave this place with the money no matter what. His hedge funds depend on it. It's time to set up another meeting with Theo Barone. Theo watched his beloved goddess stomped away from her ex-boyfriend. He bowed over and chuckled. God, he loved this woman so much. Golf ended early, so he returned to the hotel looking for Aurora and bumped into Kate. She updated him about Aurora standing in for the tarot reader at tomorrow's gala and then told him, when he asked, that she saw Aurora at the beach, taking a stroll. When he got to her, that Fisher guy had his arms all over her and Theo nearly went mad. He was about to run out and put his fist in that *Shoal's face, but Aurora stomped on his feet and the man went down like a demolished building. Theo wanted to go after Aurora, but he overheard Will's conversation. Something told him that it would be better to stay and talk to Will instead. So Theo revealed himself to the sly fox. And Mr. Barone. What a coincidence. I was on my way to find you. I want to continue our discussion from last night. The beautiful blue eyes looked slightly shaken. Smiling at the memory of what he had just witnessed, Theo said, of course. Let's find somewhere quiet. They located an empty meeting room. Once the door closed behind Theo, Will turned to him. I apologize for the dot. Theo sighed wearily. Just get to the point. Will swallowed and stammered, all right. I have had a change of heart, Mr. Barone. Oh. Theo raised his left brow. Yes, Will stepped forward with his regained confidence and smiled. I'll let you have Aurora for $30,000. Theo chuckled. What? The beautiful boyish face began to crack, revealing his desperation. $30,000. And you can have Aurora. I see, Theo answered. And you will leave her alone? Will nodded furiously. She won't hear from me again. Ever. So you won't even blackmail her again? Yes, Will responded. Then slowly his eyes widened in realization at what he had just done. He furrowed his brows and snarled, how did you know it was me? Theo grinned, I have my ways, you *shoal. Will swallowed hard. The winds have turned against him. No, he screamed silently, this cannot be the end. He could save his hedge funds. All he needed was $30,000. Give me $30,000, he breathed. And I'll disappear from her sight. I won't make any contact with her. Mr. Fisher, Theo shook his head with a smile, then shoved his hands into his pockets and puffed his broad chest. What makes you think I should listen to you? Will raised his brows in fury. If you don't give me the money, I'll tell Aurora what I've done. Theo frowned. The slimeball grinned with a menacing twinkle in his eyes and added with a sickening delight. She'll be devastated if she knew that I was the one who blackmailed her. Theo took his right hand out of his pocket. Will saw the phone in the billionaire's hand and gulped with apprehension. Theo tapped onto the screen and Will's distinctive voice filled the cold atmosphere. I'll let you have Aurora for $30,000. If she knew that I was the one who blackmailed her. Theo stopped the recording and slotted the phone back into his pocket. Clearing his throat, he spoke firmly in his solid voice, if you make any move, I'll send this to the police. There's CCTV in here, so I'll have a footage of your D*MN face as well. You can't do this to me, Will hissed angrily. He was afraid to speak up, in case he would be recorded again. Don't thank me, Mr. Fisher. This is nothing compared to what you've done to Aurora. All right, Will relented. Then he pleaded. Give me $30,000 and I'll do anything. Leave this place immediately. Don't ever contact Aurora, Theo growled. Will exhaled, fine. Tell me, who paid you to come here? Audrey Walters. Theo's eyes grew twice. Chapter 45, in which he witnessed a cat fight. Theo stared at the woman standing in front of him, arms folded across her chest, eyes squinted and lips in a thin, grim line. I just suggested the most plausible solution to Kate. Why would you think I'm up to something? I don't know. Why don't you tell me? Theo frowned. Audrey threw her hands up in the air in exasperation. Look, I was just trying to help my best friend. If there's another person who can read those D*MN cards, I won't even mention that B*TCH's name. Why should I give her the chance? Theo sighed. You're still not telling me what I want to know. Audrey held her head and screamed at the top of her lungs. Theo covered his ears with a flat expression and waited patiently for the tantrum to end. When it did, Audrey inhaled shallow breaths. I want the old Theo back. What are you plotting against Aurora? Nothing. I'm not a monster, you *Shlee. Theo crossed his bulging arms across his thick chest. Then why did you bring Will Fisher here? Audrey gaped in shock, then swiftly regained her composure. I don't know what you're talking about. Theo fished out his phone and played the recording. Theo's unmistakable deep, solid voice spoke. Tell me, who paid you to come here? Then Will's voice permeated through the cool air of the meeting room, loud and clear. Audrey Walters. Theo observed as Audrey's eyes enlarged with horror, then tapped on his phone screen to stop the recording and point the phone at his childhood friend. Why did you do this, Audrey? It wasn't me, Audrey whispered with a note of denial. He was lying. Theo was infuriated. How could she deny it when the evidence was right in her face? He tapped the screen to let the audio recording continue till the end. Theo's recorded voice commanded again, explain. Will heaved a sigh and then responded obediently. She wanted me to tell you all that has happened between Aurora and me. What else? I am to convince Aurora to marry me and take her away from you. Theo's voice chuckled, but she kicked your *S. Will's voice started to get annoyed. Look, I've done all you asked. Give me the money and I'll be on my way. You've already taken it, didn't you? Will's voice quavered. What? No. You can't do this. Didn't you blackmail Aurora for $30,000 in total? Theo's voice said with a bleak calmness. No. I mean, yes. I did. But that was before. So you got the money you wanted. Now leave, Theo's voice repeated in a threatening note. No. F*CK. SH*T. Look, Mr. Barone. You have to trust me. I didn't want to do it. The blackmail thing. It was all that B*TCH, Audrey Walters. It was all her idea. Audrey screamed again. No. Theo raised a finger to his lips and glowered at her, telling her silently to shut up and listen. Will's voice sounded clearly again. Came to me and told me that Aurora has gotten herself a new boyfriend. Someone who's immensely loaded. And I could knock some cash off her. Theo's voice growled. There you have it. Your $30,000. No. Please, Mr. Barone. I really needed that cash. Listen, you F*CKSH*T. Theo's voice was unusually low and strained with rage. I suggest you take your sickening self out of this place and never look back. That $30,000 was Aurora's hard-earned cash, you piece of SH*T. She didn't take a single free dime from me. There was a pause and then Theo spoke again. If I see you appear in front of Aurora once more, I'm going to send your sorry *S to jail and keep you there. Then I'm going to every print and online platform about how you got the funds for your business, so everyone will know what you've done. Why you can't do that? Will sounded terrified. Your disappearance for my silence, Theo muttered. In a week. Theo tapped on his phone screen and slotted it back into his pocket as he stared at the pretty face crumbled before him. I'm done with this, Theo rolled his eyes. We're done, Audrey. I wanted us to remain as friends, but I think that's too hard for you. I guess we won't be seeing each other for the time being. He turned and left. Was he too harsh? Theo opened the door. Then he shook his head. No, he wasn't. Compared to what they did to Aurora, stressing her to the brink of insanity and working her to death in the past few weeks, this was just a small feat. He stepped into the corridor and inhaled deeply. This should truly end, he hoped silently. Aurora deserved better. A pair of fair arms wrapped around his waist to stop him from moving further, and then Audrey crashed against his back. No, Theo. Don't do this to me. You can't just kick me aside. You promised to look after me forever, Audrey wailed. Let go, Audrey, Theo said calmly. He tried prying her hands open, but they wouldn't budge. No. Please, Theo. Let's just go back to where we were. You did all this to spite me. You just wanted me to apologize to you, right? I'll do it. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. It's over, Audrey. Just leave it. Theo tried to break away from the crying and sniffling woman. Let go of him, you B*TCH. Theo stopped struggling at Aurora's voice. He lifted his gaze, saw his ravishing goddess glaring at Audrey with fire in her eyes and swallowed hard. One should never mess with a jealous girlfriend, he thought and made a mental note. Aurora, he whispered. But Aurora couldn't hear him. She stepped towards Audrey, tore her arms off Theo's body and pushed the vixen away, then shoved the large man behind her own body like a mother hen. Surprised by the attack, Audrey stumbled backward and landed on the floor with a loud cry. When she looked back, her eyes were reddened with anger. She stood and lunged forward. "You slut. How dare you push me?" Aurora stepped forward with a raised arm, aiming straight for the same cheek. Instantly, Audrey halted and recoiled with a wince as if she felt the sting of a slap. But it was actually from her vivid memory. "Ha! I thought so," Aurora muttered angrily. She took another step forward and snarled at the cowering woman. "You touch him again, I swear to God I'll pull those beautiful locks off your pretty scalp." Frightened by the vision of the threat, Audrey pursed her lips tight to stop herself from worsening her situation. This slut has gone rogue, she thought silently. She would need backup. "This is not over." Audrey scrambled to a stand and growled back, then flinched again as Aurora pounced at her with a hand raised. "It's over," Aurora countered firmly. "Leave." Once Audrey disappeared around the corner, Theo remembered to breathe again. He carefully placed a hand on Aurora's shoulder and called her name in a tender voice. When she didn't respond, he tried to turn her around. "Babe?" She glared at him. "Why the hell did you let her touch you?" Theo widened his gaze at the flushed cheeks and moistened emerald eyes that sparkled with love for him. Hell, he groaned silently. He wanted to skip the panel discussions and take her straight to bed now. Quietly, he pulled her into his embrace and hugged her tight. "I told you, I don't like her touching you," she sniffed. "All right. I'll keep her at a radius of 8 feet from me." He kissed the top of her head and smiled. Aurora chuckled softly. Then she pulled away and threw her small fist at his strong chest. "Where have you been? You said we'd have lunch together." "Lunch is almost over. I was settling some things for the panel later," he explained, brushing the loose strands off her face. "Panel?" She blinked. "Yes." Theo smiled and kissed lightly on her lips. "Come and watch me. We'll have dinner when I'm done. There's this restaurant with a nice view," he suggested with a gentle voice. Aurora finally smiled with a sparkle in her eyes. "Okay." Theo hugged her again, wondering how to keep her away from the tarot card reading. Something about it felt odd, but he couldn't figure out what. Chapter 46, in which he tries to stop her from tarot reading. Every year, the Diamond Summit and Gala had 2 main panel sessions on its first day, then a dinner ball in the evening of its second. All invited guests are strongly encouraged to attend the 3 main events. In between, they are free to participate in any form of recreational activities that they like. Aurora closed the event pamphlet and shook her head with a smile. She was right. This is an excuse for the rich and famous to gather and share tips on how to make more money. "Don't be cynical, girl," Aurora smiled at the thought. Her boyfriend was a brilliant facilitator at the first panel. His questions were sharp and daring. They sparked heated discussions and grilled the masters. Aurora had seen Theo in his business mode at the office, but this was another side of him she didn't know. She couldn't look away from him as he chatted and laughed on the stage. For some reason, she scanned the audience and realized, much to her annoyance, that other women were noticing too. This side of Theo oozed a serious, magnetic charm. Then their eyes met and he gave her his impish grin. Her heart started to thump hard against her chest. Oh man, she thought silently. She wanted to skip dinner and drag him to bed. Let him have his way with her. After the second panel, they took off for dinner. As Theo had promised, the food was marvelous and the view was magnificent. "Aurora," Theo squeezed her hand. She tore her gaze away from the shimmering dark waters and smiled at the striking face. Can you not read the tarot cards tomorrow?" Aurora raised her right brow. "Why? Is something wrong?" "I'm just worried." "About what?" Theo tried to find the right words, but none came to his mind. Business talks and panel discussions are a piece of cake compared to convincing his girlfriend. He smiled. "There'll be a lot of people, so I'm worried that you'll be overworked." Aurora squeezed back his hand and assured him with a warm smile, "I'll be fine. Kate said that I'll have an hour break in between the 3 sessions, so it's good." After some thought, Aurora's worries seemed unjustifiable, so she decided to embrace the opportunity. Smiling at Theo, she added with a cheeky grin, "Besides, I thought it'll be a good chance to promote my services and expand our client base." "Someone paid attention during my panel," Theo grinned. Aurora tilted her chin upwards with a lovely smile. "Of course. There was this gorgeous man on stage that I just couldn't take my eyes off." Theo swallowed. He looked down at her fair hand and stroked her soft skin with his thumb. Then he lifted his gaze back at hers. Aurora saw the longing in his eyes and whispered, "Let's go back." Theo answered in a low, rough whisper, "It's getting late." They left in haste, hands locked in each other's. No sooner did the bedroom door close, Theo pressed Aurora hard against the door as he crashed his lips onto hers and kissed her hungrily. She gave him the same affection with her mouth as her hand slipped under his shirt and roamed the ripples of his well-defined muscles. Her feathery touch sent electrifying streaks up his spine and lured a grunt from his throat. He grabbed her hands and pinned them above her head as he dragged his mouth down the side of neck, grazing her satin skin, pressing hard against her gentle curves and evoking excited gasps from her. "I'm going to kiss every inch of your skin tonight," he breathed into her ear as his tongue licked her sensitive spots. She whimpered with anticipation and arched her body to feel more of his warmth. He responded by slipping his hand under her skirt and caressed her moistened lips. She cried out in delight, "Oh God!" "It's Theo," he growled and turned her, then swiftly removed his pants, pushed her dress aside and entered her. "Theo!" She gasped at the wave of pleasure that struck her belly. As he slammed into her over and over again, filling her completely each time, her knees started to weaken under the thunderstorm of rapture pouring inside her. She pressed her palms against the wooden door for support, panting hard with desire. Theo needed more. He wound his arms around her so that her back molded tightly against his muscle body and he rammed deeper. She cried out as the pleasure intensified and reached a hand behind to pull him down for an intense kiss. They came as one in a fulfilling bliss, hugging each other tightly as if this was their last night together. Theo lifted off Aurora's back and unzipped her black peplum dress. "Zia's really testing my patience," he muttered in between shallow breaths. Aurora chuckled. "Is it hard to unzip?" "No," he turned her around and covered her breasts with his hands. "I've been wanting to tear that D*MN dress off you since you put it on." "I want to tear your shirt off too," she whispered, her green eyes twinkling with a mischievous grin. Aurora woke to Theo kissing her lazily. She parted her lips instantly and was rewarded with more loving caresses from his tongue. His body soon covered hers and she felt his mouth on her breasts as his warm tongue teased her nipples, evoking the familiar sensations in her. "Theo," she sighed and shuddered as his fingers started to work their magic, stroking her deliciously. He knew when and where to exert pressure to give her the most pleasure, and soon she was writhing under him, her body aching to reach the precipice. The second she was about to tip over the peak, he swiftly covered her mouth with his and kissed her deeply, taking in her screams of ecstasy as she came. Before she descended from the peak of heavenly sensations, he lifted her trembling thighs and entered her gently. Aurora sucked in a breath at the feel of him, then cupped his neck and pulled him down for a hard kiss as he plunged deeper. He started moving at a steady pace, hitting her sweetest spot over and over, driving her moans wilder. She pulled him closer and whispered into his ear, "More, Theo." D*MN that sexy voice. Theo groaned silently. It made him harder with need. He gave up his patience and rammed into her faster and stronger until she was squeezing him tightly. A huge rush of euphoria ripped through Aurora and then her body shook with her release. She dug her nails into his back and tightened around him as he slammed into her a few more times before he climaxed. They couldn't move for a long while, panting hard and savoring the feel against each other. Theo had his face buried in the crook of Aurora's neck, inhaling her honey scent, while Aurora stared at the brightly lit ceiling, her fingers at the back of Theo's neck playing with his soft curls. "Let's go out to the sea after lunch." He leaned up on his elbow and kissed her intensely. When he was done, he rolled onto his back and pulled her on top of him. "Stop it, Theo," she murmured. "I told you the tarot reading starts after lunch." "Don't go then." "I'll be fine, silly," she chuckled and started drawing circles on his skin with her finger. Theo flinched and grabbed her hand. "Don't do that, babe. It's driving me crazy." Aurora giggled and planted her lips on his firm abs. "Babe," he warned. He stared at her and was lost in her sparkling emerald eyes. Morning sex with his little temptress was better than it was in his dreams, Theo thought as he stroked her cheek. Aurora chuckled and leaned up to take his lips. Aurora stared with fearful eyes at the man with the military hairstyle, classic black tuxedo and thick, curvy white brows, sitting in front of her. She knows the man. And he knows her father. "Miss Aurora, have we met?" his nasal voice asked. Aurora swallowed and exhaled carefully. "Don't panic, girl, he doesn't recognize you." Aurora calmed her. Chapter 47, in which her tarot reading went wrong. With an almost steady voice, Aurora replied with a tiny smile, "My boyfriend will misunderstand, sir." The man laughed and gave her a look of interest. "Well, aren't you a smart little kitty?" Goosebumps erupted all over her. She remembered how those gray eyes had ogled at her when this man visited her father's office. "Stay calm, Aurora," she repeated silently. "You're in a safe place." If he dares to make a move, she would scream for help. Kate would surely hear her. After another quiet inhale, she said, "Ask your question, sir." "James," the man winked. Aurora took in another breath and forced a smile. "James, what's your question? Is my wife cheating on me? If she is, what should I do?" Aurora made a Herculean effort to maintain a straight face, which seemed to amuse the man further. Clearing her throat, she told him to choose one card from each of the 3 decks. She flipped the card taken from the middle deck and saw reverse justice. F***ck, she cursed silently. This man was probably cheating on his wife as well. Well, his gaze bounced between the card and Aurora's face. Without answering him, Aurora opened all the cards. There was the Emperor reversed and the Fool upright. D*MN, this man is a tyrant at home. She pursed her lips at the thought. No wonder his wife might cheat on him. She lifted her gaze at the worried-looking man and concluded quietly, "Take the risk and listen to what your wife has to say. You'll be in for a new journey." Those white brows, as anger shot from James' eyes. He almost shouted, "What bullsh*t is this? You didn't answer my D*MN question." Startled, Aurora leaned away and continued in a soothing voice. I'm afraid the answer lies with your wife. You have to. The man slammed his hand on the table, stood and towered over her. You're a hoax. His nasal voice boomed. Aurora fixed her eyes on him, ready to jump away and scream for help if he pounced. Then his eyes widened with realization. You're Tim's daughter, aren't you? Aurora froze. The color drained from her face as his quavering finger pointed at her, a chip of the old block. You're here to cheat me as well, aren't you? Hey James, are you done? Because each person gets only 10 minutes, Calix was standing at the open door. Aurora was glad there was someone to help control this beast of a man before he started spilling out her ugly past. But when did the door open? Aurora stiffened with fear. Did Calix hear what James said? James spun around, widened his gaze at the young economist and gulped. Then he moved towards the door with an embarrassed look. Apologies, Calix. I am done. No problem. Your wife came to find you, Calix said in a monotonous tone and a matching dead expression. Gee, thanks. James stepped through the door. He turned and glared bitterly at Aurora before closing the door. Calix pounced onto the stool, stared at the cards in awe and eagerly asked, Quick, Aurora. I just met a woman and I want to know if she likes me. Aurora watched the large man, slightly shorter than Theo, behaving like a schoolboy and chuckled. Then she tried to calm her rattled nerves as she sat. He probably didn't hear anything, she thought as she watched him pick cards out of the 3 piles. Are you okay, babe? Theo's face covered her entire view, jarring her out of her thoughts. She blinked twice then smiled weakly, holding her forehead. I'm all right. But you look pale. Did something happen at the tarot reading? Theo was still suspicious. He tried to find Audrey after lunch, but she seemed to have checked out of the hotel. Thankfully, Aurora shook her head in no. And nothing happened. I guess I was tired. Theo handed her a glass of red wine and Aurora sipped on it slowly then exhaled heavily. I'll tell Kate to call it off. Theo pressed lightly on her shoulder. Aurora's face shot up and she shook her head furiously. Don't, Theo. I'll be fine. You sure? Theo furrowed his brows. He was all fidgety inside and he didn't like it. The tarot reading room is just next door, big guy. Stop acting like a girl, he scolded silently. Yes, Aurora nodded. Just 1 more hour and I'll be done. Kate assured me that I can enjoy the last hour of the ball. Let me finish it, please, she purred like an innocent kitten. Theo chuckled and kissed her on the lips. Call me if you need any help. If anyone steals the cards, I'll holler. I'm serious, babe, Theo said quietly. Aurora widened her gaze and then smiled. I'll call if I'm in trouble. Aurora stared at her last customer. The man, almost as old as her father, in a glittery silver and gold checkered tuxedo with a bronze fahawk haircut, raised his clean-shaped brows in realization. Aren't you Tim's daughter? Aurora swallowed hard. She quickly recovered and mustered a smile. Yes. What's your question, sir? Call me Lucas. He leaned in and lowered his voice into a thin whisper. You've grown into a fine woman, I must say. Aurora inhaled cautiously and repeated slowly, your question, Lucas. She remembered this man had behaved very gentlemanly when her father introduced them at his office. He seemed like a snake now and she turned grim at the thought. With a purposeful smile, Lucas cleared his throat and said, I want to know about my latest investment. Following Aurora's instructions, he picked out 3 cards. Aurora flipped the cards. There was Temperance upright, Justice upright, and the Devil reversed. D*MN, Lucas muttered under his breath when his eyes caught sight of the Devil card. He glared at Aurora. What the hell does it mean? Aurora avoided his gaze and stated firmly, you need to be patient with the investment. There will be gains and losses, but eventually things will work out. Gradually those hazel eyes shifted and Lucas growled, what do you mean losses? Aurora pointed at the Justice card and explained, this signifies a balance. Lucas chuckled mockingly, I can see that. Which means your investment will balance between give and take. So this? She pointed to the upright Temperance and added, this suggests that with patience, what you hope for will happen. James was right, you're a charlatan, Lucas breathed coldly. A hyena's grin appeared in his thin lips. Just like your father. Aurora widened her gaze in fury. Ignoring the tiny voice in her head, she stood and thundered, my father is not charlatan. Lucas stepped closer and sniggered, I thought he was an honest businessman, but turns out, he's a conniving shoal. Tim Sherman, I'll never forget that liar's name. He's not a liar. Aurora gritted her teeth, her hands already in fists. That King old weasel stole my money then got sick and sought my sympathy. He came to a dangerously close distance with a fierce scowl. What does he take me for, an idiot? He didn't take your money, Aurora replied in a tiny whisper. It was me. Ignoring the shocked expression, she added firmly, I stole the money. Not him. My father really fell ill, Lucas. Lucas broke into a series of cackles. Oh boy. You truly surprised me, Aurora. You revealed yourself sooner than I thought. What's that supposed to mean? Aurora didn't like the derisive tone in his voice. You got yourself a pretty good deal, didn't you? With Theo Barron, the businessman flashed a wicked grin. He looked absolutely smitten by you. Oh, he'll marry you for sure. And you'll get his entire fortune in no time. I must say you struck it hard this time, Aurora Sherman. She was boiling mad now. What the F*** is he saying? He has no right to talk about her that way. It's insulting to Theo too. Why did she feel apologetic to such a vile person in the first place? Aurora raised her chin. What I do is none of your business, Luke. The door flew open and Kate crashed in with a stricken face. Stop talking, the both of you. Baffled, Aurora watched rooted to the ground as the princess scanned the small room with her stern eyes, then strode to the back of the room. There was a table in the right corner. Lying quietly on top of the table was a microphone. Aurora's eyes enlarged at the black cylinder in Kate's hand. Her throat went dry as the tech tycoon's wife frantically searched for the button to switch it off. What's happening, Kate? Lucas looked as worried. Kate was severely flushed when she answered, her gaze switching between the businessman and Aurora. We heard everything. Everyone did. Your conversation was broadcast in the ballroom. Aurora's Chapter 48, in which she wants to end it. Theo checked his watch and smiled. Aurora should be seeing the last person now. Soon she'd be able to join him. He wanted one dance with her before the evening ended. Sipping his champagne, he caught a glimpse of Kate chatting happily with a group of women and knitted his brows. It isn't her fault that Aurora can't be with you, dude. She was also in a fix. Let it go. He dropped his gaze and chuckled. He checked his watch again. 5 minutes more. Aurora looked divine in that off-shoulder gown. It was in the color of her eyes. Hell, he wanted to tear it off her right there. The second she emerged from the bathroom earlier, his heart went wild. He had to wrestle with the urge to make love to her on the spot. It was tougher than a boxing match. Theo sipped his drink and smiled. At least, nothing happened at the tarot reading. He spoke too soon. That King Old Weasel stole my money, then got sick and sought my sympathy. A man's voice came through the sound system. The ballroom instantly quieted as everyone looked around, bemused, searching for the source of the sound. Theo lifted his gaze at the ceiling. What the is going on? He glanced at Kate, who was just as confused, and watched her sprint off. Poor woman. She must be in a frenzy now. The last thing she wanted was to screw things up for her husband. He didn't take your money, Aurora's voice came on next, loud and clear. It was me. I stole the money. The glass froze at Theo's lips. The crowd gasped and quickly broke into incessant whispering. Theo scanned around him and noted the scornful looks on all the faces. Keen raised a brow at him. Calix took a meaningful sip from his glass, staring at the ground. Sophia was dazed from a shock. Theo cursed silently and bolted for the door. He headed for the control booth. What the hell is happening? He demanded angrily. A staff member replied hastily, it's from an unknown source. Mrs. Slate has gone to the room to find it and switch it off. The conversation continued blasting. You got yourself a pretty good deal. With Theo Barron. A minute. Theo slammed a fist on the soundboard. He was anxious for Aurora. Her worst nightmare was slamming in like a bullet train, with no sign of stopping. Aurora dashed out of the room, ignoring Kate's cries. They knew, her mind repeated. What would they think of her now? She couldn't bear to see their responses. Time to pack and leave, she thought silently and turned in the direction of her room. Reaching the stairs, she halted. Theo. A vision of him, alone, facing the condemnatory stares and derogatory remarks, surfaced in his mind. A minute. How could she forget about him? She shouldn't let him handle everything. It was her stupidity. Aurora spun around and came face to face with Theo's mother. The woman grabbed her wrist and pulled her to a corner, away from the incoming voices of Kate and Theo. What are you doing? Aurora whispered, half frightened, half frustrated. I should be asking you that, the smooth voice hissed back. They heard Theo calling out for Aurora. I need to get to him. Aurora's voice came out as a timid whisper. Just leave, Miss Aurora. Have you not done enough damage to his life? The woman glared harshly. But I can't leave him alone. Miss Aurora, you didn't see the look on their faces. The mockery and disapproval. Those people are his world. She stepped closer and lowered her voice in an unforgiving tone. You've destroyed his world. You want to make it worse. Aurora backed away, nonplussed. I just wanted to be with him. You know that it won't last, Miss Aurora. End it early so it's less painful for him. The woman straightened with stony eyes. I beg you, as his mother. Aurora closed her eyes, turned and ran towards her room. The selfish mother watched on with a triumphant smirk as the emerald gown disappeared down the stairs. Theo crashed through the door. Aurora was almost done packing. With a widened gaze, he stormed towards her. What are you doing? I'm packing. I can see that. Theo grabbed her hands. Why are you packing? Aurora sighed. I'm leaving, Theo. Let go of me. But Theo kept a strong grasp of her hands. Listen, it was an accident. We'll all leave this place tomorrow and no one will remember what they heard. Really, Theo? Aurora paused and cast an exasperated glare. You're going to believe that crap? Are you that naive? Aurora looked directly into his dark brown eyes. Don't talk like that, Theo growled. I know you're mad. I'm not mad, Aurora whispered. I'm tired, Theo. She looked away from him at the darkness outside their room. Let's not kid ourselves anymore. I don't belong here. Theo shook his head. You do. Look at me, Theo. Your mother's right. How long can we stay together? Theo was baffled. You've spoken to my mother? When? It doesn't matter, Theo. I'm very tired. Okay. Just stay for another night and we'll go back Tomo. No. Aurora shouted. I want to go home now. I'm sick and tired of all this. Theo grabbed her by the waist and said tenderly, but you promised to stay with me till. I can't. Aurora looked away. Then she returned to him with a defeated look. I realized that it's impossible. Theo stepped away and raked his hair over his forehead. A minute, Aurora. What did she say to you? Tell me. Aurora stared at the carpeted floor. It's not her, Theo. It's me. I'm the problem. It's been so since the start. I should leave before I do more damage. You are not a problem, Theo gritted his teeth. How many times must he tell this idiotic woman that he wants her for who she is? Why is it so hard for her to believe it? I'm the king problem. Aurora stamped her feet. Hotness swarmed to her eyes, clouding her view. I lie and steal. You were pressured. The circumstances were special, Theo countered. Stop it, Theo. Just stop. They are all excuses. However nice you try to put it, the fact remains unchanged. Aurora sniffed, then raised her chin with a bleak expression. Maybe I'm really after your money. Theo's eyes flipped into a death stare. Don't go there. We can't avoid it, Aurora said quietly. We have to face it sooner or later. Remember the deal? No, Theo turned from her, kneading his forehead. The wheels of his brain churned fiercely. He had convinced her before, he could do it again. As if she could read his mind, she muttered under her breath, don't try to talk me out of it again. Every time you do, we end up here again. I can't do this anymore. Theo glanced at the reflection of his goddess in the glass door. Shoulders slumped, head drooping, arms limped at her side. She looked like a wilted flower. Let's end this, Aurora whispered. His breathing paused. Lifting his hand, he stared at his palm, remembering how she had first traced its lines. It's meaningless to keep her in his life if she doesn't want to be in it, Theo sighed silently. Is that what you want? His voice came out in a strained, hoarse whisper. Aurora ignored the numbness in her limbs and answered yes. She flung the last items into her suitcase, locked it, then dragged it out of the room. The young billionaire remained unmoved as the door closed, leaving him in the middle of a vast, silent space. Aurora hugged her best friend, tears poured down her raw cheeks like a waterfall. Trish tightened her arms around the redhead beauty and caressed her head. You're really a B*TCH. If you're truly glad to be rid of him, then stop crying. I'm not crying, Aurora hiccuped. Yeah. And I'm knitting a sweater. Trish rolled her eyes and rubbed Aurora's back. Don't be a bigger B*TCH than you already are. Start being truthful, D*M*. And then finally it was all out. I miss him. Aurora wailed. I hate his mother. She made me so guilty, I couldn't stay. She hit me where it hurts the most. She knew that I love him and I would do anything to keep him happy and safe. Trish smiled warmly. Aurora pulled away slightly and pouted at her best friend. I left him there, Trish. He looked forlorn standing there. I wanted to stay and give him a hug, but I didn't dare. Chapter 49, in which the signs point to them. Aurora took a deep breath and tried to give a warm smile to Kate. Since the gala, business at Madame Zoya's exploded further. For 3 days they had new customers from around the world, leaders in their industries as well as celebrities. This was the exact opposite of what Aurora predicted. Thank you for letting me use your private jet. Aurora ushered the princess to the stool in front of the crystal ball. Kate took careful steps forward and sat. It's the least I could do. I should have been more careful, Aurora. I apologize. It's not your fault, really. What reading do you want to do today? Kate leaned forward and furrowed her brows. I really feel bad about what happened, so I'm actually here to set things right. It doesn't matter anymore, the redhead beauty whispered sadly. But someone planted the mic there, Aurora. You should talk to Theo. Aurora looked away. It's not possible. She had quit her job at Theo's office. It felt weird to continue working there. Since her daily bonus had increased again, she was able to return the money before she left. While looking for a new job, she did morning shifts at the shop as well to help cope with the influx of customers. Kate looked firmly at those listless emerald eyes. Gil told me to stay out of this, but I can't. You two looked so happy together. Theo hasn't given up, Aurora. Please reconsider. What right do I still have, Kate? I got scared and left him there, Aurora's voice quavered. Kate grabbed Aurora's hand and squeezed it with a comforting gaze. 2 days later. How are you doing, Aurora? Aurora stared at Sophia, who looked back with a concerned smile. She cleared her throat. I'm good. Sophia said with a cheerful tone, I appreciate today's reading. I may not be as good an advisor as you, but I can definitely do chats over coffee whenever you need one. Aurora widened her gaze. See coffee? Us? Sophia was confused. Yeah. Unless you don't see me as a friend. We're friends. Aurora whispered in disbelief. Sophia looked aghast. Aurora Sherman. You don't see me as a friend? Aurora held up both hands and waved in protest. I do. I just thought that. After what you've heard about me you wouldn't. My God, Aurora. Are you calling me a hypocrite now? No. I didn't mean that. Honestly, Aurora hastily clarified. Sophia grabbed her hand and grinned. I admit I was shocked. Everyone was. But then it was just like gossip, you know. The next day we talked about your gown instead. Aurora chuckled and wiped the corner of her eyes. It's Liv Accardi. Sophia's eyes grew rounder. I'm going to tell the others. We're going shopping. Before the small woman in the tight, bright blue dress stepped out of the black curtain, she chirped at the fortune teller. Keep in touch, okay? With a lighter feeling in her chest, Aurora nodded with a warm smile. Another 3 days later. It's not your fault, Piccolo. The famous designer reached across the table and took Aurora's hand before she squeezed it lightly. Aurora lifted her gaze from her cup of coffee and stared at the pair of motherly eyes. Theo told you everything? Liv nodded. I asked him. Because he came over to leave Ve with me. He didn't want to leave Ve in his apartment for the time being. Bile rose in Aurora's throat. She looked down again and clasped her hands tightly. The older woman observed the flaming-haired enchantress briefly, then continued quietly. I asked him why and he said the apartment was getting boring, but I know it's because of you. I'm sorry, Liv. I didn't mean to hurt him, Aurora whispered sadly. Look at me, the billionaire's aunt snapped. Slowly, Aurora raised her chin and stared at her favorite designer. Fixing a stern gaze at the younger woman before her, Liv said in a grave tone, who doesn't have a past they want to erase? Our wrong choices will follow us, Piccolo. That is the consequences we have to pay. But you say sorry and you move on. I will bring him down, Aurora whispered at her coffee. I've already damaged his reputation, Liv. I don't want to make things worse for him. Liv sighed, your nose is almost touching the coffee. Look at me. With a wave of her hand, she added fiercely, how will you bring him down? Tell me, I want to know, because my Piccolo is smart and strong, he can overcome anything. You foolish girl. It was a mistake, no? Theo made tons of it. So did I. We are all the same, no? A weak chuckle escaped Aurora's lips. Somehow, Liv sounded right. What damage could she do to Theo? Your man is not dumb, she chided herself. You're the dumb one, you left him. The designer bit on the buttery scone and chewed, then swallowed and sipped her tea. That woman did it, she said under her breath. Noting Aurora's puzzling stare, Liv clarified, Theo's mother. Then she added with a matter-of-fact tone as she sipped her tea, it was her setup. My Piccolo has already taken care of it. Aurora was surprised beyond words. Why didn't she think of it? That be *tch. No wonder she appeared with such perfect timing. As she glared angrily at the blueberry cake in front of her, the fashionable woman sitting across her advised gently, go talk to him. Aurora fell into another moment of silence. After her lunch with Liv, Aurora returned to work. When another satisfied customer left through the black curtain, Madame Zoya came through with her usual floor-swishing flower print dress. Aurora was surprised. Madam, what brings you here? Sit, Ms. Aurora. The clairvoyant waved her long sleeves at the customer's stool in front of the crystal ball. She sauntered over to the fortune teller's seat. The serious atmosphere made Aurora's spirits fall sharply. Did James and Lucas finally complain about her? Ms. Aurora, Madame Zoya sighed wearily, you have a very complicated mind. I already said I won't fire you. Now sit. Aurora took careful steps to the stool and sat. Satisfied, Madame Zoya closed her eyes, placed her hand on the crystal ball and inhaled slowly. Something will happen to the person close to you. Aurora jolted from her seat. Theo? What will happen to him? Madame Zoya took in a few more breaths, then slowly opened her eyes. Your phone. At the instant, her phone buzzed. Aurora hastily lifted it out of the shadows, tapped the screen and opened the text. Keen, have you seen Theo? With trembling fingers, she quickly responded. Aurora, no. Is something wrong? Aurora lifted her gaze from the phone and stared at the gift display case. Has he gone drinking again and his liver finally gave way? Don't be silly, Aurora. He's probably moved on. Her phone buzzed again. Aurora swiftly opened the new text. Keen, we were supposed to meet for lunch but he didn't show up. His phone's off. I can't contact him. It has been 3 hours since lunchtime. Where did Theo go? Ms. Aurora, I didn't say the person Vasa he, but you thought of Mr. Barone, Madame Zoya pointed out quietly. He must be important to you. Aurora was astounded. Yes, she admitted silently he is. Wait a minute, Aurora halted silently and looked at her boss with a stunned look. You knew about us? You shouldn't be surprised. Aurora looked away with a wince. How stupid can you get, Aurora? She's AD*MN psychic. Of course she knows. Staring at her dress, she muttered, I'm not supposed to go out with a customer, right? It won't happen again. It's over anyway, she silently added. Madame Zoya exhaled, Ms. Aurora, it's not that. I want to talk about the bonuses. Yes. Aurora whispered with worry in her brows. You don't find anything strange about them? Aurora frowned, what's wrong with them? We've been having more customers than before, so we earn more. Madame Zoya smiled, but it was thousands of dollars daily. It does sound too good to be true. But I don't think you'd lie to me. So you can trust someone you hardly knew. Then you will do it. Aurora was confused, do what? Her phone's buzzing answered her. Remembering Theo, Aurora quickly checked her phone. Keen, that A*Shoal replied with this. Photo. Aurora opened the photo and a sea of big rolling waves stared back at her. What the hell is he doing at the seaside now? It looks like a huge storm is coming. Panic rose in her chest. Chapter 50, in which he proposed. Ms. Aurora, you've done so many readings. Surely you can see the signs, the psychic continued. Aurora looked up from her phone screen and then back at it. Sensing hesitation from her employee, Madame Zoya added, We keep all our earnings because Mr. Barone bought this whole building and charged us no rent. Aurora's face shot up with astonishment. Why did he do that? The older fortune teller asked the younger one. Aurora gave her mentor a puzzled glance that turned meaningful as she whispered, He has all the answers. Madame Zoya closed her eyes with a warm smile. Go then. Aurora got out of the cab and surveyed the sandy space for that familiar silhouette. There was none. The wind blew strongly. The gray clouds tumbled about in the dark skies. A fierce downpour was on the way. D***M. Where the hell is he? She skipped down the stairs and scuttled across the beach towards the shore. She looked to her left. The seaside curved to a nest of large rocks. There was no sign of him. She turned around and the shore extended to as far as her eyes could see and saw it, a dark grayish rectangular shape. She sped towards it. Theo tightened his coat in the middle. King cold wind. He was supposed to meet Keen for lunch when his car went past the sea and the cheerful blueness of the sky and sea lured all his senses. Like Aurora. And just like his feisty goddess, the clouds in the waters immediately turned dark and angry. He dropped his gaze from the upsetting scenery and sighed. God, he missed her. He wants her back. He lifted his chin at the gray skies. What can he do to get her back? He hasn't figured it out yet. He stepped closer to the shoreline. Theo! He froze. Hell, he groaned silently. He started to hallucinate. Maybe he has gone mad. Theo! He turned towards the sound and his scarlet-haired temptress crashed into him, her arms wrapped tightly around him. Theo didn't dare to move, fearing that she would burst like bubbles with the slightest movement. He would wake up and this had all been a dream. It was when she snuggled deeper into his embrace and called his name again that he realized that this wasn't a dream and hugged her close. I won't let you go so easily next time, he whispered into her ear. Aurora nodded all right. They stayed in each other's warmth, relishing the feel of each other's heartbeat until she felt the first raindrops. Aurora pulled back and stared at the handsome face she had been missing the past week. We need to get out of here. A storm's coming. Theo nodded with a smile and led her away from the beach towards his car. The rain came down strong and unyielding, keeping them in the car. Liv said you handled the mic incident, Aurora asked in a whisper. Theo's fingers toyed with the steering wheel. I kept my promise to her. You mean your mother? She really planned it. Theo nodded with a sigh. Gil and I searched the room and found a listening device. She installed it to track your conversations so the planted mic could be switched on at the right moment. But I only took up the job because the original tarot reader was sick. She probably bribed that man to stay away and then instructed Audrey to suggest your name to Kate, so you would do the tarot reading instead. After a brief pause, Theo continued with a seething expression. She also convinced James and Lucas to sign up so they'd have time alone with you to rake up the past. What an elaborate plan, Aurora thought. All this was done just to get rid of her? Told you she's a monster, Theo whispered with a note of shame in his tone. Aurora took his hand in hers and gave him an assuring smile. What did you promise her? Rose sent in the evidence of my uncle's embezzlement. He's been with the police ever since, Theo answered quietly. My mother will be leaving the city permanently. She can't bear the humiliation. Aurora turned away. Madam told me you bought the building of her shop. Theo jolted upright and hastily explained, I didn't mean to interfere, Aurora. Why did you do that? Aurora turned around to face him. Theo looked into the tired-looking green eyes. I wanted to help. But you wanted to earn your keep. So I figured that was the only way to keep you longer by my side. Aurora threw her arms around Theo's neck, hugged him tight and whispered into his ear, I'm not perfect but I want to stay with you, Theo. If you'll have me. Theo stared ahead in surprise, then closed his eyes and pulled her closer. You're not going anywhere, babe. Aurora chuckled at the dewy window. To show that she meant what she said, Aurora revealed everything that had happened between her and Will as the black sports car cruised along the road, through the veil of thick rain. I know, babe, Theo conceded. Aurora spun around. What? When did you know? Why didn't you tell me? She slumped back into her seat, feeling guilty, and murmured, You must have been so upset. Theo chuckled at the road ahead. I'm still glad that you've told me on your own. Better late than never. Cautious of her continued silence, he added, How's this? I've kept something from you too. Aurora lifted her face, narrowing her gaze at him. You don't have to be this nice. It's the truth. Theo grinned and told his little temptress about Audrey's blackmail scheme and Will's involvement. Aurora flamed up with rage. Those F***king A** shoals. How dare they do this to me? I can't take it anymore. I'm going to the police. Then Theo told her about the audio recording and the warning he gave those two. If they don't keep to their word and stay away, we'll call in the police then. Since we have solid evidence. Aurora stared at him as Madame Zoya's words repeated in her mind. All the signs were indeed on him. If he didn't love her, he wouldn't have done so much for her. Why did she doubt him in the first place? They reached Theo's apartment and walked hand in hand to the escalator. Once the door shut, Theo covered Aurora's body with his and kissed her fervently. Aurora responded with the same passion, parting her lips so that he'd swept to caress her sweetly. She circled her arms around his neck to pull him closer and deepen the kiss. A grunt of pleasure escaped his throat. He grabbed her firm, round butt, hoisted her up and pressed her against the wall to feel her curves and gain better access to more of her satin skin as his mouth traveled down the side of her neck. Aurora sighed, I missed you so much. Theo lifted himself from the crook of her neck and stared breathlessly into her emerald eyes. I want you, they said. Groaning inwardly, he settled his mouth firmly onto hers and kissed her, slow and demanding. When the escalator door opened again, Aurora wrapped her legs around Theo's waist and locked her ankles as the sexy hunk carried her up the stairs to the bedroom. Aurora stirred as the first ray of the morning sun kissed her eyes. She was back in the cocoon of Theo's protective warmth. A smile spread across her lips. Everything felt so right. Theo tightened his arms around her so that her soft curves were pressed against the hard planes of his muscular body. Aurora leaned up to kiss his jaw, felt a muscle flexed under her touch and smiled. She reached out her left hand to trace the outline of his well-defined jaw and saw it. A shiny gold ring around her fourth finger. Theo felt Aurora's body flinch and smiled. He opened his eyes, gazed at his cherry-haired goddess and whispered, You know I love you, right? Aurora studied him and then slowly nodded. I love you too. Theo inhaled sharply at her unexpected confession. For a long while he stared at her, drinking in her expression. When he spoke again, his voice was a hoarse whisper, Great. We'll get married then. Aurora gladly took his lips.